Hello, everyone. It's just me for now, but hopefully guests will arrive soon. I'll get the link out YouTube app or YouTube, whatever, and see where everything goes. Okay, the link is in the YouTube description. Okay, so, well, maybe we should ask, what is the hard problem of consciousness? I'll try to showcase a bit here. Well, actually, before we start, let's do our usual tour of Right Wing Watch. Right Wing Roundup 10-10-14. Here we go. We have a West Virginia family group condemning sodomites, says same-sex parenting is premeditated child abuse, and God will give us our just due. So, let's see. West Virginia Family Foundation. And, well, not the best source, I guess, but. So that's the Right Wing Roundup page where we're reading all this off. And here is the link for the first one on that. It's pretty disturbing stuff. Let's see, the statement says, West Virginia Governor Tomblin concedes to sodomites on marriage. After the U.S. Supreme Court decided not to give all Americans their day in court, their non-decision on marriage cleared the way for lower court rulings for gay marriage to stand. Pandora's box has been opened in America and in wild, wonderful West Virginia. Our Heavenly Father didn't take homosexuality lightly in the Bible's account of Sodom and Gomorrah, nor did he give the Israelites a pass when they choose pagan ways over his commandments. America should brace herself as we see the mighty hand of God give us our just due. Jude chapter 1, verses 7 through 10, and Romans chapter 1, verses 21 through 32. That's interesting. Let's see what Jude chapter 1, 7 through 10 is. So here we go. There's a greeting, and 7 through 10 are in a judgment of false teachers. So here we go. Well, I'll read 5 through 13, give a little bit of surrounding context, but really if you want the full chapter, similar, You have to go hunting for it. Oh, well, point you to the ESV when I run off and actually research this. Well, if you can call this research, but anyway, I should be knowing the Hebrew and interpreting the interlinear or something. So, from verse 5. Now, I want to remind you, although you once fully knew it. Well, why don't I just start from verse 3? Beloved, although I was very eager to write you about our common salvation, I found it necessary to write appealing to you to contend for the faith that was once delivered to all the saints. For certain people have crept in unnoticed, who long ago were designated for this condemnation, ungodly people who pervert the grace of God into sensuality and deny our only Master and Lord, Jesus Christ. Okay, so complaining about people who are essentially hypocrites or somehow professing their faith and I guess going to their churches too, but are, I guess, arguing that sensuality is, I don't know, some kind of ultimate message, and apparently don't actually believe in Jesus. Okay. So the big issue involved here is people going into the church or whatever who it's called false teachers, misrepresenting, I guess, the grace of our God, whatever that has to be something like, I guess, like holiness. I think their message imparts or something. Okay, so now I want to remind you, although you once fully knew it, that Jesus, who saved people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe, and the angels who did not stay within their own position of authority, but left their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains under gloomy darkness until the judgment of the great day, just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which likewise indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural desire, serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. Okay, so apparently Jude 1:7 interprets the Sodom and Gomorrah sins as being sexual immorality. Gives, not sure what people out of Egypt are involved. Angels, I guess, refers to the Enoch angel rebellion. So from 8, yet in like manner, these people also, relying on the dreams, defile the flesh, reject authority, and blaspheme the glorious ones. Who are the glorious ones? Blaspheming, then you have to be some kind of holy standing. But when the archangel Michael, contending with the devil, was disputing about the body of Moses, oh dear, that has to refer to something that's apocryphal. He did not presume to pronounce a blasphemous judgment, but said, "The Lord rebuke you." But these people blaspheme all that they do not understand, and they are destroyed, that they, like unreasoning animals, they are destroyed by all that they understand, or like unreasoning animals, understand instinctively. Okay. Woe to them, for they walked in the way of Cain and abandoned themselves for the sake of gain to Balaam's error. Who's Balaam? And perished in Korah's rebellion. Okay, who are those people? Okay, diviner in the Torah toward the end of Numbers. Okay, non-Israelite prophet, son of Beor, King Balak of Moab, so on. This is kind of really wandering off into the weeds. So the extent this is arguing for some kind of harsh whatever, it's not very specific about counteraction, and okay, didn't take it lightly, or pagan ways. So pagan ways, I guess, goes to afterward destroyed those who do not believe. I guess it's verse 5, and though it only cites 7 through 10. And okay, homosexuality lightly. That's verse 7 itself. Okay, so I'm gonna give up on that for now and try to move on to a different story. So the Vatican's top judge, David Ferguson, a raw story. Keep kids away from wrong, evil gays for their own protection. Okay. So here we go. Another in the showcase. To check the Q&A, be sure. Okay. I did spread the link to the 4 winds. Okay, let's check Q&A. Nobody's checking, or nobody's doing anything. I'll screen share this thing right here. Okay, former Archbishop of St. Louis and current Cardinal Prefect of the Supreme Tribunal of the Apostolic Signatura. What is the Apostolic Signatura? Highest judicial authority of the Catholic Church. Now, let's go to Catholic source. Catholic hierarchy. Catholic Roman Curia. Okay, so this is the guy, or this is the bit in the Vatican the guy was involved with. Apostolic Signatura. And okay, LifeSite News published the thing. So let's see. Okay. The response to an Australian couple's synod presentation on their gay son, according to this. That's the interview that was published, the raw story thing was discussing. And so Right Wing News had a report from Raw Story on the report from LifeSite News. Level of indirection is not necessarily necessary. And, well, moving on. Um, what are they claiming here? Okay, it was at the Extraordinary Synod on the Family. What is that? Okay. They have Vatican Synod on the Family. NTR Online Catholic News Agency. I don't see a link from the Vatican on this. Yeah. Well, National Catholic Reporter looks vaguely respectable. Oh, wait. There's the one on news.va. Okay. So here is the Vatican's own statement on it. And hopefully someone will show up to take the conversation in a different direction, because this kind of current events thing has to be boring everyone watching you tears. A chapter of the canon law relating to the synodal assemblies. It's an extraordinary general assembly where the matter under consideration, while related to the good of the universal church, requires rapid definition. And I wonder, where is everyone? Well, I don't see them, but still. Okay. So, well, there's a YouTube link. I guess I hope I can link to the video and be okay. It's a video of his statement, I guess. And from here, it's pretty clear that this is okay. Controversial presentation. So what the presentation was: scandal inside Synod on the Family. Urges soft peddling on homosexuality. The site looks like it's relatively hostile. And wow, this is kind of painful. No one's showing up. So, well, that's the depressing subject, but well, although hopefully, fingers crossed that Australian couple might get through. Even so, it's so much of the world that is under the influence of these religions, and they're taking a long time to turn around. I should probably check the Q&A again. Okay, no sign on the Q&A. Let me see if I can check the YouTube video or something. I'll see if I can view it. Somebody might be leaving YouTube comments. Checking those too. Wow, my voice sounds terrible. Okay, so in the meantime, what else is in the news besides the LGBT bad news? Well, it's gonna mostly be bad news. Tom DeLay admits he was too arrogant and mean. That's promising. I have, well, a relatively negative opinion of Tom DeLay, but if he turns around, maybe, I don't know. Forgiveness may not be my specialty. Looks like Hannity and Combs. Okay. Much. Yeah, it's on Combs. Who is this? Ellen person is who? Good news. Liberal land. Who is this? What is this? Or Daily Liberal. Planet, Religion, Economy. Who is this person? Or organization. Is it about like toward the bottom? Alan Combs. Okay, yeah. So it's is indeed who I thought it was. Okay, next. Alabama judge has figured out how to dismantle Roe versus Wade. That's relatively discouraging. And I'll screen share it too, just for the heck of it. So his writings fuel the biggest threat to abortion rights of the generation. Okay. School Self Vision Forum. Christian Patriarchy Movement. Husbands should vote for their wives. Wow. No way. Muslim judges would avoid such a gathering, but okay. A few months on his first term in Alabama Supreme Court. Okay, child custody disputes. He's apparently preaching in the courtroom. Okay. All right. Constitution should protect the right to privacy. Fetus held to be a person, so Okay, basically personhood. Okay, it was pretty much immediate that people attempted to get personhood, but what is this? Human Life Amendment. It was ahead of its time. It said it was 1967. And strict construction judges are not connecting the dots. And Montgomery, Alabama, wears its face on its sleeve. Long biography of Parker. Wow. There's various cases before the Alabama Supreme Court. And okay, Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, letting Texas shut down all its clinics. Um, chemical endangerment prosecutions. Anthony Kennedy swing vote. Anthony Kennedy has held up almost every abortion restriction to come before him. Oh dear. Well, looks like the bleeding on the reproductive rights ground is not going well. And, well, what else have we? You guys can read the news yourself, but nobody's showing up, so no questions? I will bet there's Monday, October 13th, 2:30 p.m. Green's having another hangout. Okay. All right. People fake accounts or impersonate. And, well, pictures of owls. Welcome back, viewer. Ask me something in the Q&A. I'm watching it. Come on, you can. Ask me my solution to the hard problem of consciousness. Yeah, I'll screen share again. Point to the hard problem of consciousness. Um, Here we go. Okay, here we have, I think, other formulations list or whatever. Easy problems, other formulations. Okay. The other formulations is where I go with this. Why don't I zoom in a bit so you can read it? And I'll link to it in the showcase. Bear with me. So I'm going to explain the title of all this by Go here. Other formulations, various formulations, whatever. How is it that some organisms are subjects of experience? My response is they aren't. Why does awareness of sensory information exist at all? My answer, it doesn't. Why do qualia exist? My answer, they don't. Why is there a subjective component to experience? There isn't. Why aren't we philosophical zombies? We are all philosophical zombies. So that's where the hangout title comes from. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, cigarette, eat lunch. Do it on air. Hope somebody shows up. Yeah, Dennett's Consciousness Explained on page 406 uh, also proclaims we are all zombies. And that's, I suppose, an independent, earlier, well, of course, independent invention of the same phrase or similar to it. I wonder if my voice deteriorated or what. Wow, my voice is impressively terrible. Qualia and zombies. I guess when it kind of grinds or grates, it's, well, notably bad. Whenever it kind of, I can't consciously make it happen. I guess I kind of croak or something. Oh, there it happened. And again, when that happens, my voice goes notably bad. And welcome back, viewer. I am watching the Q&A and the YouTube comments and so on. Not that there are any YouTube comments, but still. I was going on about the hard problem of consciousness while you were out, and essentially how that gave rise to the Hangout title. It's a series of questions where I basically take a sort of denialist approach. And, well, when the smoke clears, the, it's like, why do quality exist? Well, I say they don't. And why aren't we all philosophical zombies? We are all philosophical zombies. Okay. And the viewer apparently isn't interested. It's a Saturday afternoon. It's a Saturday afternoon. People should be able to attend. Well, there's probably some other hangout I can't even see happening. Vacuuming the wind out of my sails. I wonder, how normal does the actual event look? Um, Relatively normal. Or something. I got a +2. And a notification somewhere. What makes psychology a science? I'll show up for that. And stop screen sharing. .30 a.m. That's early, but I do wake up at that time. So, in the meantime, I wonder who's on. David Herrings. Maybe Rob Beasley, Adam Pugh. Is that one? Oh dear, I can't find the right one. Oh, Seth Mullen. And let's see if Skype. See if I can get some principled opposition here. I Rancam. Oh, Tommy Hall. Hmm. I'll probably edit this and try and remove the part before people arrive. Suppose I have 8 hours for someone to show up, but no one's showing up. Or Where do I do it? Oh, I better get the control room going. Or is it cameraman? Okay, as my guest join, hide. Okay, new guest view when they join. Okay. So, there we go. Q&A. I'll check the event page. I think I better check Hangouts on error listing, see if the posting from my normal account actually shows. Okay, close chat with Jason Burns at 2:41. And public education and private prison industry, 10 minutes ago. That's pretty hot stuff. I might try making a second post. Hello, welcome viewer. I've got the Q&A up. I'll check the YouTube comments and everything else too. Oh dear, bear with me. There's quite a bit of activity going, and looks like may have started this at the wrong time to bring in, well, most of everyone going, but hopefully someone arrives eventually. I went over some at the latest Fundy Madness from Right Wing Watch, and I think Religion Dispatches was like to have stuff too, but kind of got a little bit browbeating and so on when I, went checking links and inside the articles and looking at the Bible verses they quoted and trying to figure out who owned what organization and so on. And I explained where the name of the hangout came from. Went over the, okay. Every time I get to that, the viewer drops. Okay. I explained where the name of the hangout came from. It's a Wikipedia article on the hard problem consciousness. Ask a bunch of questions. I just say, like, no to them. So it's like, why do quality exist? They don't. What are subjects of experience? Why are we subjects of experience? We aren't, and so on. And at the very end, it asks, why aren't we all philosophical zombies? I say, we are all philosophical zombies. So I am hyper-illuminativist, as an illuminative materialist. And somehow nobody thinks this is remotely militant or something like that. Well, anyway, you get the idea, and hopefully someone will show up eventually. We try inviting from my other account, and I'll load up some circles and see who shows up. If anyone, I think no one's going to show up in general, but hey, I tried. By and large, well, pretty gruesome popularity contest. Select the circle, okay. And select the whole circle. Again, again, and again, and again, and again. Set the circle, invite, and here we are. Every possible method of notification I'm trying to cover. I forgot that one. I could invite from my other account. I'll put my own event. What the hey? There's not a whole lot in the way of YouTube comments. Not a whole lot in the way of up or down votes, and not a whole lot in the way of Q&A. So, well, either the world isn't seeing it or doesn't care to have anything to do with me. I think the latter. I don't see Hangouts on air listings, so I'll try doing this again. Here we go. And Okay, so okay, let's see. Does it now pop up in the on-air hangout listing? I don't think so. It's not showing. And whoever's running competing hangout is not showing either. Might be somebody I've got blocked. Or someone who has me blocked. Or there might just be visibility issues in general. It's kind of a shame. I had higher hopes. Oh, here we go. Hi there. So I think you're trying to be analogous to Roman letters with Greek letters, and you want Deepak Suresh. Um, okay, I'll select the question. The question is zombies. Zombies, in the philosophical sense, are, I guess, things that are maybe perfect physical copies of human beings, but don't have any subjective experience or consciousness or free will, if you believe in that, and essentially, well, they're behaviorally indistinguishable from a normal person, but they, don't feel or experience or whatever, anything. Well, in a way, but there are different kinds of zombies that go along different axes and such. So to the extent there is like say subjectivity to experience, you say there's that kind of zombie doesn't exist, or does exist, or that we all are zombies or whatever. You can have ones with respect to will and everything else. There's sometimes you see P zombie, like P hyphen zombie, all one word. Hi, Brother Bass. Oh, shoot. Hi, Alex. I'll show in the broadcast. Welcome, both of you. Good to have you on. I was explaining to Deepak Suresh what zombies were. Probably got far enough. How about context? So, oh, I thought I showed you in the broadcast. Here we go. Excellent. Well, it's live. It's a live hangout, but this isn't the Q&A. The Q&A is in the is an app. You can actually, I'll screen share and show you. Hi, Mike. Okay. Now, this left sidebar has this Q&A app. Okay, and I'll bring both these people in the broadcast. Whoops. Show in broadcast. Hi, evidence. And hi, Nathaniel. And hopefully you all appear.
Hey, good
I'm trying to
evening.
bring Mike in. Good evening. It is a different time zone out there.
It's 1 o'clock in the
Yeah,
morning.
I have to unhide you. And it doesn't seem to be cooperating, so I'm just going to turn off the hide and broadcast, whatever. Okay, maybe that'll do it. Turn off screen share, and let's try and bring you in again. Show,
I'm here.
show. Yeah. Evidence and Mike. I think evidence is having trouble with me showing you. Could you? Oh, there you are.
Now,
Okay. I think
can you hear
everybody's
me?
in. Excellent. Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, great.
Excellent. I was explaining to the audience what philosophical zombies were, and just to explain the title. And earlier I had gone on about, I guess, some of the news from Right Wing Watch. The Vatican Synod on the Family is one of the interesting things happening. There's been, I guess, an interesting presentation from an Australian family who has a gay son, and kind of a nasty response from one of their cardinals or something like that. So there was that. Some craziness in Alabama and West Virginia and so on. So what's happening with everyone else?
I'm just having some Johnny Walker Black.
Yeah, I think I'm ready for a drink myself.
And I
Figured
was
I'd pop
watching
in for a
some,
sec.
yeah, I was just watching some bad movie. Really bad movie. I just finished.
Excellent, excellent. And were you saying context? I thought context was trying to talk.
I just dropped in for a moment, so I just take a listen and join in if appropriate.
Oh, absolutely. And, well, there's a vague hope that Neffy will bring up the mind-body affairs or whatever. He has, actually has, I guess, a line of argument there. The Island Online News does too, but, well, since they probably aren't, we have our usual banter about the great debate and such. We can always go on about. How about you, Evidence? What's happening on your end?
It's cool. I'm having a couple of beers. Just
Cheers,
listen
my
to you
friend.
guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I should get started. That's Andy and Veckel.
Oh,
Apparently they're
yes.
on air. Here, let me talk to them momentarily, and you can. It won't take long.
Who's the guy having the beer? Hello? Hello? Anybody there?
I'm here. I was just kind of in mute mode.
Oh, you're the Liberator guy.
I
Yeah,
am the
cool.
Liberator guy.
All right. All right. That's a series that is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, a few people were had no clue about what it was, what it meant.
You know, it, kids these days, I grew up with Blake 7.
Yeah, it actually restored my faith in TV in a sense.
It was brilliant.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to them actually remaking it. Oddly enough.
Yeah, but it won't be the same without Avon. Without Paul Darrow, it just won't be the same. You know, it's named Blake 7, but it's really about Avon.
Yeah, he did
Oh
make the
wow.
show. He really did
Yeah,
make the show.
for sure, for sure. He was absolutely brilliant.
Um,
He's the
is it just
ultimate
weird or
anti-hero. Huh? Go ahead.
oh sorry, Blake 7. Oh
Yes.
dear, and I've been going on about who shot JR for all day. Um, Brandon Belanger has apparently made his profile picture a clone of Beckles.
A what?
The Indian guy?
Brandon Belanger, the no, well, no, neither one is Indian. I think
I
Brandon
mean,
Belanger, whatever he is Canadian. He's white too, and he's a guy who like makes videos where he doesn't talk, and he's changed his profile picture to be the cartoon character that Beckel uses.
yeah, I meant the Indian picture. It's like an Indian picture. He has Vivekal, right? Where am I?
Well, I wouldn't call it an Indian. Maybe you can mistake it for that, but it's kind of like a dreadlock sort of thing.
Okay.
Well, anyhow,
I
sorry, I
guess
didn't mean to derail.
go
Go
ahead and
ahead.
finish. Yeah, if we get stuck, there is a topic that I would like to bring to the table, which is the
All right,
idea of
I'll be
backfire.
right back. I'll be right back.
Okay, you were going on about Blake 7 though.
Yeah, well, it's one of those shows that a lot of people really missed out on. That's all. It had a lot of geez, there's no really good way to describe the show without kind of giving it away.
Mm.
Imagine a kind of a combination between Babylon 5 and Star Trek and Star Wars.
Uh, but all I remember about Babylon 5 is it had something to do with Zima.
Well, if you think about Babylon 5 in terms of the politics, you have an element of what was going on in Blake 7. You know, it has a political backdrop to it, along with a lot of social commentary, which was really unique, at least to me at the time. This was a early 70s, mid 70s show when it played.
Right. Right. So, well, what's the? I'm vaguely familiar with Blake 7, although I haven't actually watched it. Kind of know what it is.
Yeah, take a moment to watch it. It's really a cool series.
Okay. And okay, the idea with the upshot of it all is what?
The upshot of Blake 7,
Yeah.
let's just say that the way that we want things may not be the way it goes. And that sort of realism about life was a useful thing at the time for me.
How can like misapprehension or an incorrect evaluation be useful?
In this case, it separates the idea of one's wishful thinking or hopes and dreams from what one can practically do, and the nature of what's required to achieve whatever it is that you're looking for beyond the idealism involved. So there are a lot of things that we're idealistic about, and we will rally the troops and do all kinds of things toward it, similar to what we do in the Great Debate. But understanding the limits of what we can and cannot do with regard to others and the circumstances determines how we should proceed when we're faced with, shall we say, a greater obstacle.
Well, yes. I'm not sure how you sort of delay consideration of those limits. But
It's kind of a retrospective reality. A lot of the exchanges that I've had, the only ones that have been really, there have been a few online ones that have been fruitful, but for the most part, the only ones that I can see that have been fruitful are the ones that I've had in person. And even those take a long time and care with regard to the interactions that I have with them so they can actually see better than wherever they happen to be.
Do you hear me now?
oh, we hear you now.
Oh,
Good to have you on, Alex.
what's up?
I hear you.
Me too.
Yeah. I haven't been online for a long time. In the
Well, go ahead.
it seems you kind of disappeared. I mean, you didn't invite anyone, or was it just me, or I don't know, like for a few months, maybe.
Yeah, I had a strike on my channel, and with 8 days left for the strike to expire, I just broke down and made a new channel. I'm probably gonna land in the hospital soon, so
In the hospital?
What?
yeah. Oh, I'm running out of like life critical medicine and stuff. So anyway,
What the?
sorry.
What's that? Are you running out of a life? What?
Life
Please fill me
critical
in.
medicine. Yeah.
So you're ill?
Yeah, it's a stupid thing where the insurance is behaving badly. So, I mean, the hospital they'll patch me up and then, you know, straighten the insurance company out so I can actually get it. So it's
I'm
not that big
sorry.
a deal.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. So in the meantime, oh, hi Paul. Good to have you on.
Yeah, how you doing?
We had my contacts had a notion of retrospective reality and something about our understanding of our own limitations.
I don't really have much to say about that. It's not my subject. I'm not really into philosophy. But, you know, I'll sit and have a beer and listen, you know.
Hi
Is
down.
anyone here atheists or is it
What?
a mixed group?
I'm an atheist.
Mostly. Yeah.
I'm
Oh, I
an
think
atheist in Israel.
I think our one or two theists might have dropped out, but oh well.
Good evening, or good afternoon, everybody.
Good night. It's
Yeah.
1 o'clock in the morning here.
It's also 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. You're in Israel too, like me.
It's 12 o'clock in Sweden.
אתה ישראלי?
כן.
Hi
אני
Emmanuel.
אני מחיפה.
I can't believe I missed this.
אני מאשדוד.
Cool, man. Yeah, but if we speak Hebrew, nobody will understand.
No worries. You're allowed.
No, it's okay. I'm getting properly soused anyway, so I don't feel like speaking in Hebrew.
You know, Chalmers said that you have to be able to prove. You seem to have a bigger burden of proof if you want to say that we're all philosophical zombies, because you seem to be going against the intuitions.
I hate
Absolutely.
philosophy, so I don't know if I even qualify as a philosophical something or other, zombie or otherwise.
Yeah. Well,
I'm in the Lawrence Krauss camp of disliking most philosophy.
Yeah, I'm the complete opposite. I think that, science is, I don't see how you can justify throwing out the foundations.
I don't think anyone should throw out the foundations, and I don't think that philosophy shouldn't be taught. I just think that it's it doesn't really come up to par with science when you're
It
talking
doesn't need
about.
to.
No,
It's not
I agree.
concerned
I
with
agree.
the
Look,
natural world.
I agree. Look, I don't question the need for people to teach music or art either. I mean, there are many things, or literature. I mean, I studied English. I was an English major. One of my majors was English. I have no problem with what some people would call useless degrees. In a sense, but I don't think that they are actually useless. A lot of the liberal arts. I also studied
Well,
history.
well, even if philosophy was useless, I'd still consider it at the heart of, you know, intellectual subjects.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I think it has its place. I just think that sometimes
Yeah.
it goes too far into the realm of trying to say what reality is and isn't when and
Yeah.
conflicts with science at that point, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, it's not the job of philosophy to answer empirical questions or say things
Right,
about the natural world, but the
right.
foundations that provide the methods for these kind of modes of inquiry is where
Yeah.
to me, you start with philosophy, but from there on, it's just
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I may curiously split the difference on this front, in that this we are all philosophical zombies assertion or whatever is essentially a kind of I guess more specific um, saying that the number of these philosophical concepts like qualia and subjective experience and so on aren't really there. So
yeah, you would have a bigger burden of proof though, because 2 out of 3 or 3/4 of the people would agree that qualia exist in the non-eliminativist sense. So you have to justify that, it seems.
I have
yeah.
no idea what a philosophical zombie is. One of the reasons I came here was to find out what the heck it is.
It's someone who doesn't have
Yeah.
objective experience, like a robot, for example, that never has consciousness, what it feels
Right,
like to actually experience something.
right, right.
Like how we
That,
can describe the world in 2 ways. One is is the third person element, which is what objective science seeks to explain and understand, and then the other side is the subject who's engaged, as it were, in the objectivity. And there's always an element of what it feels like to be me as opposed to you, and that kind of consciousness we call qualia.
okay,
Right.
okay.
So there's
Yeah,
something.
I never heard that term before. I might have, but it's not ringing a bell right now.
Yeah, I think qualia is just a side effect of the ability to process sense data that comes in. Like there is no redness of red as distinct from patterns of behavior, I guess.
I don't understand what you mean.
Like how do I know that the red that you see when you look at red is the same red that I see when I look at red? That's
Yeah, it's the old.
that's getting at qualia.
I think it's a ludicrous problem actually. It to me the answer is obvious, but I'm not a philosopher.
Well, that's
Yeah,
it. Philosophy is just the ability to state the bleeding obvious in long words that nobody can understand unless they've studied fucking philosophy. It does me nothing. It drives me crazy, philosophers. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'll ask you this question. Okay, is the brain and the eye based on a set of chemical laws, physical chemical
yes,
laws?
yes, but what are those? What's the nature of those physical chemical laws? They're experienced subjectively.
Well, what I'm saying is that if we are machines, in a sense, chemical machines,
Yeah.
why would we? I know that there are slight differences between people. Some people see more red and less red and green than others, etc. But overall, we tend to function in the same way, which is why medicine actually works. I mean, psychiatry actually
I'm
works.
not.
So why would
Yeah.
somebody see
Well,
blue when I'm seeing red?
well,
What would actually make that happen?
yeah.
That goes into the realm of woo for me.
No one's saying that it is different. Well, it could be. I don't know how you would. It certainly seems plausible that I can conceive of every red, in my experience, being inverted with blue for you. I can conceive of that, but I couldn't do it coherently without conceding that there would be a physical change in your brain. But none of that will seem to bridge that subject-object gap.
I don't understand what you mean.
Like,
You
there's
gotta,
nothing.
yeah, yeah.
There doesn't seem to be anything about a bunch of neurons firing inside your head that would map to a color experience. They just seem completely different.
No, why? Why? We've been doing that actually. We've been mapping things, and we've been mapping neuron maps in the brain.
I don't
MRI.
deny that there's correlation there, but it's just hard to see how the causation actually works in full detail.
But once again, they operate based on a set of established laws with, you know, biological differences. Yes, because it's such an intricate machinery, if you will. But it's still based on the same laws. So the mapping for blue would be the same for mapping in your brain as in mine or as somebody else's brain.
But I can't see how any amount of objective mechanics and behavioral processes that would ever account for the quality of first-person experience.
I don't understand again what you mean.
Our brains process information and that we act in certain ways, and we are wired essentially the same in our species, as assuming that there's no defects, right? You take an average human being.
Right.
They'll all process and they'll all point to red and they'll say that's red, blood is red, strawberries are red, but I can't, as it were, go inside your head and know what it's like for sure. That's essentially the problem of qualia, the problem of other minds, as it's called.
No, because I disagree that the mind is some sort of supernatural thing.
I didn't say it was.
Well, but then if the mind is purely based on mechanics, why would there be differences between
The question is why. I'm not saying it's. I do believe that the mind is in fact produced by the brain. I do believe that you know that is the case. But the question is why, and that's the hard problem.
Yeah, but again, to me that's kind of a nonsensical answer. I mean, it's a nonsensical question because look, it's like saying, you know, how do I know that, you know, color tastes the same to you or I? Well, I don't think color has tastes except for some people with a certain mental trait who can, you know, smell sounds and etc. But you know, it's really asking the wrong kind of question. The question should be really, you know, how can we map that kind of neuron pattern better than asking, well, you know, is there some sort of quantifying spirituality, underlying spirituality to it all that makes it all different from one person to the next? I don't think there is.
No, I didn't say there was either. I'm just saying that it's a physical. I believe that it's a physical brain event. The question is, why should any amount of. You could stare at an MRI all day and you can watch all its complexity. You don't have to understand it in order to understand basically that no amount of objective behavior will ever get to what it's like, at least in that scope of just looking at brain states. You can imagine a red chair and then you can look at what's going on inside my head and it doesn't resemble it in any way. I'm not denying that it's causing it. I'm a physicalist, I'm a determinist, a naturalist, but the question is, why would any of that give rise to subjective experience? And that's 2,000 years old. That's the mind-body problem that we still don't seem to have an answer to yet.
But it's kind of like asking, you know, why is the universe here, instead of, you know, how did the universe come about? There's a why is kind of the wrong question. How is the better question?
Well, okay, we don't need to exactly answer the why. We just need to figure out if the why can be answered, and that's essentially what philosophy. I mean, it's clarifying.
Answer for any of these questions, which is why philosophers will always have a job, because you always have something to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but it comes down to, you don't need to be a philosopher to understand that most of these stuff, most of this stuff gets answered by people who actually do something rather than just talk about it. You know.
Just sit around and think about it. I mean, how many actual
Well, this is just psychology.
problems
This isn't even like philosophy.
No, I mean, but
Yeah.
psychology is different from philosophy. Psychologists actually usually come up with an answer to how, and even why. They can get to the why of why damage happens to people's brains, and they don't see it like normal people. We can arrive at that, but you can never come up with the answer why normal people are normal.
Mm-hmm.
You just can
Well,
never
you
come
might
up with,
actually.
you know.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
might-
again, it's like asking why. There are certain questions that are malformed. I think that this is one. Look, I recognize that most of philosophy is not based on this, especially modern day philosophy. I recognize that they do other things, but I just think that there are certain ideas that philosophers like to think about that are okay. They're fun to think about, but they're never going to solve, especially
Then who
not by
says they
sitting
have
around
to?
on their ass.
Who says you're putting value? This is the thing. You're putting value on philosophy. You're saying what it ought and ought not to be. You're just psychoanalyzing the character of philosophers. That's not really an intellectual activity.
How am I doing that?
Because you're basically just saying that, philosophers, they just sit around on their ass, but that doesn't need, we don't need
No,
qualification.
I already said that. There are other things that philosophy does,
Well,
especially
it doesn't.
modern day philosophy, and does contribute. But I'm saying that these kind of problems, there's no getting around the fact that just sitting around talking about it is going to ever solve this. It's a useless problem.
Well, you would need to qualify that. And
Well,
essentially, you're
as
doing
you said, it's been a 2,000-year-old problem. Has any progress been made on this front
Yes,
Yes.
there has been progress.
by philosophers?
No, not really by the
But
philosophy.
there you go. I rest my case.
Yeah,
It
the
is doctors
point-
and
I that as well.
scientists that actually are
The-
mapping this out.
I will go ahead and give the only credit that I can give to philosophy is the idea of thinking about the problem, but that's about it. Because without actually investigating and actually having a resource with regard to the real world,
Right.
it becomes philosophical masturbation. You don't actually have anything to work with.
It is always philosophical masturbation because people who don't know shit about philosophy still sit and think about the fucking problem. And normally it's those people who solve it, not a philosopher.
Look. I see the value of learning philosophy in terms of ways of thinking and understanding natural laws and understanding, problems of morality and ethics, which I again don't think that are going to be. I don't think any of these philosophical problems of morality and ethics are going to be solved by people sitting around. They haven't been for 2,000 years, but I think they're interesting to learn about humanity. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sykes-Picot wants in to basically debate or some such. We need to open up a spot. I was going to ask Down.
I'll
if he
go.
could step
It's
out.
okay. I'll go because
Down's been silent. I would ask Down to step out if he could.
I'm just going to go. I don't really.
Somebody else is already leaving, so I'm not going to step out.
Did you say Sykes-Picot?
Yeah, Sykes-Picot. Yeah.
Why is his name Sykes-Picot?
I don't know. Okay, Sykes, there should be room for you. We'll have a contrary view at some point here, hopefully.
Damn it, I wanted to hear Tersh rant on a bit. He was kind of fun, it's the Scottish accent thing.
Yeah, he is fun to have
I
around.
didn't even justify
until he
any
starts
of the claims.
talking
He just
really
pulled him
fast,
out
I
of his
can't
ass.
understand it.
Didn't even justify any of it.
No, I can understand him, but
I miss some bits and pieces when he just starts on a roll on a rant.
I can understand him because I'm Scottish, but I have to
There
talk
you
polite in order to actually communicate with you guys. But I could talk like him if you wanted me to.
I grew up in the UK, so I was surrounded by a lot of Scottish people for a while.
Yeah, but I mean, setting aside the value of philosophy for a minute, even just conceptual clarification of our thoughts and what the ideas mean with regards to empirical science. Certainly, if we can get a handle on whether or not these questions can in fact be answered, that seems to be the job of philosophy more so than anything these days. It's not really the job of philosophy to solve, or at least provide theories about physical how
No,
consciousness is produced by
again,
brain.
again, look, I'm not saying philosophy is useless. I know you said to set that aside, but I'd like to be clear. I don't think philosophy is useless in the same way I don't think that learning about art or history or English or a whole bunch of other liberal arts is useless. I majored in liberal arts, so I think that there is something good that comes out of it, regardless of whether it answers certain questions or not, even after 2,000 years. But
Advanced
but I think
mathematics.
some questions that have been lingered on a little bit too long, and I know modern philosophers tend not to. They've moved on in many respects, and that's fine. And that's a good thing because it is an evolving. It's not a stagnant discipline. But when people bring it up, it kind of brings back the point that, okay, this hasn't been solved. I don't think it will. It's one of those things that it's so subjective in a sense to try to. I mean, unless you accept certain foundations, it's just not you won't ever accept a certain answer to it. So I don't think it's really useful to keep going on about it. Is my point.
Yeah.
I accept it's an interesting problem, but other than that, there are other things that can be discussed.
Well, the reason why I find it meaningful to discuss it is it has to do with essentially things like the soul and free will and
Yeah.
such that
Yeah.
get involved in great debate.
To me, it's just dodging the issue by complaining about how we've never come up with an answer to it. Therefore, we're just going to, it's just dodging it to say that we don't really need to value those questions. I mean, now that we're on the subject, there's no point in changing it.
No, but then I'd like to ask you: have you ever heard an argument one way or the other that leads you to believe that some sort of solution is near?
Yes.
Or
My own.
okay, or as an addendum, have you ever heard an argument one way or the other that lets you think that, let's say, I have you ever heard an argument one way or the other that makes you think that the question could ever be answered in your lifetime by just contemplating it?
Yes.
I was trying not to put a value on it. See, it was
Yes.
hard for me, but okay.
Yes, because if you
If I can.
oh yeah, sure.
In my view, people like Churchland and Dennett and
Awesome.
of course Ramachandran are sorry.
Awesome. They're awesome.
Yeah, those three, and possibly even bit of Sam Harris too. He's doing cognitive neuroscience. Are essentially attacking these kinds of issues, and I think they are in fact making progress. And
Right,
I
but
think,
with actual, but
a little bit of
Sam is
his
doing
traction.
MRI scans. He's not just contemplating it. He's actually
need
doing
both.
like.
Absolutely,
need
and that's
both.
what needs to happen. And Churchland is likewise, I don't know, maybe not touching them herself, but at least
Oh yeah,
standing
I
in the
don't.
room while they're happening.
Can I just jump in? I absolutely do not deny that obviously empirical science is required, but for conceptual clarification, philosophies can provide some of the fruitful theorizing that can come together with the data from neuroscience. But you kind of need both. I think that's what I would say.
Well, I agree. I agree with you that philosophy was, in a sense, the foundation of science, because you need the questions to ask before you can start
going and looking for the answers. I completely agree, and I think that's still relevant today in many respects. You need to have the proper questions to ask, but once you develop the methodology, it falls into the realm of science, and no longer, it leaves the realm of philosophy. Philosophy is there to formulate the questions, and in a sense, science goes out looking for it. So in a sense, every scientist is a philosopher because he wants to understand the basic questions in life, which I fully agree with you on that. But once it gets into the area of empirical evidence, it leaves the area of philosophy. Is my view.
Yeah. Well, I think if you take philosophy of mind, for example, you could have a certain sensation that you could know via introspection, that we could correlate a certain mental state with a particular brain state by scanning what's going on inside of your head while you're having a certain feeling or whatever, and we could map that in an objective sense. Then I would say yes, that's scientific, but trying to theorize about what connects the two domains of the subject and the objective, you could have that explained scientifically, but it would require philosophical grounding, I think.
Perhaps, but look at Lawrence Krauss's definition of nothing. That's a perfect example. Okay, for centuries, philosophers had this concept of nothing, and then scientists recently went out and found out, calculated, and measured exactly what nothing is in our
physical
universe.
Nothing. Can I just jump in? They're talking about physical nothing.
No, nothing.
It's not nothing.
Once again, that's as much nothing as you can get in our universe. So the criticism of Krauss is that his nothing, the nothing that they've discovered exists in our universe. You cannot get more nothing than this in our entire universe that we know of.
Yeah, I agree, but it's still
apparently wrong to them because it doesn't meet their conception of nothing. Well, I would say that in this case, that philosophers have to take a back seat.
No. In different situations, the word has different meanings. They have different. What's the word I'm looking for?
I understand, but when it comes to the creation of matter, which is what it was often referred to when philosophers talked about nothing, something from nothing, Krauss and others, it's not just Krauss, I mean, he didn't discover this, but he wrote about it. They said, okay, this is as nothing as you can get in the universe, and matter can be created. And philosophers turned around and said, that's not the nothing we mean. Well, it doesn't matter what the nothing that they mean is, because the nothing that Krauss is talking about is the actual. It's the actual nothing that exists.
No, I would be careful there. I would say it's the physical nothing. It's the word nothing is used differently in different circles. It's not that physicists are right or philosophers are right. It's that their nothing is a quantum vacuum. It has no space, no time, no matter, no energy, and probably I don't know if the laws of physics would count as quote unquote nothing, but the philosophers' nothing. It's not that they're in conflict. It's that they have different meanings. The philosopher's nothing would be the absence of any laws.
But there's where it gets dicey, because we don't know whether the philosopher's nothing is actually a real thing.
Right.
Not in the physical universe, no. But
so at which point, what's there to argue about?
Because
when the philosopher says that's not the nothing we mean, well, tough. That's not their nothing is not defined by anything we've discovered in science. What we have discovered in science is a different nothing. So maybe the philosopher question was absolutely just malformed, and they have to accept that. They don't seem to be able to do that. That's my beef with it.
No, it's different things. How could any empirical discovery, which is a something, I mean, he talks about the quantum laws as if they're nothing, we get virtual particles and so on and so forth. A philosopher could still put that in a category and conceive of its negation.
No,
Right?
okay, but you're conflating the issue here. The
No, it's
issue
just-
was the issue was, can something come from nothing?
Maybe.
And as far as we know, yes, it can. And the nothing that we've discovered doesn't happen to match the nothing that philosophers have been talking about. So perhaps the philosophers have to change their definition of nothing. It does nobody any good to speculate a nothing that is entirely different from the discoveries of science. I mean, they could say, well, we were talking about a nothing with like green, a green shade, a tinge of red, etc. That maybe your nothing is you've discovered some sort of nothing, but it doesn't match our nothing, and maybe our nothing has some sort of strange laws that you haven't discovered yet or something. I mean, it's a crazy argument, right?
No, you're talking about two different things. I mean, you could talk about the absence of any physicality, right? And in that sense, yes, in the empirical world that we observe, you could call that nothing. But if you're going to say that the laws of physics, that you're allowed to have virtual particles produced in a quantum vacuum by these laws, if you want to call that nothing, that's fine. But I'm just saying, within that scope, within that circle, your use of nothing is not the negation of all properties, which would include any notion of physics, any notion of
But why would you suppose that there is such a nothing when we have never discovered there to be one?
Well, you don't have to discover nothing. How could you possibly discover nothing? It's the negation of any.
They have. They have discovered what nothing is.
Can I ask a question?
You can't have an example of nothing.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Well, first, Nathaniel, how are you defining nothing?
Well, the nothing I'm talking about is the Lawrence Krauss nothing that he was describing in his book and in his lecture.
Yeah, so you're basically describing it as not a non-existence, but so infinitesimal that it's near beyond measurement.
No, it is. There is not. If you take empty space and you take out quantum particles and you take out gravity, etc., you still have particles popping. Yeah, you still have particles popping in and out of existence.
So what?
Right. The nothing described in the Big Bang Theory.
Right. In a sense, yes.
Still not.
Hold on. I still got a question. Emmanuel, what is the definition of nothing that you are applying?
The negation of all properties.
And no event.
Otherwise, this is why my nothing trumps every other, because the physical universe is a subset of something.
So you're describing a null event.
Absolutely.
Well, but wait, how do you know that the physical universe is a subset of something?
Because the nothing you're talking about.
That's an assumption.
No, it's
not.
No,
that's an
demonstrable.
How?
Because you're observing things, regularities in the natural world, and you're basically you're talking about nothing within a particular scope, but it's not absolutely nothing. It's just the absence of any physical stuff.
No, but I'm asking the question: how do you know that the universe is not all that there is?
I'm not claiming that there's something beyond the universe. I'm saying that the negation of the whole universe, including its laws and its particles and what have you, including this notion of virtual particles and quantum vacuum, negating all that is my definition of nothing. Now, that's absolutely fine if you want to say that maybe that nothing couldn't exist, and I'm fine with that. That's a metaphysical claim, which is fine. But
I'm not saying it couldn't exist. I'm just saying that there's no evidence for it.
Well, obviously, because it's not anything, right? You can observe nothing. We don't have an example.
That's like an argument for God or something.
No, it's not.
That really, yeah, sure it is, because it's outside of the scope of science, is what you're saying.
Okay.
You can't measure it. You can't see it. You can't feel it.
Because that's how it's defined.
I agree with
Right.
both
So
of you.
that's like an argument for God.
Procedural.
Not
Down.
really.
Last chance. Could you drop out to make room for Sykes Pico? I'm hoping he can get in here and provide an opposing point of view.
Wasn't he supposed to come in like 15 minutes ago?
Yeah,
I
he
just joined. Too slow. Sorry,
I'll drop out. I'm dropping out, y'all. I'm out.
Alright, see you, mate.
Okay, see, the thing I got with, because oddly, this is really weird, because I'm agreeing with both of you in the sense that, yes, you can't measure a null event. There's no method or means by which to measure a null event.
Mm-hmm.
So the definitions that you have are kind of almost diametric.
I would say that.
You're saying yours is a null event, whereas Nathaniel's seems to be not a null event, but an event that has not happened yet.
Yes, and by the way, the idea of nothing causing something is by definition a contradiction in terms. But if you want to talk about physical nothing and say you can have laws which produce particles from quote unquote non-particles,
that makes you the nothing you're talking about irrelevant because it's a null event. It has no place in anything. You cannot, because you can't measure it, because you can't use it, because it doesn't even equal zero. It cannot be interjected to anything, really.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop us from recognizing that something exists. We know that something is here.
You can postulate a null event. I mean, you can, but it's like you can't apply it in any manner or shape. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm almost about to have a mental meltdown because it's kind of with both of you. It's
no, I see that
right
definitely
at the same time, and you're equally right and equally wrong at the same time.
I definitely see the value.
Odd, bizarre fashion.
I definitely see the value. I definitely see the value in what Nathaniel's saying about physical absence. That's absolutely fine. Negation of all matter, energy, space, time, so on. But you still, even if I granted, okay, the laws of quantum mechanics are quote unquote nothing. Even if I accepted that, you could still say that you're predicating something as being caused by X, and you're defining that X as nothing, and you're saying we can replace that with the philosopher's nothing, which to me is a fallacy, because you're basically trying to eliminate one. You're just kind of fluffing it off.
No. Wait. Did you read Krauss's book? I don't know if you did. Maybe you didn't. Okay. All right. So in his book, he's very clear about the questions that they were trying to answer. They were scientific questions. You know, if you take out all this stuff, can particles still emerge?
Not nothing.
So there is no such thing as nothing.
Guys, can I just jump in? I believe that yes, the universe might have come from nothing. The laws of physics allow that physical matter can be produced from its absence. Things like that, I'm totally fine with. I don't rule it out as an impossibility.
Right.
But I'm just saying that we might be able to answer in physics that the universe might have came from nothing. We might be able to answer how the universe came about from nothing, but I don't know if we'd be able to explain why the laws of physics that allowed for that are the way they are. Maybe if they invoke themselves, or if they're necessary.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah,
Sure.
Do you atheists actually believe that nature created itself?
That's a logical impossibility.
Nature.
That's basically nature created itself.
No, because nature was not the beginning of it.
Yes.
Right. This is the opinion of a primordial chemical soup, right? Are you guys monkeys just talking to me?
Yep.
You guys believe the ape story, right?
No, I believe the proper word is ape, not monkey. But
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry for the
That would be the proper genus.
Sorry. So you guys believe that you guys fell off a tree And
I
then
did fall off a tree.
lost all of
I
your
didn't
hair.
fall
I fell off a couple of trees in my lifetime. Yes.
Yeah.
You guys fell off.
First
Landed on all
time.
fours.
Wait,
And
who
then
just-
said they fell
voila,
off a
there
tree?
you were.
Wait,
yeah,
who
you
said,
had
who
too,
said
you
they
had
fell
too
off a
much to
tree?
drink.
I
Yeah, too
don't
much to drink.
understand where you're getting this from. Did
I
somebody
didn't hear what
you
you
know
said.
said they fell off a tree, or did you fall off a
You
tree?
guys are arguing for truth, right? You guys are arguing about truth.
And I'm trying to get
Right, and you're
exactly
saying-
what you're trying to say in the specific context so that I can be truthful in my response. And you say that we think that we fell off a tree, you are an idiot. Just like it says
You're
on
the one who's saying you're the ape. You
never
just said
said
you're the
that.
ape.
Yeah, there's evidence for it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the.
There's evidence for it, really. What
That's-
sounded
look
like?
Look what he was arguing
That's
for.
as a
You're not
They're
addressing the
postulating
question.
what
The
it is.
question is, who said that they fell off a tree? You made a claim. I'm asking you who made this.
Well, you guys believe in the ape story, so you guys are the ones that have to back that up.
Well, once again,
Why are we
what part
wasting our
are
time
you
with this guy?
arguing with?
Why are we wasting our time with this guy? Why are we even wasting
No,
our
this is comical. Let him
Just
die.
kick him out of the room. I mean,
Well,
it's a
no,
waste
no,
of time.
Let him stay.
In principle, he was going to present an opposed view to our views of the mind-body problem. Although,
I want to know exactly what the tree had to do with it.
Yeah, I'd like to
Because
know.
I missed a lot of that.
You believe that once upon a time there were apes in a tree, and then one day the apes
Just
fell
there.
off the
Just
tree
there.
and landed on all fours, and
Why,
then
why would they have
and lost
fallen?
I don't
all
believe
of their
that.
hair, and then voila, there you were.
Yep, this is
Well,
the
why
moment
would
they
they have
fell out
fallen
tree,
off
they
Yeah,
the
wanted to
tree
be
exactly.
human.
instead
And
of
that's
climbed
truth.
down?
That's truth in your worldview, right, Mr. Atheist?
No,
That's
Yes,
true.
it is.
didn't happen at
Yeah.
all.
Right, and
Fell
then
out
you
of the
are
tree
talking
and
about
I
truth.
turned
Easy,
into a
easy, y'all. Let's not get stereotypical about theists and atheists. Easy does it now.
No, I
There's no
don't.
such thing
I
as
don't
right or wrong. There's no
break
such
it up.
thing. There's no such thing as objective truth in an atheistic worldview. There
That's
is.
absolutely, completely false.
What's false?
That there's no objective truth in an atheistic worldview.
Okay, is there anything? Is there, so truth? Does truth exist or doesn't it exist?
Well,
Yes,
you're
Boeing.
presupposing
Boeing
truth with that
mathematics.
question.
Isn't no debates presuppose truth, my friend. They presuppose truth,
Oh, are you
knowledge,
a pre-
and logic. How can you account for that in an atheistic worldview? If you're just
Because-
a primordial chemical soup
because-
and you're at the mercy of your little chemical reaction going on in your brain, how do you know what truth is? You can't even
Because
tell me.
we
what
define it as thus and so. Yeah, I've made this argument tons of times. Logic is absolute. It's not dependent on human minds.
Okay, and where does logic come from, my friend?
It doesn't come from God.
Oh, then where does it come from? Tell me where it comes
It can't
from.
come from anything. The reason it can't come from...
It needs to come from.
Listen. The reason it can't come from anything is because that thing first has to exist, which is a logical category.
Oh, hold on, that thing first has to exist, right? You would have
God
to.
is
Simon, can I ask you a question, please?
It's not...
Can I jump in and ask you a question, please?
To whom are you asking?
Sykes.
Okay. We're listening. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you understand and know what Boolean logic is?
No, I don't.
I don't.
Okay.
So what?
I don't. No. I'm just asking first, just to make
I
sure.
know
I'm not
logic.
and I'm not gonna like talk. Okay, but Boolean logic is actually pretty simple, and Nadia can correct me if I'm wrong. She has way more experience in computer programming and such. But it's basically that something is either on or off, exists or doesn't exist. It's true or false, and that is kind of an logical absolute. It either is or it is not, and so to answer your question about logical absolutes, yes, Boolean logic is pretty much a logical absolute.
Yeah, and it just
can I
exists
jump in and
magically.
say
Does it
something?
exist magically, Mr. Atheist?
I'll answer your question
Yes.
about God.
It exists
I'll answer your
magically,
question
right?
about God.
Yes.
Popped
Can I-
out of nowhere.
Christian.
Yes, it does exist all on its own and independent of anything else because it's true regardless.
Hey guys, you do realize that proper
Either God exists or God does not exist.
Excuse me, you do realize that proper function requires minds and intentionality?
No.
You do realize that,
No,
right?
no.
Mr. Atheist?
Boolean logic does not require that.
Hey, does it just magically happen, Mr. Atheist?
No.
Does it just happen magically?
We can use
I don't
logic,
think we
but
believe in
to say that logic requires God, it either requires God or it doesn't, but not neither or both.
Excuse
which
me, there's
means that
proof for
logic
God.
doesn't
You can't
require
just-
evidence.
Excuse me, you can just, you know what? Okay, what you are doing is you're making a claim. It's basically what Louis Bonjour calls a naive empirical response. That is, you naively assume that what your eyes are telling you about the truth, what your eyes are telling you about the world outside your mind happens to be authoritative and true. But you have no reason to think so.
How
you have
do you-
none whatsoever.
Well, okay. Well, why would you think that?
Because you're just a primordial chemical soup.
How do you know that? How did you determine that? What did you determine that with?
Well, if God did, listen, if there's no mind behind it, how can you make a claim?
Well, look at it, dude. But Sykes, Sykes, the thing is, all things come from God. So for you to take every little microcosm of the universe and say, "Well, how did that get there, Mr. Atheist?" You're kind of we already know that a theist knows that all things come from God. So there's not really any point in trying to get them to admit. They're not going to admit that. Maybe.
Hey, let me ask. Sorry, whoever's talking. Let me ask you a question. Could you be
me.
wrong about everything you claim to know?
Jesus Christ.
Can
I'm
you,
sorry, I didn't even
Hold on,
hear
I'm going somewhere with this.
Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it, please? I didn't.
Are reliable.
No, I cannot. No, I cannot be.
The moron level.
I cannot be wrong about the cogito and the
Type it.
logical absolutes.
Right now.
Type it, man. I
just
can't hear you.
blown away. Absolutely blown away.
Please don't let him go, please.
By Ted.
You know,
It's so
Mr.
funny hearing
President,
atheists talk about
you
truth.
know,
You guys are obsessed with your little monkey theory.
fucking tactics. You're not
Present
going to
evidence for
fucking
creation.
come in here ranting about Mr. Atheist and you atheists. You're just a bullshit artist, and you don't recognize
Nathaniel,
fucking moron. That's
Out of
what
the
you
heart comes
are.
the overflow of the mouth. You have a sore heart and a body.
I'm the one who started insulting everyone
There you go.
first.
This is your insecurity coming out.
Creationist.
Peon or something. Guess what? I'm not falling for it.
This is the guy who respects Lawrence Krauss, a freaking pedophile, and incest lover. The guy's an incest lover.
Oh, there we go.
The guy
Oh.
sleeps with his. He
Go
sleeps with his sister.
fucking neck yourself.
I cannot be wrong about everything I claim to know. There are things
That's
that
what it
I think
was.
are absolute
Can you
certainty.
be wrong about everything I claim is truth? Was that the question? I've been waiting.
He asked.
The question was, could you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
No.
No.
Doubtful. I know that I love my wife.
Okay,
I know
great,
that my daughter loves me. I know.
No, I know
that
about
there's
moving
oxygen and
logic.
nitrogen atmosphere outside. I think the truth is,
Yeah, and how do you?
I could be wrong,
He's
but not everything.
asking.
How do you know your sense perceptions are reliable, sir?
Because I can use them
can
in
test them.
circular to some extent, but I can use them
exactly.
No. Would you fucking let me finish? I said it was circular, but that doesn't mean that it's completely useless.
It's viciously circular, sir, which is a fallacy.
No.
You're
What, do you know why it's a fallacy? Because of logic. That's why.
What are you talking about? You're just putting words. You have no idea what you're talking about, sir. No
I
idea.
do actually.
Mr. Ape. You say my sense. If you say my sense perceptions are accurate because my sense perceptions are
how do you know
accurate, you are making a tautology.
Then how do you know
Sykes,
the
I don't
Bible
need
is
sense
true?
perceptions for everything I know. I know that Boolean logic is accurate.
Yeah.
So-
What about the digital code in the cell? Where did that come from, Mr. Atheist?
Jesus
Just pop up
fucking
magically.
It came from
It was
itself.
created magically, Mr. Atheist.
Let's stay with the Boolean logic.
Don't
Does
understand
the
what
universe
genetics
exist
is.
or not exist? True or
Easy.
false?
Code in the cell.
on
Where did it
Mr.
come
Ape.
from, Mr. Ape? Where did it come from? Digital
Where did
code
it
in the
come
cell.
from?
Where did it come from?
It's not a digital code, you
It's not
fuck.
digital code, you freak.
It's not digital
what
code?
if even
Really?
your-
No.
even your
I'm going to
idiot
have to I'm
buddy
gonna have to. Come on,
Dawkins
zeros
said
and
it's
ones,
code.
man. It's a code.
Well,
It's
it's not
called
digital
encoded
code.
DNA. It's zeros and ones. It functions
No,
digitally.
it's not zeros and ones. It's actually four characters. Four characters, not binary. It's quadulary. It's four characters.
Do you
That's
know
not
what
what I mean.
those
I didn't
letters
mean it like
are
that.
representing of?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, this is why you're so butthurt. You can't figure it out. You don't know that it requires proper
Sykes,
function.
he does it,
Proper
man.
function requires mind and intentionality. You cannot get that from a materialist worldview. You
Agree,
cannot.
disagree.
Well, not every atheist has a
Prove it.
material.
Prove it with science. Can you prove that your atheism is true? You tend to
Yes.
believe it,
It's not a
right?
claim.
You're not a claim. It's a religion with no evidence.
Atheism is not a matter of true. It's a matter of
Evidence that atheism is accurate and correct. Can you
It's
prove
not-
that?
It's not a claim.
Yes, it is a claim. You believe it, you freak.
It's
Yes,
the rejection of a belief.
Relax, man. Relax.
In deity.
Someone's
That's all
on that period. Jeez.
It's okay. It's okay.
That was a little rude, but
It's okay.
Listen, you guys believe in something where there's no evidence. There's no evidence.
That's
for
well,
atheism.
you're a Christian. That's
Yes.
exactly
You as well.
that.
Atheism has no evidence, and yet you believe in it.
Same
Evidence
thing
for
goes
what?
for you. Same thing
Evidence
goes
for
for
Yeah,
you.
no evidence for it.
Same thing goes for you.
No, I have evidence, sir. There's
No, you
plenty of
don't.
evidence.
You're just
Where do you
talking
want
the
to
same
start?
notes.
Where do you
If
want to
want
start,
say-
Mr. Ape Lover?
Look, man, if you want to say that we suffer from all these epistemological dilemmas, then you haven't escaped the problem either.
How can you say that? You have no
Well,
basis. You have no basis
have
for
no
knowledge.
basis
You don't
for
even know
saying-
that you exist.
You don't have
Yes,
a
I
basis
do.
for
Can
that.
you exist? Can you assume that? Can you prove that you're having a conversation without naively assuming it?
It's known by definition.
The definition. What is definition?
Well, I don't have to. I mean, you're basically asking me to define definition. Don't you see?
No, here's the thing.
It's
You want to
dumb.
define
What
nothing.
is-
You want to define nothing, all right? You want to define nothing by being something. It's not something. It's the absence of anything. And here you are
Agreed.
trying to...
Oh, you
Agreed.
dumb fuck.
Agreed.
There's nothing in this cup by, say, water,
There is a cup.
okay?
There's a cup.
I'm talking about what's in it, you twit.
Yeah, but it's still... There's a cup there, you freak.
Inside the cup.
Easy, Christian. It's okay. You're not the only theist in the room. It's okay, man.
sir, you are up hip.
Hey, how do you know that your ears are correctly delivering to you information about me?
Well, I'm hearing stupidity,
Because I can
Does it happen magically? Does it happen magically?
All magic from
Induction.
God.
What does it happen magically, Mr. Atheist?
From
No.
God.
Yeah, it happens magically, exactly.
Situations.
Induction works.
Induction works. Right.
Yes, and I don't have to use inductive reasoning
Right.
to prove
How do you know it'll work? How do you know it works?
Because
It worked in the past? Because it works from the... So it worked in the past, therefore in the future it's going to work.
no, because that would be circular. Because then you're using induction to justify induction.
Yeah. I love how you're using your intelligence to disprove intelligence. Isn't that kind of odd? You spend so much time desperately
more like-
hoping. You desperately hope and pray that God doesn't exist. You guys talk about. Why don't you guys go to the mall and yell at Santa Claus? Why don't you go do that?
I do, actually.
No, I don't
I
wanna-
do know it's Santa Claus.
Why don't you guys go and yell at Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny?
That's my king.
Why? Because you know he doesn't exist.
Because the Easter Bunny gives me fucking chocolate. Jesus
No,
Christ.
because you're insecure about the God you know exists, man. You love your sin.
Yeah, love on the sin. I love it. I just rub my
Actually,
nipples to
I
it.
think you could justify induction
no
without
basis for
using
anything.
induction.
You can't even tell me you can't even prove that we're having a conversation without naively assuming it right now.
Well, you're assuming that.
No, I know I am. I know I am because I have a God that properly sets up an environment in such a way that I have properly functioning cognitive faculties.
What if-
You guys
what if it
don't
was the
have
devil?
that.
What
You
if it
guys
was the
don't
devil
have
that set
that.
up
You
this
have
world?
nothing. You have nothing, which is exactly what Lawrence Krauss talks about. That's the nothing that Lawrence Krauss.
Hey
You guys
guys,
have
I
nothing.
got a question. I got something for the atheist that just might be a little bit more fun than what Mr. Sykes is
Yay!
presenting to you. Okay. According to what we know today as what we call inflationary theory, Big Bang theory, whatever, right? According to the data that we have, the first thing, the only thing actually that came out of the actual bang, if you will, the first inflation, that first microcosm of time, was light. It was all electromagnetic.
No, it was not light.
It was not light.
Light came
So
much
it's,
long
whoa. Okay, maybe light was the wrong word. Electromagnetic energy. Now find me a source. Find me a good journal. Find me a peer-reviewed source on this. Don't, because I can back my happy ass up on this. Find me somewhere where it says that matter had mass. That particles had mass. Find me any theory since 1972 that says the particles had mass the moment after the moment.
Why does this even matter?
Right.
No particle thought when t equals 1.
Why does it even matter? That's what I want to know.
That's
I mean,
okay. Let me.
What is it
The-
about
the-
studying
the-
cosmology that
Okay.
would in any way be related to something that's supposedly outside space and time?
Right, it just happened magically, right? Magically.
Actually, I wasn't.
That's all.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
Yeah,
Sykes.
go on, man.
Sykes. Easy, man. Hold on. Let me finish. Now, if there was no design to the universe, how could light beams I'm so sorry. Electromagnetic energy
Photons. Yep.
eventually ponder itself, be aware of itself, explore itself.
Well, it's not a photon.
Without direct.
A
Because that's
photon has
exactly what
no
happened.
mind.
You're made of star stuff, right? How
Yeah,
could
but that's
that?
a photon.
Magic.
How could there be
Magic.
no direction from that? If the
No
first thing
mind
is just
direct.
electromagnetic energy,
Yeah,
no particles
shut
have
up.
mass. How could it
Sparks.
become cognizant without direction? Is what I'm saying.
So
What?
you repeat it again. That idiot was talking, yapping his mouth.
Um,
What was that last
if
part of the question?
if it's not a directed process, then how would electromagnetic energy eventually become cognizant of itself without
Well,
direction?
photons don't become aware of itself. They're just.
What do you think? What do you think you are? Well, you're
I'm not
tall-
afraid
No. You're
Says
justifying.
we're stardust.
You're talking bullshit. You're actually justifying an atom bomb to the Eiffel
this is a
Tower.
talking monkey.
That's how silly. That's how silly your rationality is.
Hey,
You're
man.
talking about.
It's funny hearing a monkey talking about rationality. So funny. How can an
You
irrational
shush.
universe?
You
How can an
shut
irrational
up.
universe
You shut up.
reproduce rational minds? Does that make
Shut up.
sense to
Shut
you,
up.
Mr. Atheist?
Shh.
Side 10.
Oscar, continue. Sorry, who are you talking to there?
No, well, it doesn't matter. Whoever bullshit was talking about minute stuff. How can you justify a minute stuff and then compare it to now? Yeah, that's equivalent of comparing a nut and bolt to the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, you are using extremism to anyhow. What's got to do with the beginning of the universe? Got to do with current time? Doesn't matter. All theists are trying to criticize the fringes of our knowledge. Yeah, like happened with evolution or whatever, Big Bang Theory or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, it won't change the matter that we are alive now and sharing our thoughts to everybody. I mean, it's fucking mental.
You know what? It's funny. And now I know why atheism is classified as a mental disease according to DSM-4 and the APA. Because of people.
What a dumb cunt.
Well, I'm not the one. I'm not the monkey, dude. I'm not the monkey. I'm not the one.
You are, actually.
You're the ape.
You're acting
You're
as
the ape.
one.
You're the ape, dude. You have no basis for knowledge or anything. You're talking. You're making bald assumptions.
So hold on. So okay. According to me, there's no God, right? Okay. So
There's no mind. There's no mind, right? There's no mind to create it. You just
how
pop
many
that magic.
fingers do I have on my hand? I know I have 5 fingers.
Pops out magically. How do you even How do you even know there's an eye doing the talking? How do you even know that?
Eye.
Without proper
My eye's
mind
not
and
talking.
functionality.
My eye isn't talking. It's
No. I'm talking about you as an I, okay? When we're having a conversation right now, you're naively assuming that we're having a conversation. You don't actually know that you're having a conversation.
No, I do.
Because you have no mind. You have no.
I do have a mind, you cunt. I do. It's my
I
name.
do believe me, Ape.
I do believe
I'm
in
talking.
absolute.
You do realize,
absolute-
excuse me, Ape. You do realize that proper function requires mind and intentionality. It can't just produce itself magically. You need proper function.
Do you know anything
You
from
understand now,
absolute?
Mr. Ape? You understand now?
Do you know anything?
It's so simple. That's why you're so butthurt.
Titan, you're talking out of your ass, man.
Yeah, I know,
Do
Mr.
you know
Ape.
anything for-
Yes,
do you know
Mr.
anything
Ape.
for
You fell out of a
absolute
tree. You lost most of your
I
hair.
did
You
fall
stood
out of
up,
a
and then there you were.
A few million
Voila.
years ago, I fell out of a tree. I was a bit tipsy the night
Yeah.
before, and I
Yes, I
fell
know.
out.
You believe
And
in the ape
yeah.
story.
Yeah.
You believe in the ape story. You're such a fool.
I just transformed from an ape.
Yeah,
Dude,
magically. It
falling
just
out of the
magically
tree.
happened.
Yep,
It just magically happened, right, Mr. Ape?
You
It just
fucking-
magically it formed itself together. Nature created itself.
I
Right? Is that
created
what you're saying?
myself. I am God. Worship me.
Yes,
nature
yes, no, you're an
nature
ant.
is a
You're a puny little
self-sustaining
ant.
process. You can't deny that nature is that God created, if you will. Excuse me, the rest of you, but you wouldn't deny that nature does sustain itself, that it does have an order to itself.
No, but nature cannot create itself, bro.
I'm
How
not
do you
saying
know?
create.
How do you
I never
know?
said create. I said it's a self-sustaining system.
Okay, so did it exist forever? Is it infinite? Did nature-
No, that's proven scientifically. It's not infinite.
Okay,
Next,
right.
next question.
Exactly. Yes,
Next
you're right.
question.
So we're on the same page then.
I only got a couple of minutes here. Can anybody tell me how an undirected universe where you could have electromagnetic energy
Well, it's
become
okay, this is-
cognizant of itself?
There's a very long process between the Big Bang and then evolution.
I'm saying it's not directed. You say it's not directed. If it's not directed, how could light beams become conscious of itself? Because in the essence, in a big
Well,
story,
I
according to all the
like-
evidence, that is exactly what's happened.
An atom isn't conscious of itself. It's not.
Well, who
This,
the hell's
can you
saying
keep
that?
this ape off the line?
Effectively Brownian motion. Of course, it will continue to ascend.
But
How could
in
you
a sense,
possibly say that an atom is conscious of itself?
Yeah, a
Because
sack
you're-
of molecules.
Because you are conscious of it. And you are made of stardust. You are made of light beams. That's where you
Yeah,
came
I'm
from.
conscious
I'm made of
of
light
it.
beams.
Okay, I'm conscious of an apple. Is the apple then conscious?
That's the origin of the particle, but yes.
We're talking about scientific origins of the universe.
But you're
Okay,
you're
if not gonna-
confused.
if you're not going to talk peer-reviewed scientific, if you're not going to talk peer-reviewed science, then you and I have nothing to talk about. If you
Okay,
don't-
okay, you want
Look,
something.
they try so hard, eh? You're hoping and praying that it's not God.
I can't
Anything
tell
but
because
God.
I'm talking,
Anything but
dude.
God. It's an emotional response.
I would like to talk to the Idol Smasher
You
here.
sound like the emotional guy
I would
here.
love to listen to you.
I got a question for you as to what you're, it sounds to me, and everybody talking over everybody and jumping in, but it sounds to me like the prop of all matter towards humanity, like saying that we came from star stuff. Okay, yes, our particles and what makes up us originated in that manner, but we are not that necessarily. We are a
Product.
different group, different. Like you're made of carbon, but that doesn't mean you're a diamond.
No, but all things come from light, according to inflationary Big Bang theory.
That's not right.
Energy is another aspect of light, or light is a
I just guys. I just find it ironic that what that guy is basically saying is that we can't trust our senses because we used our senses to determine that they're unreliable with our senses.
And then you give that apply to the Bible, and then what?
Exactly. How the hell did you jump to that?
I'll treat him like most people like that. I'll laugh,
very
or smile,
frustrated.
nod, and slowly back away.
He's very frustrated.
I mean, Idol Smasher here is actually trying to have a reasonable conversation, not just start spouting rhetoric. So,
and for that we applaud.
Don't applaud me. I'm just doing what I'm told. all people are made in. I mean, in my book, the same guy that made me made you too. Made the atheist. Fuels your atheism. So I have to respect it. I have to embrace it somehow.
So some guy made you, right?
Some guy made me? No.
His father.
It's a
You
choice.
said that. No, you just said that. Some guy made you.
Yeah.
Oh, God or guy?
I don't know. Who made you?
Let's see. Okay, I could give you 4 answers that I would say I believe are honestly true. Hashem, Mama Earth, and Mom and Dad. So I'll give you 4 that I could say created me. That I believe.
The chances of
Mom and Dad.
So which God do you believe in?
yeah,
I don't believe in a God. I believe in Hashem. It's the Hebrew thing. It's not like a God. It's not really comparable to God.
So what is
Hashem?
Yeah,
Hashem is the name.
It's the Jewish God. Look at it that way. It's not Jewish. It has nothing to. It's older than Jew. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into it right now.
Is it like a personal kind of Christian God, or is it like
No.
mass consciousness kind of New Age?
Neither.
Is that part of the Jewish mysticism? Because I've heard Hashem before, but I
Yeah.
No, it's because you can't say the name of God in Judaism, so Ha is the name, and Shem is name. Yeah.
Oh,
I live in
That's
Israel,
very nice.
Hebrew.
Okay.
So does Alex, by the
I can
way.
understand that and respect that if your belief says you can't speak the name.
Yeah, but I'm an atheist, so I don't care. But I was just
well, could we ask you the name of your God? And you confirm or
actually,
deny.
nobody's really quite sure how it's pronounced anymore because only the Kohanim priests, the high priests, were allowed to learn the name of God. Hebrews is written without vowels, so there are a few possible renditions of that name, we're fairly certain it's one or you can read up on it on Wikipedia. Actually, they have a fairly good article dissecting this.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of dumb.
Right.
I'm not disputing that. It's like it's the equivalent of ancient religion mysteries, etc. It's silly, but it's a cultural tradition. What can I do?
Idol Smasher.
Yes, sir.
Would Yahweh be in a close approximation?
Just say God. You can just say God to me.
Yahweh would be a close approximation. Well, we're not sure. That's the thing. Nobody really knows for sure. Because it died when the Kohanim were killed off by the Romans in 70 AD.
So
Right.
God,
Well, I
God
mean,
is fine. L would be one, but everybody uses L. Superman uses L. I mean, there's not really so God, whatever. God of Torah is fine with me.
Okay. I mean, just for clarification is all I'm looking for.
If you want clarification of what this God got, no, I'm
That's
not.
all
I'm not Jewish. But
So would you believe that your life was the will of your God? Or?
I think all things in creation are the will of one God. All things, even the unpleasant stuff.
So the chances of your gametes coming together to form you eventually, you think that was somehow like a divine plan, as you would?
Okay, I would say that all things in the universe come from the will of one God. So it's kind of pointless to try and, like I said, I was trying to tell that Sykes dude, who did that for you? Well, who made that? Who made that glass that you're holding? Who made you? I mean, come on. No one's going to buy into that kind of conversation, man.
So I got a quick question for you on that. How do you think that man came about? Do you follow principle?
You want an honest? Do you want an answer that'll make you think for a while? I'll give you a lecture that will show
I
you.
don't necessarily
All right.
want to lecture, but do you believe that we were created from dust, mud, whatever, like the Old Testament?
I believe we all came from, in the physical, we all came from light. Because that's what the Big Bang Theory, that's what all the laws of science say. I don't deny science. What you don't know, and what the Christian doesn't know, and they like to jabber on about this book and all this Adam and Eve and 6-day creation, all that. One, the 6 days of creation are not listen to me. The 6 days of creation, and this is coming from the Hebrew stuff, okay? No, I'm not Jewish, but I study a lot. The 6 days of creation are not on the Hebrew calendar. They do not exist in a chronological order. And in fact, Torah itself is not even in a chronological order. Adam was based on early man. Yes, you heard that right. Dr. Gerald Schroeder has shown you using peer-reviewed scientific evidence. He was a professor at MIT for 8 years. He's a brilliant mother. Yeah, that there were humans before Adam and Eve, and the Bible confirms this. Okay.
Why would an MIT professor?
It's a 16 billion-year-old universe in Torah, and it's a long process. And believe it or not, they kind of line up with the 6 days if you look at them in a certain. You have to use. There's some math and it's Einstein, but yeah, the 6 days of creation actually agree with science, evolution, all that. And the Christian is clueless.
I have news for you. We didn't come from light.
Yeah, it's not light.
Abandon that faith right away.
How's that?
See, I don't understand. I don't understand we came from light because
we did not
light
come
is an
from
aspect
light.
of energy. So
okay. How would you say that? Considering the first thing and the only thing the actual Big Bang created was light.
No, it wasn't light.
No,
it was not light.
That's wrong.
Tell me, because I'm about to find an article for you.
Okay.
So go ahead, tell me what you think, and then we'll see what the evidence says. Go ahead.
Light came much after, but once
electromagnetic energy. I'm not talking about the spectrum. Pure. That's what the background radiation they discovered in '64 is all about.
But that's not light.
It was electromagnetic energy. Electromagnetic radiation.
Light is made of energy, but energy is not made of.
Well, we can dissect a human being if you like, and we will not find the photons anywhere. Would it be proof?
You won't find a placenta around you either. Come on, give me a break. Come on, help me out here.
So,
Try and use your brain a little bit. Stretch it a little bit. Come on.
the things
You can do it. I know you can do it. Come on.
Okay.
There's photons reflecting off of atoms, but that's about it.
No.
The
I
rest of
don't
it
think
is
he's saying. I don't think he's saying that we ourselves are physically made of light. I think he's saying that it's the origin of us. Like energy makes matter makes.
Oh, yes, that's what you mean.
He's just interjecting instead of energy. He's saying light makes matter.
But biogenesis would answer your question more detail. If you want to look at the
Carl Sagan saying, is it similar to Carl Sagan saying that we're made of stardust?
It's
Yeah,
similar,
that's
yeah.
cool,
Yeah, it's similar. Very similar. He's onto something. I think he's onto something. What do I know?
It's in terms of what we're made of, yes, he's right. But we do have traces of atoms like helium, etc., that go before stars, of course. But yeah, that's pretty much as far as that goes. If you want to know how it came about, that would be biogenesis. Life diversity would be evolution, as you know. But in terms of how everything came to be, obviously that would be inflation, etc., and the Big Bang. But we didn't come from the Big Bang. The Big Bang. The Big Bang.
Well, we don't
I saw my dad in the shower.
The Big Wang. And it was wanked. everything into existence.
What is known as a Freudian slip.
Well, it comes down to
If you guys want peer reviewed,
from Big Wang, but the tricks might mean something different.
Thank you for that, MMA. I needed a really good laugh.
Oh shit! That's I gotta remember that one. Fuck.
That's recorded. You'll be forever quoted as the Big Wang guy.
I put forth this hypothesis. That's how God did it, or he just had a bat, and there you go.
Well, apparently we just found the best way to derail any conversation about.
So Andy,
penis jokes, they work every time.
Interject the Big Wang.
is he a Christian or an atheist this time, Andy?
Hi guys. For some reason, I started up a hangout about 2 hours ago, and I've been booted out of it. I'm trying to get back on it again, and I just can't get on it for love nor bloody money. What's happened?
Yeah. Okay, so which is this week?
That's
Do you
because
believe in God or not?
That's because you are overdressed. Sorry. That's
Oh. Not long work. I've been out.
It's Saturday. It's casual.
Yeah.
Andy, do you believe in God or not?
Yes, I want to get on my hangout because I was hosting it. I need to get back there to sort things out. Somebody help me. I was being kicked off my own hangout for some reason. I've been kicked out of my own hangout. I haven't got a freaking clue what's happened.
Close it and make a new one.
Don't have a way offhand. How are you kicked out again?
He changed his faith more often than I change trousers or whatever you call it in English.
That's not true. No. Unless you change your trousers once every 15 years. I don't think you do. Goodbye.
What? Jesus Christ! I mean, when he talked to Aaron Ra, he was religious, and then he blamed, who was it? The Bible thumping wingnuts. Then he was an atheist.
Welcome back, Andy.
Yeah, that wasn't 15 years between those conversations.
So
Hey
obviously
guys,
it's
if you want a little detail,
trousers in there somewhere.
I gotta go, but I know that there seemed to be some interest in what I'm talking about. And next time the Christian wants to tell you that science and God disagree or whatever, their God or their Bible, their version, check this professor out. He's not going to bullshit you. He's going to walk you through it, and everything he says is peer reviewed. And throw that at your Christian. There's a
I
link to a
just
YouTube
gotta.
video.
Yeah, I appreciate the
Go there, you're Christian.
like
It's
the
funny.
conversation there. It just got derailed by the Big Wang theory.
The Bible Thunder Wing nuts. Then he was an atheist.
Oh, hi, Jim Panda.
Oh, this bloke. Yeah, I know him.
It was 15
Hello.
between those conversations.
So one little camera. I gotta go, but I know that there's going to be some interest in what I'm talking about, and the Christian wants to tell you that science and
Jim.
God disagree or whatever their God or their Bible. They're
Jim, you still got the YouTube video on? Okay, thank you. So, in the meantime, Jim Panda, I believe you're a Christian, are you? And I guess our general topic was the mind-body problem, essentially whether things like subjective experience and qualia, and well, I suppose also souls and so on exist too.
What specifically about the mind-body problem?
Oh, well, the title of the Hangout's derived from, I suppose, my own responses to some alternative formulations of the hard problem of consciousness. I have a pretty deflationist and eliminativist approach and so on, and so what is it? It asks why are we subjects of experience, and I say that we're not. Why do qualia exist? And I say they don't. And why aren't we all philosophical zombies? I say we are all philosophical zombies.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a joke in there somewhere or an irony, but I didn't really understand this philosophical zombie thing. You know,
Yeah, that'd be
whether you're saying we're all kind of dead inside or something, but.
Well, I think what you're trying to say is that like everyone's got their own like opinion and their own way of doing things, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Is that what you're trying to say? It doesn't really matter, like.
Not entirely, no. Yeah, it doesn't really have to do so much with the, I guess, the question of, I don't know, subjective truth, although I would deny that too, as it does, in my mind, I guess, the nature of a human, and essentially whether our minds and such, well, what the nature of our minds is. I would say, of course, that they're not as commonly conceived, but rather have quite a bit less to them than is commonly assumed. And also the, well, nature of things like perception and emotion and reason and so on, where effectively things like perception are, entirely physical. Don't have you don't have really so much the notion of a redness of red as you do some region of the brain that's been consistently activated with things that have been socially, culturally, whatever, identified as red. And once you have that, your quote-unquote redness is just stimulation of that part. And in terms of reason and such, these self-preservation and reproduction and so on, quote-unquote machines, kind of like von Neumann replicators and so on, essentially just instrumentally use that as a byproduct of, say, natural selection and so on. It's done to increase differential breeding success relative to, well, other species and perhaps even some internecine warfare and so on. So pretty much accounts for all the different issues as I see it.
So we're kind of just programmed to operate the hardwire or the hardware. We're physically we're hardware, and all our mental process is just programming for the operation of the hardware.
It seems to me that's a very analytical way to perceive your own experience rather than having your own experience. It's like a bit separate from actually experiencing what it is to be alive rather than. I mean, you can philosophize about it, you can do whatever you like, but it sounds like it sounds like not you personally, but if you to take that concept and give it some leeway, it sounds like you would be taking yourself out of your own experience and then looking at it from a different point of view and then reducing it down to its core sort of mechanical structure rather than the actual experience of being alive, which is every day to day everyday life. And I think that's to me the difference between your own personal experiences and being scientific is that your own personal experiences are subjective truth, and subjective truth is valuable to yourself to reassure yourself that you're still living and breathing and you're still having your own fun times, and you meet up with your friends and you exchange all these social discourses to increase your own sense of worth, as well as but like the scientific mind can't give you that. It can give you this is what happens when the brain synapses fire off. This is what happens when you do certain things to get this certain outcome. It doesn't give you the actual experience of you being yourself. And I don't
I deny there is actual I deny there is an actual experience. I deny there's really subjectivity. There's, I would say, maybe in its place, or providing something of an explanation for what people are trying to represent, and I believe they're doing so inaccurately, is a relational framework where a given perception is not unqualified by essentially the sensory equipment that's doing the perception, right? So let's say quote unquote I see red. This eye is being impacted by some frequency of light.
But if you know that, why deny it? Like, if you know that that's going on, just accept that that's going on, and then relish in it. I don't understand why you deny.
If we know that what's going on.
Like, if you know that you're saying that a part of your brain's seeing red, then you know that's red, and that's part of a certain mechanism. Why deny that's going on and just accept that it's going on and then enjoy it, rather than saying, oh, this is like whatever I perceive isn't what I actually perceive, even though it's actually happening. It's the
accuracy of the characterization, right?
Well, it's just kind of confusing to think
because we know what colours are which, and if people can perceive them or not through the receptors in the back of the eye, and also the photons, the length of the photons. So we know if what people are seeing is what they're actually seeing and what colour it is. There's a mutation with yellow, I don't know what they're called, but the receptors in the back of the eye where people can see a different shade of yellow, I think it was, or green. So we know these kinds of things, and it's a very rare mutation. So I'm just confused at the importance of the question, in a sense.
As well as colours have certain frequencies that they vibrate.
Yeah, and the length of the photons, yeah. That's pretty much all colour is the length of the photon.
Huh?
So we can measure that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So you could, if you wanted to scientifically, you could accurately measure up what you're seeing versus the actual hertz that's being vibrated off each color.
Exactly. So it's
I think yeah, it's kind of comes down to a definition and confirmation of it. You know, struggling for the right terminology, but we define it as red. Now we can define it as any color. You know, we could call red red. We could call it blue. We could call it wibbly wobbly. You know, it's just that spectrum, that wave. You know, and we can test through multiple different methods by asking everybody else, hey, do you see this same thing? You know, now can we definitively know that they're seeing it the same way we are? No, we can't because we can't, you know, just by asking them. Now I'm sure there are processes of neurology that you could test it, but with machinery and everything, we can test that wavelength. Yeah, and know that okay, it's wavelength, and we ask this person, okay, what's this wavelength look like to you? And they say red because we've defined that wavelength as red, the visual we get of it as red. You know, then we're all seeing the same thing, so we can confirm that yes, it's what we defined it as. It is that we find it as.
You can say that we're actually seeing the same information, right? Because we've been developed from thousands of years in the same process. I agree with you saying about the how you name it. The naming convention is irrelevant. You could call red one, it doesn't matter. Yeah, which I agree with you saying. Yeah, but you're saying that people might see it different. Well, that could be mutation, that could be bad wiring, that could be anything. But the common denominator is that as humans see in a particular frequency, that whichever might be, doesn't matter. Yeah, and we have to agree that that is happening. We are seeing this match, and this is subdivided into X amount of wavelengths, and you name it to whatever you want it. But the matter of the matter here is that we see that much, whatever that might be. Some animals see more, some animals see less, and whatever. It's just pure evolution, and that's it. It's pretty much simple. You're actually touching the philosophy part of it and actually complicating it mentally. Yeah, I mean it's straightforward. I mean it's no.
Yeah, we can find out what colors different animals see, for example, and what spectrum they're on. So, yeah, that's to me the question is somewhat irrelevant because, especially after death and whatnot, you can find out what colors that person could perceive through I forgot the word, but like autopsy as well as actual genome sequencing. You could find out what cones and forgot what the other tubercle was, but you get what I'm saying. You can actually find that out.
Yeah, but I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to point out is our common denominator as a human species. Okay, we can probably be certain that yours, mine, and all the people here, our 10th generation will see red or the spectrum of red as defined as red. Unless some mutation on the planet that makes us change the perception or whatever, but we're still going to be looking at this. Correct. Yeah, we're going to have some sort of common denominator. Yeah, that our visual input will say this is how much we can see, and we just put names on the level of spectrum. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
So it comes down to the animals that are our ancestors who could differentiate between the poisonous berries and the non-poisonous ones didn't die, and so that lineage continued on.
Yeah, but that you can interpret that in different ways. One of them could gain an immune system, right, due to natural selection, or the other one could say, you know what, I've seen my brother or my animal kingdom do exactly the same thing. I'm not going to touch the fruit and survive in that matter. So it depends on.
No. I'm not saying it has anything to do with that. I'm saying the red berries are deadly, the blueberries are not.
Right.
If you're colorblind, you're only seeing them black and white, and they're the exact same shade.
You're not going to be able. You're going to eat one and not the other. You know, that's what I was talking
correct.
about, not the
Sure.
association.
I respect your view, and you're 100% true. But the two berries have got different colors. They have the same shape. So seeing your beloved, the animal die, eating a little ball, it says, hold on, this is dangerous, and I might not eat it. You don't have to be colorblind. Is not necessarily correct. Yeah, exactly. Well, you actually see
there's different. You can see different shades. You can see a few different shades.
And also that the shape as well. I mean, the animal might survive eating the red and dying eating the blue, but to the colorblind will see, hold on, sometimes he eats this one and he dies, sometimes he eats that one and he survives. I'm not going to chance eating either one of them.
Right. It was just an example of a beneficial frame.
Yeah, but the beneficial part of it is the survival. Is the other person or other animal being is seeing that in whatever wave spectrum. We're talking about the same animal which have some sort of differentiation in the wiring, saying he cannot see the color, but he can see the shape. Yeah, absent of the actual color. So he can say he's seen some of his relative cousins or whatever.
And the smell.
And to share and the smell, exactly, right? But
no, right. We differentiated. We went with color. Our evolutionary process went with color rather than smell. Our smell got worse.
Right, so, because we did not use it. Yeah, correct. It's exactly the same thing. Yeah.
I was going to ask about color blindness. If you are colorblind, because I don't know this, like, do you see different shades, or is it?
They do see different shades. So everyone thinks, like my stepdad, he's colorblind. He says that a lot of people think that it's pure, just black and white. You can see grays. You can tell colors apart, but you don't see the color itself.
Shades are great.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. So you could still differentiate between like red and blue, as you were saying earlier, because of one would be slightly lighter than the other.
Yeah, you could tell. You wouldn't be able to really kind of describe a color, but yeah, they won't see the color per se, but they'll be able to see a notable difference in the shade. Yeah.
It kind of blends into the other adjacent colors.
Okay.
It's a different shade of blue, or it's a different shade of yellow to them.
I had a teacher called Mr. Green, and he was colorblind.
Was he red green?
Was he what? Sorry.
Red green colorblind, couldn't see green.
No, I don't know. I just think he. I don't know. I knew that he was colorblind. I just didn't know like the specifics of it. I was quite young. But, yeah, I thought that was ironic.
That was ironic. So how did this whole hangout come to be? Like, it was all about perception when I came in. So how did this all spawn off?
By non-perceptionist person coming in, theist, I'm guessing.
Okay.
And staring the pot or staring the shit.
Oh, that guy was hilarious. Did he leave or did someone kick him?
I watched
No, he left on his own.
Who had Richard Dawkins with idiot on the forehead.
Yeah, that guy. Mm.
What was that about? Like, I saw him fly off the handle for no reason.
Hey, I'm considering he was a troll because never go for that full retard. It's just that's a whole new level.
He aggressively and near violently ran down the list of every presupposition in existence.
Yep, pretty much within the span of like a minute.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
You don't believe in God. You have no information. You have no knowledge.
because I pulled it out my ass. I have the script in my ass.
What happens? What happens is what happens when you say, "How does the presuppositional argument work?" How do you know that works? What do they say to that?
Because it's been
God.
revealed to because it's been revealed to them in such a way that they can know. That's
And then you
basically what
say
it
to them, "Well, how do you know that's God and not the devil or some fucking space donkey or some shit?" Like, God, no way.
Because God.
Fucking no.
It
Because
just
donkey.
It reminds me of a little kid who's like 3 years old going to his like mum or dad, go, why, and then you just go because of this, but why?
Spot on. Like,
That's probably one of the best analogies.
But you know what? The irony of the so-called pre-sub whatever they discuss is this: they reject as monkeys. Yeah, let's be a little bit funny on the topic. Yeah, as monkeys, right? But I mean they cannot. And the word primordial soup. I don't know if it's chicken or whatever. Yeah, but primordial soup. But he cannot fathom that, which it might be possible to be primordial soup, right? But even he's saying that his book said that somebody made a man out of a fucking mud. That's more viable than actually studying biology. I mean, that is in itself fucking mind-blowing. Yeah, even if we are ignorant, right, and us trying to study how things work, which is equal to science. He cannot fathom that, and he rather prefer read, not even a study, read a book and says, "Oh, that's what it is." I mean,
a
that
children's
is
book, yeah.
Yeah,
So
what?
does
Yeah,
he-
what?
does he
What? Yeah,
suggest-
I mean,
So he suggests
see
we're
how
made
things-
of mud rather than
Yeah, but-
or angels or something.
well, no, but the irony is, he said, "No, we're not made of mud. Adam was made of mud, and then miraculously he put a dick on him and a vagina on Eva, and says, okay, you from then on you're gonna interact with each other."
From a rib, he came from dirt.
Right.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
And it's supposed to be acceptable and understandable. Fucking weird.
And then in the comment section,
If you look at it, the Golem story, it's a Golem story, is one of the oldest stories of life there is. You know, it actually goes back all the way to Hammurabi's day and whatnot. You know, and it's in multiple different cultures. The life from clay or a clay object.
Yeah, but the absurdity is that he's got the audacity to say, "Oh, you monkeys came from the tree, right? But my God made me out of a fucking mud." I mean, is that level of stupidity or idiocy? Yeah, and he's got the audacity to put an intellectual person, an idiot, on his forehead. I mean, okay, yeah.
I want to see his comments. Did he make any comments in the chat? I want to actually check out his YouTube channel. I want a good laugh. What was his name again? Oh yeah, something idiot. No, that was his fucking.
That was his profile pic.
That was fucking hilarious.
You know, we need to.
It was
we need
something
to grab his
pinko.
face. Yeah, but we need to grab his face, and somebody put idiot on him, and we use that as our own avatar. And everybody, all of us, all the atheists, put the avatar, so everybody is saying, "You fucking idiot, prick." Or, "I'm a prick." That would be.
I'm sorry, I couldn't be a part of that.
No, don't worry about it.
No, just put rib.
I just don't
Ribbon.
really.
What I'd like to do is dress up in a chef's hat and just start stirring a pot and saying, primordial soup.
Cream of life.
This is how it all started.
Maybe the big wank can add some magic juice to the concoction.
Wasn't that what he was stirring it with?
Oh, dude, you should start your own gospel, like you know. Seriously, I'm being serious. You should start your own book, like the flying spaghetti monster, but do a scientific explanation of like the big wank.
one of his noodly appendages had the big wang.
Yeah. Oh God, what is your primordial wanker? How do you do that? Achieve such a
Oh God, sacked him off.
Dude,
so.
you'd have so many groupies. Seriously.
Started cold tub.
It was cosmic masturbation.
We're trying to get back to the one. Trying to get back to the source. Come join me, ladies.
Taking all the love juice.
Yeah. Well, my attack on that front is, yeah, I didn't come from just one big wang. It took 30 big wangs to make me come.
You've come from the multiverse.
The metaverse right there.
But hold on, is it? Yeah, but no. The big question is, was it self-induced or multiple induced?
Was it manual stimulation or was it assisted?
Begs the question of some of other minds.
No, multiple gods. Play with each other.
I guess God didn't swallow, so.
He can take it. I mean, he's big, right? So he should be able to take it.
Yeah, it's some extra protein. It's, strong Zeus muscles.
As long as you last long enough, it'll work.
He's got infinity or whatever.
Don't forget the universe is expanding at an increased rate.
Straight up shot right there.
Anyway.
Cosmic ejaculation.
I think my gut is expanding at an increased rate.
Oh.
What needs to expand at an increased rate is this. I must increase my bust.
No, but God would have been quick though, because I mean, you know, the inflation happened in a few microseconds, so it's premature ejaculation much.
Oh,
Yeah,
so now I understand the Big Bang Theory. Bang.
We could all wrap Big Bang up in this analogy right here.
So basically, God lost his virginity.
He lost his virginity to the flying spaghetti monster, and he's noodling.
Lost his virginity to what though? It was well, maybe a 5-finger discount or something.
Must be Asian. Tentacles. Oh God.
You're showing your Freudian side tonight.
You're all sinners.
Secretly, I'm Asian. Too much hentai.
Too much.
Oh, that's fucked. Is this still? Oh, it's still recording. Fuck.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Don't be embarrassed to be you.
It was him. It was him, not me.
It's all. Yeah, it's the big questions. The noodly appendage and God.
Oh, that's why it was from a bone, because he got a boner.
The whole thing about like Eve coming from his rib and stuff like that. Does that
from his boner?
From his boner.
Whole other dimension to it, yeah.
Yeah. Does that make like it some sort of like like mitosis or osmosis, or like is it like they're
it's just budding off. He's just budding off from this other cell. So just separating and just budding off like a fucking freak. That's so like the rib.
So you believe that we started off from mitosis and everlasting incestuous sex?
Basically, yeah.
with two global incest events happening. That's pretty much so. So now we know where the Noah's flood came from. Oh, I guess God got a sex change. Got a bit wet.
Well, they
Carried
count
on.
as a success. Hey.
The thing is, though, you talk about this like there's so much repression of sex in religion for some strange, bizarre reason. I
It's
don't
fucking
really
filled.
understand
Yeah,
where
it's
that
like
comes
filled in the
from.
book. Oh, I think it's because they think it's taking
Yep.
away from God and their little jerk-off section around the priests and pastors. So
Temporal lobe lesions in the brain seem to result in reduced libido, and that might provide some. The temporal lobe lesions also, and temporal lobe epilepsy too, also seem to stimulate obsession with religious matters. So
you're saying
it's like a fetish for them. Oh,
Right.
slavery. Oh, God.
So you're saying people who are religious have these was it lesions? Or like they have brain
not
damage.
necessarily.
No.
Not
Yeah.
necessarily, but
you're
yeah,
saying
the
it's
part of the
more
brain
likely.
it comes from. Sorry.
You're saying it's more likely
Well-
that someone who is into that sort of thing has those attributes.
Well, marginally, but it doesn't really come about that way. The way you really reason about it is that temporal lobe is where these kind of things seem to originate, because we can tell from the lesion or whatever or epilepsy stimulation that we can localize it that way and then see the effects associated with it. Once we get that far, we can somehow assume that like some kind of greater temporal lobe activity or some difference in the temporal lobe has to do with religion.
Also, emotion. It's Darren Brown did an amazing little.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. Yes,
He
yes,
made her cry. I'm like, because when I was in Christian schools and shit, I saw the same shit and felt it because they got all that holy music playing and all that kind of shit. So the moment I saw it, because she was always an atheist, so she said. So
Not me.
is it echo? Yeah, I can't talk when I fucking hear the echo. So yeah, she never experienced that kind of thing that say I and others would have, where you go to school or whatever and we're worshipping God and that kind of thing. So she wouldn't have been able to pick up on those cues. So yeah. So for us that experience that kind of thing, it would be harder to convert us from an emotional standpoint.
Do you think that religious people are more naturally emotive rather than like analytical?
What do you mean by emotive?
Like,
so like emotion driven.
Yeah, emotionally driven. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
No, also that you need another factor. They could be induced in a long term. You see, the thing is,
indoctrination.
Correct, induced indoctrination. Correct, but it's not today that someone is religious. It's through time. It's like an evolution, the evolution of Christianity, or in a child from childhood to adulthood. Right? And
But do you think they're more susceptible because of they're more emotionally inclined rather than?
The children are more susceptible because they put a lot of trust into older figures too, like their parents and other adults. So when they're told that kind of thing, they're very much more susceptible to believing that because that's the kind of trust they put into us.
Yeah, and also they are using one human attribute more than other, which is the feeling. yeah,
Emotional flow.
correct, emotional feeling, yeah, and they rule on that, which is actually part of reading the book or whatever. It's, oh, I feel this, I feel that, you know, it's more about feeling that actually intellectually, and they fine tune that feeling. And people can, or people we talk about apologies, and well, basically anybody in the leadership can actually mold to the particular needs. Yeah, indoctrination, basically. Yeah,
And it's very targeted. It's
for sure.
yeah. In
Selective, yes.
this, yeah, in the sense that they can. So yeah, if like you got pastors and shit, and they really develop a bond with students and shit. And my school, old school, had that a lot.
Yeah, I don't
So
know how
that they
many
build
people.
So.
Well, I don't know how many people here were Christian. I was, and I was pretty devout, you know. But it's they play upon the motions to reinforce the ideal.
Feeling, exactly. I just said that,
But-
correct.
Right, but I don't think that necessarily that emotional people are necessarily more stable than other people. I think it's what people choose, how they choose to react upon it.
It's case by
You know,
case.
because somebody who's is more emotional than another person, well, they can become angry at Christianity rather than embrace it. So I don't think emotion is a factor in their feelings on it and the reinforcement of it and the acceptance and the justifications. But I don't think that it makes anybody more susceptible, you know, necessarily.
But like another question that stems from that is that, like, after people deconvert, do you think the people that deconvert from a religion, do you think they become more analytical and more logical, and then they forget about the emotional part because they don't feel trustworthy of it?
No, I wouldn't say that so much. It depends on the subject. There are many atheists who I would still label as a bit out there. Bill Maher, for example. Yeah, that's just
And
one
I've seen
example I can think of.
I've considered.
Oh, and you're breaking up, man.
You're broken up. You might need to repeat that.
I said I've seen conspiracy theorists who are atheists. They don't believe in deities or gods or anything, but some of their ideas. So it's not necessarily that they become more logical. I think they just they change their justifications, you know, because even a lot of fundamental Christians try to use logic, and they try to logically validate what they believe. It's just, I think it's
Motivated reasoning.
Huh?
Motivated reasoning.
Right.
They have
I
their
mean,
conclusions
I
set
think
in stone beforehand, and they're only, producing a justification, not a genuine sort of inquiry with the,
just because
conclusion
you're an
that follows the evidence. Yeah.
Right.
Just because you're an atheist doesn't always mean you're the most logical of people.
Right, but I mean, and they could be logical people. They're just, like Nadia said, it's motivational reasoning. They can come up with really compelling arguments, you know, that can really make you think. But in the end, there's nothing that can verify or validate the. You know, the argument supports itself. It's supposed, you know, the supposition is supposed to support itself, kind of deal. So.
I've just met a few atheists, the atheists that I've come across because of I don't know, I don't, you know my position, it's kind of strange, but like but what I'm trying, what I was trying to say, what I was trying to get back to the point is that the few atheists that I've met, that after they have possibly deconverted or taken this position, they become very logical, rational, and they reduce the experience of being human to those precepts. They don't acknowledge the emotional side or the experience of their own life as much as they did.
Really? You've come across
Yeah.
those people? Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't figure that will be that will apply generally to all atheists. Or for example, like me, if I would have been a Christian, well, I mean, I was a Christian as a kid, yeah, and then I realized the bullshit, and then I changed. But I didn't have the opportunity to reason while I was a kid. I could reason when I was an adult. You go, hold on, and then via YouTube or the social media and things like that, you go, hold on. You see, the thing is that for a theist, is thinking is not that compatible in the sense of thinking analytically, saying, okay, how this came about, or it's just what a book says. So that doesn't warrant thinking. That warrants belief, which is a whole different ball game. Okay, so you actually narrowing your field of processing. I'm not trying to be making a theist thick, but what I'm saying is don't think that much, yeah, by narrowing the scope of the intellect, okay? Whilst as atheists, I nearly fucked up there, atheists, we open the scope of reasoning and take the information, and then we can make our own opinion, yeah, and then carry on from there. It's as simple as that. And yes, by changing from theist to atheist, the main attribute is losing the feeling of trusting to a scientific inquiry, and that needs the thinking, as I said before. And yes, you be more logical at the beginning. Say, hold on, now I'm going to research this, now I'm going to do that. So you do it sort of like a chronological study of things. Okay, this does not make sense. Equal, I'm not going to be atheist anymore. Basically, in a nutshell.
I respect that, but I also want to have respect for having gut feelings and instincts, because that's how I've grown.
Yeah, there's perfect justification for gut feeling and that kind of thing.
Yeah, if
So-
nothing else, you can attribute that to subconscious reasoning.
Yeah.
You know, from an analytical side.
I mean, gut feeling also comes to be used for example, in your childhood, you've been analytic for this, analytic for that, and then if you, for example, I'm just thinking out of my house, you can be a cop, yeah, and then you can use your previous experience and say, oh, hold on, I got a gut feeling that this person is bad, or this person is good, or he's lying, or he's not lying, or whatever. Yeah. So gut feeling is an experience thing that you use internally. That's my opinion. I might not, my statement might not be validated. I'm not 100% sure because I'm not studied that, but I'm guessing is due to previous experiences, the accumulation. Okay, I got, you know what I mean, and then your chemical reaction, because that's what they call that, because you say, okay, your body start doing some weird shit. I say, and yeah, oh, I think I got a gut feeling. It's just saying, I think this might be happening. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, it's just. I mean, your gut feeling is just saying is your doubt. Yeah, and doubt, careful, because doubt is a precursor of atheism, yeah, or critical thinking, basically. Yeah, you remember, Christianity is equal not thinking. I'm not saying that ignorant. I'm saying not using your own thinking for develop anything as a scientific method or whatever, you know, any spectrum of intelligence, right? It just say, read this and believe me because I said so, or because your pastor says so, or your preacher, or whoever is running the show says so. And that's really, really, really dangerous intellectually.
Okay.
I mean, he's just saying. I mean, I'm not saying be or not be something, but being a Christian is equal not. Yeah, not thinking, for fuck's sake. That's it, not thinking. It's not that hard.
No, I disagree on that about Christians is not thinking. I think they.
So break up there.
Yeah, what was that, Alex?
I wanted to ask a question. At what age did you theist to an atheist?
Me?
Probably all of us.
Yeah, if that was a
Am I broken or something? Everyone.
You know what? I started when I was in school, and they forced me to memorize the Catholic book. Yeah, because that's part of the examination process. Right? And I said I'm reading some bullshit and then reciting in a sing along way. I go, hold on, do I have to study this shit? And then I start thinking, why am I idolizing a piece of rock or a cross or this or that? Yeah, and I start getting bad grades because of it. yeah, yeah. I start getting bad grades.
Because it seems that a lot of I'm sorry, am I in delay? Because I don't want to interrupt your speaking.
You're lagging quite a bit.
Because my internet connection might.
Can you type it out in the chat? That
Yeah.
work?
Yeah, because you're breaking up really
Okay,
bad.
just a second. Let me close a few programs.
That helps. Stop using the torrents, okay?
The more data, the more data.
Shut down YouTube, please. Oops.
But for me, really, I can't. It's actually maybe 5 years ago that I really. 3 to 5 years ago that I really would consider myself an atheist. You know, that I became what would be defined as an atheist, somebody who disbelieves, because I ran the gambit of a lot of different beliefs. You know, I went from being Christian to just thinking, oh, this is just ridiculous. These stories just don't make sense. There's too many contradictions. But feeling that, you know, still having that feeling of, well, there's got to be something. There's got to be a cause. There's got to be something out there.
What was the trigger?
I looked around. Well, it was the search, really. I finally came to the end of the search because I was pagan for a long time, a pagan kind of pantheist, where I was like, okay, well, they all exist, and I'm going to pick these ones. And that's what I'm going to follow. This is the criteria. You know, this is the dogma and the doctrine that I'm going to follow. And being, you know, my military service, I kind of finally got to the point where it's like, well, I'm just following dogma. I'm just following doctrine. I'm just following what somebody set down. If they all exist, you know, and I can't prove it. I don't know whether they all do. So I just stopped believing. I mean, it just slow process of. It just doesn't make any sense to continue on this frame of thought, you know. That's why I'm not one of those.
Did it happen?
Type out what you're saying, man. You're breaking up quite heavy. So, Nick, you were saying that you're in the Taoism and Zen and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be more the traditional sense or like the New Age kind of sense?
What do you mean?
But like my Catholic teacher who was teaching Christian and Catholic studies, he was more into that kind of stuff and like the New Age, mass consciousness kind of stuff. So,
I mean, I've actually studied this in quite a lot of depth because I've done Tai Chi quite a lot, and I've done it with good teachers, and I've done it with good lineages and all that sort of stuff. But you know, that you would see that as appeal to authority, but they do have a lot of experience and they have a lot of understanding of it, and they taught me quite a lot about it. And I'm more because there's more like three different camps in Taoism. There's the religious kind that believe like nearly everything's a god.
Yeah.
Then you've got the philosophical kind, the people that like to be pragmatic about it and apply it to their own life and live by it, so that it can help them understand that there's many ways to do certain things, so that they can have freedom of choice. Basically, that's one thing I subscribe. And then you get you know, philosophical / the wandering Taoist, which is basically someone who follows their own path, and
Right.
yeah, which is more me. And then you get the conservative Taoist, which is the guys that follow Lao Tzu, the guys that meditate for days on end and don't interfere with anyone else, and they're all to themselves, and they just want to, you know, deepen their own experience of reality through meditation. And
So
I
it's
dabble
not-
in the last two.
So it's not like you subscribe necessarily to Taoism as a religion, but as a set of principles that you try to live by. There's no real worship necessarily involved of a deity or
It's
a
more
belief
like
in a dogmatic origins and stuff like that.
no.
Okay. So it's just a
That's
set. You enjoy the set of principles and think it's a good method by which to live one's life.
Yeah, and an explanation of how, like that. There's many different ways to do certain things. It's just a reminder, it's a reminder of the common sense of reality, basically. It's just like it's hard to describe, because talking about it is sort of like Fight Club. You don't mention like the first rule of Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. It's pretty much that, you know, and it's a lot to go into, but like
It's like Sam Harris kind of spirituality without God. Like you just meditate, but you don't attach any pseudoscientific spiritual nonsense to it, right?
yeah,
Pretty
and
much.
it's more about like it's more about allowing yourself to be one with the moment. And
Yeah, like Sam Harris touches on that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a question though. But do you subscribe to any of the mysticism, crystals, touching mind, the kind of psychic end of it?
The more northern,
the more supernatural side.
I have gone through that phase, but like I found there to be more truth for me subjectively in doing stuff like qigong and energy and chi and stuff like that. But like, but I understand the limitations of it, and I understand from more of a rational point of view that it hasn't been scientifically proven to be true, and there's no evidence for it to be true. But I understand, for me, it's sort of like a self-management system of how to you know, solve certain issues within myself.
So
I've seen a lot of people talk about meditation as a method of self-reflection. So I think
meditation shouldn't be a method of anything. Meditation should be completely without any goals, because I tried doing meditation at the age of 13, and I completely went into a delusion state because if I was trying to search for something, and it took me ages and ages and ages to snap myself out of like this deluded reality that I put myself in, and that's how I developed solipsism. I was talking about it like with you on the other hangout. I developed that sort of solipsism, which means, you know, you don't believe anyone else exists, and everything's a part of your own mind. And I developed that from doing extensive amount of meditation to escape because of my own problems and things.
Nick, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I will stand corrected on your point of view. But I think, I mean, you're right, and I respect your point of view. But I think you're actually using a ramification of the ancient martial arts ritual. Shall we call it Shaolin Temple? Shall we call it whatever? Yeah, that the priests used to be in a relaxed state because they were the masters, they were doing this, they were doing that, and then the pupil were doing following the teachings, and then they were put it on their path once they reach a certain age, and that's what I'm thinking you're actually pulling from, because after martial arts, minimalistically way, but I've done it as well. I've been in the British Army, so I understand what our colleague here is also saying about friendship, comradeship, and everything, all that type of thing. And in the martial art world, it's more feeling the moment with being in a flow status. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like with
Yes.
the wind
Yeah.
or whatever. You know what I mean?
State of
But
flux.
that sure. But that is a martial art derivative of, if you go what I mean, yeah, because because they started in those ages as a protection type of thing. Yeah, be fit at the same time as being spiritual, whatever that might be, which I respect that. But I think yours is a ramification of a martial art discipline, which is, for example, Tai Chi. Yeah, which is more pleasant, more fluid. You know what I mean?
Not necessarily.
Sure. No, understand me. I mean, you can modify it to suit. Yeah, you can be as aggressive as possible, or as much as needed, or as soft as you want, or basically like a feeling status. Yeah, and you drive it to wherever you want to go via meditation, via body enhancement, well, not enhancement, via body development, mind development, via meditation, whatever. So I'm thinking you meditating at the age of 13, I would say that was a little bit too early.
I did it at the age of 10.
Well, even worse, because you should be doing kid stuff, if you get what I mean. Yeah, with extremes.
My mind wasn't there. My mind wasn't there at the age of like 13. It was way somewhere else.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, you probably you extrapolating one part of the tree of martial arts, shall we call it? Yeah, and defining yourself in or finding a purpose to fit your mindset. That's it.
Well, I've always done martial arts since the age of 6. So I did that. I did like karate, and then because of like I kind of dislocated my hip. I started going to slower, more gradual things, and then I started realizing that Tai Chi actually gave me some sort of inner peace that I found by doing it. I felt relaxed, and it taught me how to breathe properly.
That's very important for them. Yeah.
It's cooler as well.
Yeah.
And gave me a certain degree of control over my body and mind together, and this brings it full circle with the whole.
Hence, yes.
And
it's good for gaining focus.
Right.
But the thing is that like there's a lot of I don't want to call it science, but there's a lot of Taoist theory that goes along with understanding how the whole system of Tai Chi works, and Tai Chi became movements described through the understanding of how Taoism works. So it's like Taoism is just the moving poetry of the philosophical understandings of Taoism.
You lost me there.
I can understand a lot of that. It's the breathing and all that kind of aspect. With relaxation, all that kind of stuff. I understand that a lot well because of I do Systema, and that's very similar, being soft and flowy and having construction, all that kind of stuff. Sadly, I actually don't want to rant about that, but yeah, so I understand a lot of what you're saying there in that aspect. But yeah, no, I was when you were mentioning like Taoism and all that kind of stuff. When I saw that, immediately for me, I just imagined the fucking New Age crystals and all that kind of shit. And, those people do my head in. But so I know what your position is roughly. That you are your own thing.
Yeah.
But you don't apply to any mysticism and that kind of shit. So.
Well, I have gone through that stage, and I've gone through to the nth degree of understanding where it could possibly lead. And the thing is, there's so many avenues that it could possibly lead to, but it's like I haven't experienced them yet, so I don't exclude them and I don't include them. So I'm open to it if it's going to happen, and most of the time, like when you do spiritual practices, stuff like meditation, yoga, and tai chi and qigong, and loads of different like breathing techniques and stuff like that. Like the main message that I've got from it is that if anything spiritual or any sort of awakening happens, you don't pay attention to it because it's a side benefit of actually doing the actual process of going through that the process of making your body more better and more relaxed and understanding your own being better. Because if you focus on the benefits, you start losing yourself in that benefit, and you become more warped and more deluded. So you have to keep yourself grounded, and that's what loads of people, these new age people, they don't keep themselves grounded, and they start boasting and start, using that as sort of like I'm a better than you sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm a higher frequency than you.
Yeah, it's all that bullshit.
So it's kind of like the with the from what I'm gathering, it's kind of like the kata. It's the artistic side of things. It's the flow, and don't overthink it, because the second you start overthinking it,
Thinking that you tense
then you're
up.
gonna slip up. You're gonna start, you're gonna fall out of balance. And
yeah, you're gonna screw up the flow, and the thing that screws up the flow is what they call a blockage. So the more blockages you have, the more you have to like do physical activity to work it out. And sort of like if you don't understand your own, like their argument, the Taoist argument is, how can you understand the universe around you if you don't understand the universe inside you? So
I agree.
You've got to condition your body to be at maximum peak fitness so that you can experience life as it's supposed to be. Otherwise, you're just picking at random things and you're intellectualizing and you're fantasizing.
Can I play devil's advocate with you a little bit?
Go for it.
You.
Me?
No, Mutt. We give each other a hard time. Yeah. So you're talking about the way the life should be, and I'm wondering. Go ahead.
Should be. It's more of a case if you want it to be, if you want to flow with it rather than against it. Like if you have, it's like if you want. It's up to you what you want to do with yourself, obviously. But like if you,
I get that.
But like if you wanted to, let's say you're floating down the stream. There's like a usual Taoist analogy, and like if you're floating down the stream, and you've got a rock, like a big massive rock that's probably going to drown your boat. You can either go straight into it, or you can learn to steer around it. That's basically what it is.
Well, but that's really not what it is, because what you just said is more about survival. And if life is simply about survival, and
it's not necessarily survival. It's just like if you've got a problem. It's like if you want to, if you.
So it's what it represents. What you're saying is just an obstacle. It's just a regular life. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a Taoist. I do a lot of mindfulness stuff, but I'm not a Taoist. I do a lot of meditation. But I keep it separate from any kind of a belief. I'm sorry, what?
Jake, because the part you are missing that he has done is the actual martial arts, which is involved the fluidness of trying to avoid the obstacle per se, whichever that might be in the world. It could be a rock, it could be a human being, it could be whatever. And that's the origin. The origin of this is martial arts. It's protection of the temple, shall we call it? And then the master saying you have to flow in this way, like the water, like the wind, to be one with nature, so you can anticipate movement. So if the leaf flows with the wind, you have to anticipate the leaf and move away, because you know your surroundings.
So you're working with nature instead of fighting against it.
Exactly.
You understand it.
Right. So you mold yourself to accommodate the situation in life. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a common denominator, which is martial art, antiques martial arts, which is wicked, excellent. Yeah, I would rather the Western word adopt Oriental things. Yeah, and we could even our health, for example, would be fucking miles away in health, better.
So if we talk about, though, not fighting nature, we're also probably talking about not fighting our own nature, our own internal dialogue, or what our senses tell us. Yet it's so prevalent, and it's so hard to stop fighting yourself. If depending on what you
because.
But when you do training like this, you're developing a certain sensitivity of your own being.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you understand what is you and what is not you.
Well, I think I could still. I don't do martial arts, but I think I could still kick all of your asses.
I like your name. I like Frank Zappa, man. It's cool.
Oh, good. That's cool.
Yeah, but you might be able to beat. You know why? Because you're on the dark side.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're probably doing some Jedi shit thing.
Well, it's really nice to meet you guys, and I think I probably have a lot to learn from you all, except for Mud.
What's the beef? What's the beef?
What's the beef? Where's the beef? Oh, now we're gonna beef.
I'm hungry.
The beef or not to beef? That's the question.
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry. I have to break out Andrew Dice Clay now. So.
Here we go.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a little leaf. Jack got high, opened his fly, and Jill said,
"Where's the beef?"
Fucking unbelievable. Bada bing, bada boom. Fucking unbelievable.
Okay.
That's awesome.
I prefer his Miss Muffin. That would come
Sorry, I had to do that.
Trim that thing is way too
You said, "Where's the beef?" You said, "Where's the beef?" I had to break it out. Sorry.
But yeah, I do think that there's a lot. I myself, I fight myself all the time, and it's making my life more of a struggle than it needs to be.
Well, it should be about like acceptance of yourself. Like everyone's got in the modern day and age, the argument's always been that people don't accept the negative parts of themselves because of as a society they see it as like something to victimize. Like,
right, but I think there's also shame. There's also shame that we're comfortable feeling. I think there's a model whereby shame is almost not celebrated, but it's something we become very familiar with.
Yeah.
And I think I think familiarity is another word for comfort. We're comfortable with it, even if it's a negative. And so the shame can be a default almost overall in our self-images, and that is very destructive. Even though that's what we've been, I think, taught to do. That's what I've done, I think.
Well, I think you can blame your Christian society for that.
No, I think I can blame I don't think it's about society actually. I think it's about
synagogue.
Well, first of all, I was born Jewish, but I think I would just blame people for not being honest with themselves.
Yeah.
And not being willing to challenge themselves to be better people.
Mm. Well, I think that's I think like it sounds to me like it's at a point where you have to the struggle is trying to make yourself better than who you are when you have to let go of all of these ideologies and ideals about yourself, and then you come down to the basic form of who you are. I watched something that was really, really, really cool recently, which was an anime, which was Neon Genesis, Neon Evangelion.
Neon Genesis Evangelion, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Those last two episodes are a big mindfuck. Those last two episodes. Oh my god. It's like Yeah, it goes through the whole like self identity crisis and makes you realize that the reality around you is what you make of it, and that you should be doing whatever makes you happy, and that identifies you.
Can I just ask, where are the guys from that talk so funny?
Me? Who? You?
What?
What? No. Where are you guys from? England?
I'm from England.
Australia.
Australia. Okay.
Oh, I am from.
Yeah. And the other gentleman is from England also, or maybe Scotland or
I'm
England.
from England.
Okay. No, the other guy. The guy with the Oscar.
London.
Oh, you're from London? Okay.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Okay.
London.
You're Canadian, right? You're Canadian?
Oh.
London, Ontario? Yeah, there's a London in Ontario. It's not, yeah. It's probably settled originally by Londoners, so.
Yeah, that had me confused. I'm like, wait, there's a London in fucking Canada? What the fuck?
Dude,
Yeah,
there's
so many British towns in Canada.
Yeah, sure. In the United States also. New
Well,
York.
Well,
New
hold on. I mean, Canada is the Queen stuff.
Commonwealth. Yeah, it's Commonwealth, but you wouldn't expect a bloody, was it like a little city or some shit to share the same?
The whole Bible Belt is all British names.
New York.
New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right here.
All right.
Check the initials. Initials.
Like you've got Chelsea and Birmingham all like on the Bible Belt as well.
Well, Chelsea is like in every state, and Birmingham is in every state too.
Yeah.
Fortunately, New York only has Chelsea.
Yeah.
We've got all Aboriginal names mostly here.
Damn right.
Fuck.
Yeah, a lot of Native American names too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what are some of yours? The most famous ones.
Our famous what?
What are your most favorite well-known indigenous areas? Like, what are their names?
Mississippi.
Yeah, them ones. Really? Oh, that was just like some retarded just names. That's all indigenous?
Massachusetts and Mississippi are both indigenous. Michigan.
Yeah, most of the states. Most of the states are based on Native American.
But they don't sound it like.
Illinois.
Wow.
Illinois.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck. They sound normal in comparison to what we've got. We've got like Wollongabba.
You do have Wales, New South Wales.
Yeah, New South Wales.
You know,
yeah.
the difference though is that the names of the cities where you live are so much older that the languages have just changed more.
Well, no. What?
No.
It's our country is pretty young. Yeah.
But it was settled. It was settled by people with a language that's connected in some way to your language now. We don't have Native American words in English.
Well,
Of course not.
yeah.
So the language had been part of the development of the region, and even if it wasn't a country yet.
Actually, yes, you have.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, yes, you have. In Native America. Yes, you have. You got a helicopter fighter called Comanche and Apache. So yes, you have.
Well, we add names, but we use it like a motto. We don't actually have words in the English language. Apache still means Apache, Indian, and it's a tribe.
Sure.
And a lot of those things are bastardizations of the real words. Like the Sioux Indian were not really the Sioux. That's a French word.
I don't know what a Sioux Indian is.
It's kind of northern Central American Indian, the Lakota, the Dakota.
Oh yeah. That's fucking alien to me right now. Shit.
Well, it's not. I would be your area of the world is alien to me. So.
Yeah. Sure.
You know.
Actually, you know what? Funny, talking about American Indians. I wanted to find out how much they were colonized, and I saw this age where you see the regions of the different tribes and they occupied the whole of the state of America, the country of America, which is quite impressive, from different areas. And you can imagine us coming in a boat and actually, little by little, disintegrating the whole country and occupying by us, the white people. Yeah, that's a little bit on the nasty side. That's unfortunate.
It's more than nasty.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to be nice.
Well, it's how pretty much a lot of nations were colonized or
For sure.
inhabited. It's always been bloody and war. It was never friendly.
Well,
So-
actually, I mean, you know what? I don't think. Yeah, I agree with you on the colonization part of it. But I mean, I would not label it as colonization. That's
Yeah,
actually because you colonize something that is not there.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
it's nothing. But that's actually more of a invasion. per se.
Yeah, invasions, taking, claiming land, all that kind of stuff.
I understand the colonizers thought that there were nobody to colonize to, which is an irony in itself. Instead of saying, "Oh, an India equal people living here," then you're not colonizing. You're actually invading somebody's backyard. Yeah.
I'd say almost one of the same thing to an extent. But I see what you're coming from, though, definitely.
Yeah.
But I mean, you always have indigenous peoples. Always, they always for us here, the Aboriginals say, "Oh, we want to be, much more represented." We're like, you've already got so many benefits. It's not funny. You've probably got more benefits than what.
No, I'm not interested.
Non-indigenous.
Oh,
J-Man's here.
Fucking hell.
Hi, G-Man.
Hey,
very good seeing you, man. Hey. G-Man is a good
Talking
friend of
about
mine.
you,
I'm from Harlem. He's from Jersey City. Yeah, give him too much heat and I'll hide you from the broadcast. Okay. So,
G-Man,
made a
you
gift.
Hang out.
I wanted to.
Let's bring the
Well,
chop.
You know what?
I use the channel to.
Can I officially make a change of
hello.
something right now? I'd like to do this. I think it's only. I'd like to officially change something.
But don't be rude, yeah.
Well, I want to change. I want to change G-Man's name to Gaman.
Good man.
Good man.
Good man.
Okay.
Gaman, yeah.
Oh, good man. Okay.
I thought you said gay man. Sorry, my bad.
No.
Come on. All right. So,
Hey,
amazing.
G-Man, how's it going?
Sorry.
I'm alright.
I started up a fresh channel, and apparently a G Plus account popped up under it. So, hopefully, we can keep these accounts connected or whatever. It looks like I should probably add you on your GTV channel too. I'll make sure I do that right away.
Give me the link to your channel in the description box here. I mean, in the chat here.
G-Man, are you still running?
I don't think I'm gonna run this year. Yeah, I'm still running, but I'm gonna take a break because I think I injured my left hip in this last race. So I'm gonna try to let it heal a little bit, and then I think in 2016 I'm gonna run again. But I want to run in New York. The New Jersey Marathon is getting kind of boring. I want to do the one in Manhattan or in Boston. So.
Dude, do Boston, yeah. I used to live on Com Ave, and the marathon went right under my bedroom window. We used to, in our apartment out when I was in school, we used to sit out on the windowsill. We would just be screaming and cheering the runners. It was great. We sat out all day. It was so fun.
Okay.
It's a great event.
All right. Is there a lot of hills in Boston?
Yes, it is. It's hilly.
Okay.
There's a fairly substantial hill towards the end, and then after that, it's pretty much downhill.
Yeah, easy.
Okay. All right. I'll look into that then. But I definitely want to either do Boston or New York. I don't want to do the Jersey Marathon.
Do both. Tomorrow's the Chicago Marathon. Do that one.
If I end up watching that, I'm going to end up running this year. I have to avoid runners so I don't run this year.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's addicting. If you're a runner, and you're used to doing it all the time, and then you stop, and then you start watching other people run, you're gonna start doing it again. You know, it's very addicting.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So what are you guys talking about today?
On intellectual stuff, no worries.
Like the mind and body.
Okay, so you're talking about mind-body connection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've had a
It's basically like
yeah,
you listen to the
just
soul.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I know this person, right? Wait a minute. Is this that dude from Australia? Is that Artis? Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
long time no see, man. It's going all right. Yeah.
I've debated you 3 times, I think now.
Oh my God! I'm glad he didn't know who I am. Jesus, I got nervous. I got
No, I
nervous.
We've had 3 discussions, but we've only had 1 debate in the morning. Oh,
No, we had a debate. We had a debate on the existence of God, and we had a debate. As a matter of fact, you was the very first person I tried that atheists have their own gods with. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And then you debated my friend Kendall.
Yeah, how's he going? I haven't seen him in a long time.
He's all right.
Doing his...
Kendall's growing a little. You know, he's all right.
Does he still have that video addressed to me on the Big Bang?
Yeah. Did you back out of a debate with him? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I never backed out of it. He just didn't give me a time. So I was trying to contact him, and I never heard from him again. And that was about a week or so before I sent that big-ass email to you. And so, yeah, I never heard from him. So I wouldn't say anyone backed out. I just would say that it just faded away. Nothing became of it. So I'd love to again, but yeah. So I've grown a lot more wiser in the years.
G-Man, how are you dealing with the whole backlash from drunken peasants?
I'm not going through a backlash from the drunken peasants. I got a lot of the people leaving comments saying I got destroyed. But there's a couple of things that got to be understood. Number one, that wasn't a debate. That's number one. Number two, I asked Dusty some serious questions, and he just kept giving me cuss bombs and yeah. So the only positive thing that came out of that entire visit that day was me thrashing the Amazing Atheist with my new rap. Other than that, you know.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
it. It really wasn't worth the time.
A bit.
Okay.
I'd say your rapping's
about you
improved.
circled. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say your rapping's improved.
I haven't watched one yet. I'm actually gonna do that now.
Well, if you want, I got the rap here with the Amazing Atheist.
No.
I got it right here.
No rap.
I can do that right now.
Off the top of your head,
I can do this right now. Just give me a second. Hold on.
No,
All I gotta do is turn my volume up a little bit. You know?
Nadia, red alert. Nadia, red alert. We got situation.
What kind?
A shitty situation.
SOS.
There are ways of cleaning that up. And, even on the
You want to hear it? Yes or no? You gotta stop me now.
Yeah, I'm gonna
hear it. Good.
TJ, you suck, or do you prefer the blow? This ain't the Drunken Peasants, this the G-Man show. You peasants are poor, my God is rich. We're writing your rap, did you have a jock itch? I can read mine, I know what you're thinking. G-Man's amazing, you're getting a spanking. So go in quick, while you got the chance, I'll kick your tail like a Dick Bionic dance. TJ had his period with his bloody imagination. When you rap, it's like a verbal masturbation. My rhymes are dope. You're asking for the pain. You're an evolved life form that didn't have a brain. You don't like Cena. I bet you like Sheamus. I think your banana loves his anus. I'm a legend. I messed up. Whatever. Leave me alone. Y'all laughing.
That's actually good.
You're laughing. So get out of here.
That's good.
I'll do the other part. Just give me a second. Hold on. I'll do the other part. It's your fault because. Here we go. Hold on. TJ's a fraud. You think he's a god. You know God exists. You ain't nothing but a fraud. TJ, I'll be honest, I'm gonna knock you off your throne with your spandex tail. You just got home. So here, kitty, go fetch this bone. You ain't no match for me on this microphone. I'm an MC assassin and I'm tired of talking. I leave you like Satan, a dead spirit walking. I heard the rumors. I know what you're about. Your butt looks bananas. I don't go that route. Here's some advice from an MC master. Bananas are for eating, not anal disasters. This is G-Man rapping and I was born with a purpose. The atheist community ain't nothing but a circus. Pony your pride was a wonderful day. Read your Bible and do what it says. What? And the amazing atheist has not responded. I didn't get my butt whooped. He got his butt whooped.
You know what? That was actually good.
Banana right good there. That's all I can say about it. It was two different.
Dude, I would be into that. That would have been. That was good.
That was actually good. It was good.
Yeah. So where's the amazing atheist rap? He promised to rap me and I ain't get nothing yet.
He'll probably give you a Marilyn Manson rendition.
Something
Hey,
like
G-Man.
G-Man, qualified as Eminem.
I posted a link for you, G-Man. It's Alyssa Ann, and I'd love to know what your opinion is of what she says.
Alright, let's take a look at it.
I think she's nutty. I really do.
I never heard of her before.
Come across nutty.
Just watch it on your own time.
What, is she atheist?
No. She's Christian.
Yeah, let me see.
Just watch it at your own
I've got
time.
the link.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
and in the text chat, I've also got the links to my the YouTube channel and the new profile that's associated with it. So those can help.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'll take a look at it when I get the chance. All right.
I've been trying to be really nice to her, and it's very difficult because everything from her is a gross generalization about atheists.
What about that other bloke who was on just before? Wow. He probably beats her at that then. Thinking that we're all like, oh, G-Man, you missed out on some funny shit. Oh.
Well,
I don't know.
I sincerely believe that Sykes was on, and he was, pretty passionate. So
a little bit.
Wait a minute, I know who Sheik is. Sheik, you're part of Lyrical Orion's clique, right?
No, I blocked her 6 months ago.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember who I know you from. Because you sound familiar.
What are you talking about? I schooled you.
When?
Oh, forget it. Forget it, Dan. I don't even want to. I don't even want to have to explain it again.
No, school me on what?
Oh my God! You don't remember?
What was that other guy's name?
What did you school me on?
No, I'm teasing. We've just spoken a couple times. We've just spoken a couple times, dude.
Wait, Nadia, what was the bloke's name?
So did you school me on video games or something like that, or maybe chess, or?
No, I didn't school you. I didn't school you. I'm giving you a hard time.
Do you still see our Pokemon as evil? I just wanted to know. That was a very long video you did a long time ago on Pokemon.
Do I still think what?
Do you still think Pokemon?
Oh yeah, Pokemon's very evil. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was so long ago. I remember saying that. I almost cried. But
are you serious? Are you serious?
I've grown since then.
He had a he was like interviewing like little random kids. Were they? G-Man in that video? Is that at like a local park or something?
So you're making little kids scared by...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he did that.
No, I was in a park with my bullhorn and I was preaching, and what you guys did not see on camera was kids walking up to me asking me questions about Pokemon, and they didn't, and they decided not to play it no more, and Yu-Gi-Oh and several other things.
You weren't going up
Which
to
park?
Digimon. Oh my God.
Digimon.
Which park?
That was sick. Love Digimon back in the day.
Which park?
What time is it over there in Australia right now?
If it was Marcus Garvey Park, it was right next to my house.
It's about 10:47 a.m. here, so.
Oh, it's early over there.
Yeah, I don't get any sleep, so pretty much when Nadia invited me, a few minutes later, it came on. So.
Hey, MM artist. You're one of the few people when I first got on YouTube. When you saw me when I only had like 200 subscribers, I wasn't really nobody then. You remember that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you remember nobody wanted to talk to me. Nobody wanted no part of me then. You know that?
You were giving. You grew pretty quick over the past year or so.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what,
He spread like
MM.
Ebola.
I won another debate with you, MM artist. And let me tell you why I won another debate with you. Because when I first got on YouTube, I didn't know about the presuppositional argument. I didn't know nothing about no intelligent design, cosmological argument. I didn't have answered prayer. I have nothing. I would love to have another debate with you now, especially on evolution. You'll find me to be a lot more interesting now.
Back at you, man.
You should see what happened to Suzuki Das. I've gotten so good that he's not on YouTube no more. So be careful
on YouTube, pal.
I'll bring the wrath of the scientific community on that matter. So I will thoroughly enjoy that.
Well, whenever you want. I mean, I got time. You contact me over Skype. You add me to Skype. Nadia knows my info.
G-Man, I have an offer for you.
Yeah.
I'm in Chicago. Jerry Coyne is the evolutionary biologist that wrote Why Genesis. Listen. Why Evolution. Yeah. And I've actually spoken to him before, and I'm trying to get him to do a hangout. Would you be interested in interacting with him, speaking with him?
Yeah, sure, I would. As long as I can bring true empiricism with me. Yeah,
No. This is good. He's a professor at University of Chicago, and it would be. I mean, he's world renowned. He really is.
Oh my God, please.
Okay, as long as I can bring true empiricism.
I won't do it then.
Why?
He's an asshole. Because he's an asshole, and I'm not going to do that to somebody else. Then I'm bringing in as a guest.
Not of someone of that
Not
profession.
yet. Yeah, he's.
Wait a minute. Hold up. You would rather have somebody in there who's okay with evolution, whereas true empiricism understands it a whole lot better.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
He's a well-respected. It's almost as if you're having the Queen on, in a sense, and in the sense of that title kind of position. You know,
I wouldn't put him through it. I wouldn't put him through it. You know, I trust.
And you would put him through me, and you'll put him through me.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because I think you would actually be respectful, understanding who he is.
I know true empiricism would be respectful, but you want me to talk to him?
I've never seen him show any understanding of anything but himself. I would not put anybody through that.
And I think
you do understand. I threw an actor out of my room one time.
I don't care.
I threw an actor out of my room. I didn't even know who he was.
Look at who Jerry Coyne is. Go here.
All right, I'll look in and Google him. Hold on.
Jerry Coyne. C-O-Y-N-E.
I think Shake would feel bad if that guy came in and he was disrespectful to this guy, because he would lose friendships with him.
I've been pronouncing his name wrong.
Jerry Coyne. Let's see who you are, sir.
Oh shit!
It is Jerry Coyne, isn't it? Yeah.
I wouldn't say
Jerry.
Coyne.
Let's see who you are. Let's see.
He's
interesting hangout.
It would be really interesting, and I think he might do it actually, because I know somebody that knows him very well.
Oh my God.
You know what? Yeah, I would like to talk to him.
You should.
Does he have a YouTube channel?
No. Well, he may actually. He may. Yeah, I would check.
He's older than me, that's for sure. He's a lot older than me.
He's got a lot of experience too.
Dude, he's world renowned.
If I miss, oh my God. What time are you looking at setting that one up?
I don't know. Stay in touch with me, because I've actually sent him emails, and I think what I'm going to do is call his his office. I might actually go and just meet him.
Are you she? I couldn't even pronounce it. Yes, you are.
I'm Eric. My name is Eric. Don't tell G-Man what my name is, though.
Hey, Sheik, you trying to be funny, right, Sheik?
Okay, so
Sheik, could you just link us to your YouTube?
I don't have a YouTube. I just have a Google Plus.
Yeah, just links to Google Plus.
Just click on my name.
I think Sheik, you are part of Lyric Alliance Click, or you
I'm
used
not. Never.
You used to be.
Never.
You used to be.
I spoke with her one time and I blocked her and I've never turned back.
Hi, sleepy eye guy.
I know I've seen you somewhere before, and somebody's. Are you and Eve's hangouts a lot?
Yeah, I used to be. We've interacted, G-Man.
Who's sleep? Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right.
We've interacted before.
Okay.
I've made comments on your videos. G-Man's.
Oh.
Well, who's sleep? Yeg. Yeg. Who's that?
God.
Sleepy. Ayeg.
That's hard to pronounce, I know. It's a lot of words squished together.
Yeah.
Shit.
He's some guy that I've run into over the course of the years. But in the meantime, we should do a one-on-one at some point, G-Man. Or
On what topic?
Oh, just maybe contrasting our views on like religion, metaphysics, so on and so forth.
If you got a specific topic, I don't mind doing it. If you got something specific.
Well, I think ways to find common ground between people of different beliefs and so on. Particularly,
I know how to do that.
We would
I know how to do that. It's called acceptance. It's called acceptance. You accept the fact that I believe in God and I believe in Jesus Christ, and I accept the fact that you're an atheist, and we move on. That's how it happens.
We can accept that, but that doesn't make your statement true.
Doesn't mean you're telling the truth.
True. Correct.
Doesn't mean that you're telling.
Jimmy, would you ever, G-Man, would you ever still keep to the faith, but change your positions on, say, the Big Bang and biogenesis and evolution, while still keeping your faith? Like
it's impossible to be a Christian. It's impossible to believe the Book of Genesis and believe evolution at the same time. That's impossible.
So,
not believing the Bible, I mean, starting to the key faith of believing in Jesus. Would you still keep to that faith, whilst changing your opinions with the creation side?
I don't know what you mean by that. Wait, what do you mean by that?
So the very core principles of Christianity is accepting Jesus as the Lord and Savior, that He died for your sins, and that kind of thing. You can hold on to that, but you can have a scientific standpoint on creation, by Genesis, evolution, and the Big Bang.
A lot of Christians do have a scientific standpoint on it.
So exactly. So would you ever concede those and change your opinions on those whilst still keeping your faith?
It's impossible. You can't do it when it comes to evolution. If you're talking about with the Big Bang, I think William Lane Craig has already came up with a theory that I believe in Genesis chapter, when God created light, that was supposedly when the so-called expansion over a long period of time happened.
Edison created.
But it happened a lot faster, than what
you could say God did it, but would you still accept the Big Bang? You could put whatever you want in front of it, but would you still concede to the evidence pointing to that biogenesis and evolution?
I don't know. I got to get back to you with that, because I'm one of these people that sticks to what the Bible says. I don't like going outside of what the Bible says.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In terms of that kind of stuff. And this stuff that had nothing to do with Scripture, that's a totally different story.
Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
You're just saying that if it refutes or is in contradiction to what the Bible says, you will not accept.
Well, this is the kind of person I am. Let's say, for example, what's something atheists like to say on YouTube? They'll say like evolution not evolution. They'll make an argument and try to say that, okay, according to science, this contradicts the scripture. Well, I'll look at what they have to say first. You know what I mean? And then I'll look at what the Bible says. And then I'll look at it maybe a little bit deeper. But what my experience has taught me that the Bible always wins in those contexts. Because a lot of times when atheists try to make those arguments, you're trying to argue against a miracle, something that goes against nature or the laws of physics and all that stuff and whatnot. A miracle is supposed to go against those things.
So, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying, basically, in a nutshell, is that if a scientist or a bunch of scientists discover some attributes of the beginning of the universe or whatever, choose your fucking pick, doesn't matter. You're saying that you're gonna negate that, and you're gonna go to a book that's been written 2,000 years old, 2,000 years back, and that is your source because that is okay. Are you actually trying to say that?
Do you believe that there are hidden agendas going on behind the scenes? What's your name, Oscar?
Well, for what?
No,
for what?
No, you actually don't.
Do you believe that there are hidden agendas? Do you believe that there are hidden agendas?
Listen, don't skip what around the corner. Yeah, I'm trying to say something.
I'm not skipping nothing under the corner. I'm asking a question.
G-Man, what it's talking
My question is, do you believe in hidden agendas?
No, I ask you first one thing. Yeah, ask one thing.
No, you're not going to lead me into an answer that you want me to say. Do you believe that there are hidden agendas out there?
For what?
Yeah, exactly, for what? I mean, no, he tries to avoid the question. That's
Are you saying in a general sense, do individuals throughout the world, some individuals throughout the world have hidden agendas?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you go with that,
Do you believe that there's a hidden agenda when it comes to this theory of evolution, yes or no? And have you even looked into it?
Doesn't matter.
Agenda.
Do you believe that there's a hidden agenda when it comes to the theory of evolution, and have you looked into it? Yes or no?
What would that hidden agenda be?
I'm asking you. First of all, do you even believe it?
No.
And have you looked into it?
No, listen, people. He's trying to do a theist thing by the question. Yeah, it doesn't matter what.
So you don't. So you haven't then. So you haven't.
Okay, we don't have it. Ask the
give
question
us
then.
examples then, G-Man.
Exactly.
I'll ask this question one more time, and then that'll be it. Again,
Okay,
do you believe that there's any hidden agendas when it comes to the theory of
no.
evolution?
We said no.
Okay, I believe that there are hidden agendas when it comes to the theory of evolution. So I'm highly
give us examples.
Right from the get-go about it. Okay?
What,
I believe there are people in power that have deceived a lot of people.
It's not about belief.
The theory of evolution.
Jim, it's not about belief. You have to give examples of hidden agenda.
I'm not going to give an example because I can't finish a thought around here. So,
Hey,
what else you want to
G-Man?
talk about?
G-Man?
I'm not going to finish. I'm not going to try to finish it. I'm not going to try to tell you anything else because I'm not allowed to finish it.
It's almost like it's almost analogous to the anti-vaccine movement. They would say, "Oh, it's massive conspiracy, and vaccines cause autism and that kind of thing."
You don't believe in conspiracies, MM artists?
I believe that the people have conspiracy theories. Them being true, of course not.
Is there a cure for AIDS? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. According to you, there is no cure of AIDS. Can we look at the evidence for that for a moment? Can we look at
that'd be great.
what's going on around the world? Magic Johnson got the HIV virus when?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Let me finish. Magic Johnson got the
HIV
virus when?
Sorry, hold on.
Let him finish his statement, then you can refute it.
It's not that. It's not answering a question. The beginning of the question that I was asking. It's actually dodging the question.
Guys, one
it's
at a time.
Hold
This
on.
is too busy.
G-Man, are you talking about the Berlin patient?
I'm talking about Magic Johnson. When did he contract HIV?
I'm not sure of the man's name, but are you talking about a Berlin patient?
You don't know what Magic Johnson is?
No.
Magic Johnson contracted AIDS or HIV during late 70s, early 80s. I'm not sure the actual date.
Right. When did the whole AIDS scare start? I'm just curious.
Late 70s.
Yeah, have you seen Magic? He's a pretty big dude. And they didn't have anything at that time to be able to treat HIV. Or to treat the AIDS virus.
Did.
Now all
There's
of a
only
sudden,
one person.
he looks pretty healthy to me.
There's only been one case of someone
He looks
who's
pretty
been-
healthy to me. I
He
think that there's
contracted
evidence
HIV.
that
HIV
he
is
got a
not
cure
AIDS.
before he decided to take it off the market because
HIV
there's no
He
money
is.
in cures. There's no money in cures. There's
He
money in
is
treatment.
HIV positive. Magic Johnson was HIV positive. He did not develop the condition AIDS.
The two are
He
not
got a
one and the
cure.
same.
He,
They don't.
I understand that, but he got a cure.
D-Man.
Because
There's
when
nothing-
did
Yeah,
they
he
start
was-
coming
he
up
was-
with medicine
D-Man.
to fight this HIV virus?
D-Man.
When did they
There's
start?
only-
MM artists.
G-Man.
MM artists.
G-Man. Listen to me.
When did Magic Johnson start getting
G-Man.
medication? When did Magic
G-Man.
Johnson start getting medication to
You dodged the question.
G-Man.
You dodged the question. Dodged the
Oh,
question.
you can't answer that.
G-Man.
You dodged the question.
G-Man.
I'm not dodging nothing. You guys listen.
Magic Johnson's medical record.
FYI, if you're not going to answer my questions, don't expect me to answer yours.
I asked you first, and you dodged the question.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
answered the question for everybody
Cowards,
on
and you
that one.
don't want to answer questions.
Coward.
Admit when you're
think
wrong.
anybody here has
Answer your question.
to Magic Johnson's medical records. Therefore, nobody here could probably give you a definitive answer on when he started any sort of treatment.
Okay,
Exactly.
so my argument is this. Okay, there's a conspiracy to keep the cure out of people's hands because there's more money into masking the problem
understand.
than there is to cure it. MM
G-Man.
artists, go ahead, MM artists, and I'm gonna treat you the way you're treating me right now. Go ahead.
There's only one case.
No, don't worry. It's been an ignorant.
There's been.
Hey, hold on. Let me do it public. G-Man, you are ignorant.
He can't hear.
Ignorant son of a gun.
Oscar, can you settle
You are
down?
late.
Let MMA talk.
You are, sorry.
Oh, this is for everyone else who actually doesn't know this. Look, there's only been one person who has been cured of HIV. This person had I forgot what disease it was, but he ended up getting a bone marrow transplant. So the person he got this transplant from had a mutation on the CCR5 receptors that helped the mitosis of, I think it was, mitosis of the cell when they fuse on the proteins on the outside of the envelope of the HIV virus to an immune cell. That's a mutation, and he got that from that one person with that mutation. That's the only case of someone ever being cured of HIV.
Can I just throw one other thing here too, as well though, is that HIVs is treatable. You can contain it. You can slow down it. Well, you don't.
Today is treatable. Today is treatable.
You
It
can
wasn't back then.
hold on a second, G-Man. It has been treatable for a while. Like Magic Johnson has had HIVs for about 20 years, which is pretty good. But if he's diagnosed and treated right away, there are people that have been living now with for 30 years with HIVs that longer than Magic Johnson ever had it, that have been treated and contained in that time. Magic Johnson is not a rare case because he has a lot of money. He's just one of the people that was able to catch it early enough that they can keep in a stage where they can treat it and not have it go out to and turn into AIDS. The other thing with that is that the reason why a lot of people do die from HIVs and then AIDS is because the majority of people that get HIVs go a very long time without actually being diagnosed with it. If you catch it early enough, you can live a full life, on medication for that. And this is not a new thing. This, like I said, this is something that's been going on for 30 years. So as long as you diaggnose it and catch it early, you'll be fine. Well, not fine. You'll still have HIV, but you'll have you have a very good chance at living a completely normal, full life.
Exactly.
Okay, and if you can see my screen here for a moment now, okay, I'm showing you all these
It's
videos
not evidence.
that says that there are videos out there where people are talking about there's a cure. I'm not saying YouTube is evidence. I'm simply screen sharing. Hold up, I don't know what the heck's going on here. Hold on.
Could you take me to a peer-reviewed journal?
Okay, where it says here,
anecdotal evidence does not
advancing
count.
the treatment of HIV. Well, okay, so this don't count. You're right. Yeah, that is why being
Yes, there are videos out there, but there's videos that you refute as well.
That is why being a skeptic is a miserable existence. a miserable existence.
G-Man,
Because you guys
why do I
don't
feel like that
believe
you-
in anything. I doubt conspiracies.
Hold on.
Hey,
Why do I feel
bet
like
when
everything that I just
bet you
said
when
you
you went to
completely
school-
ignored?
I
I mean,
bet
I
when
give
you
you a
went to
very
school-
I give you a very reasonable,
I bet when
a
you
very
went to school,
very
you
good
actually
explanation
believe
to
Harvey
what's going on
Oswald
here, and
killed
you
John F.
completely
Kennedy.
ignored everything
I bet
about
you
that,
actually
just so you
believe
can
in the
just go
magic
on and
bullet
so
theory.
just so you can go
I
on and
bet you
search for this
I
other
bet
stuff.
you actually
I don't
believe.
understand
I
why
bet
you have
you
to
actually
go
believe
this
in the
far
magic
where
bullet
you can't
theory.
actually listen to
I
these.
bet you actually believe in the
One
magic
at a
bullet
time.
theory. I bet you actually believe in the magic bullet theory.
This is what you do. So like somebody gives you a very reasonable, natural
No,
explanation of what's going
no,
on,
no,
and you're
no,
just
no.
gonna
That's
choose
not
to
what
go
I'm
and talk
doing.
over them.
That's
Well, I
not
mean,
what I'm doing.
it sounds like that's what you're
If
doing.
I really want to be heard, I'll just do it on my channel. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Okay?
the issue is that he
my
doesn't
issue is
believe in
that
evolution, and so he doesn't understand how the AIDS virus and how HIV is so adaptable at mutating to.
And I will speak for myself. Again,
G-Man?
if
Can
I
I
will
ask you a
speak for
question, please?
myself. I don't need it. No, I'm going to finish saying what I'm going to
Oh, I
say, and
figured
then
out.
you can ask me a question. Okay, the bottom line is this: if you saying that there are no such thing as conspiracies, then then you know what? By default, this is what you believe in. Okay, watch this. You believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. You believe in the magic bullet theory. You believe that a bullet left his body, did a U-turn, hit him again, came out, did another U-turn and hit him again. This is what you believe, not me. And by the way, no one during that time believed the government when they told them about the magic bullet theory. Okay? People are too afraid that the government would go kill them if they opened their mouth and said something, except for a few who was eventually killed. Okay? Now here's the thing. You either believe in conspiracies or you don't. You believe that Al-Qaeda destroyed the World Trade Center. More power to you. It shows that there are a lot of gullible people out there.
Well,
Great.
so
Power
why
to
would
you.
the government do it?
MMA?
I don't know. False
can I get
flags
on
don't
with
happen. Listen, Martis, you live in a different country. America doesn't do anything bad in other countries. You're absolutely right. 100% right.
Can I ask my question now?
Oh my God, you guys are clueless. Go ahead. No conspiracies. You know what conspiracy is? If one or more person comes up with a plan, that would be a conspiracy. You can't tell me you don't believe in those things, because atheists do it all the time with Christians. Hey, let's get this Christian in this room so we can make fun of him.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm not trying to just rant and rave. I just would like some clarifications on some. So, I do understand what conspiracies are, and I do believe that there are conspiracies that happen. So I'm not refuting that, but at what point do you just blindly believe that something is conspiracy? You need some sort of evidence, to say it's a conspiracy. Now, if somebody came to me with compelling evidence, the assassination of President Kennedy, that it was a conspiracy, I would probably I would review it and probably be inclined to believe that there was a conspiracy to do it. But I don't believe either side. I don't magic bullet, and I don't believe that the conspiracy theorists, because nobody's come up on either side of compelling evidence.
Okay, Mutt 20.
You know,
Your name is
for
Mutt
either
2050.
position.
Sleepy guy, that was me. I said.
Okay, your name is Mutt 2050, right?
Yes.
So if somebody came up with compelling evidence, you would actually believe what happened on 9/11 was something other than what they told you on the news. Even though there are plenty of people out there giving evidence on a regular basis about jet fuel, about motivations for doing it, security breaches. There's overwhelming evidence, and you're gonna say that's not evidence. You're gonna say it's anecdotal, and all this other stuff, right?
Anecdotal. I say it does not refute the evidence that we do have of what happened.
So what happened? So what happened?
There are those people presenting evidence, but that evidence it cannot be verified. It cannot be.
It's a big question, Mike. When did they kill Osama bin Laden? When did they kill?
I can't answer anything right at the moment. I'll be back.
Okay, cool. MM Artist, when did they kill Osama bin Laden? Did they kill him under the Obama administration, or did it happen under the Bush administration? I'm just curious.
Obama.
Hold up,
I'm broadcasting. Tell me something. When you're watching TV, how much truth are you getting when you're watching television? Just curious.
Depends on what I'm watching.
You're on air. Everybody watching this video, listen to the wisdom of Emmett Carter regarding live vision.
G-Man,
Yeah.
I just want to know, because since you believe it was a conspiracy, right? That 9/11 was a conspiracy.
No. How much truth is on TV? You heard about 9/11 on TV. I live in Jersey City. I saw it happen. I was right there. So please tell me. You wasn't in another country when this happened. So please tell me. Please tell me with your own mouth how much truth you think we get on TV here in the United States, since you don't live here.
It depends on the sources, and it depends what you're talking about. What the topic is.
7 to 8%. About 7 to 8% on what we see on the news
Of
is actually
what?
true.
A comedy channel?
What we see is true.
Movie channel?
No, the news. The news. Have you even researched this stuff?
Have
Who
you?
owns news companies? Whoa. Who do you think owns? Who do you think owns these networks?
Hold on.
Like where do you get the 7 or 8% from? What? 7-8%.
Oh my God.
Well, that's the question.
Wow, I thank God every day I'm not an atheist, because you people are just going to be easy.
Hold on.
Not only do they got you, but they can start reeling you in and talking to you want.
With 9/11, G-Man.
I'm curious about what you're saying. Is it true or not? So that's why I'm saying, where's the 7 or 8% coming from?
Well,
I will give you a link. I'll give you a link. Hold on. I'll give you a link. Hold on.
Please don't be from Alex Jones. Please don't be from Alex Jones. Please don't be from Alex Jones. Please don't be. God, I pray to you. God, Jesus Christ, please don't let this link be from Alex Jones. Or Natural News. Or Global Research.
Fox TV.
Or Dr. Judy Wood. Or Fox News. Or Bill O'Reilly.
Judge Judy.
Jesus' name, amen.
Tides go in, tides go out.
Nobody knows how.
So anyway, here's a link. Here's a link. And it's not Alex Jones and none of them other people that you're talking about. Alex Jones is a fraud. So click on that link.
YouTube link.
And I didn't know that you guys watch so much gullible TV. I mean,
G-Man.
I don't even watch TV.
Do you know of the...
you should. You should cut it on. It will kill your brain cells. You should do it. You should go check it out for a little bit. Kill your brain cells.
G-Man, I'm asking a serious question here. There was a paper
no,
that a lot of...
You haven't asked me a serious question since I've been in here.
Really?
G-Man, there was a paper that a lot of 9/11 truthers claim was peer-reviewed, it was published, and yes, that and the other. And it was on the red grade chips that was found in the dust of the aftermath of the Twin Towers collapsing.
Dude, that link you just sent is from a movie called Network.
Oh, fuck's sake.
well, let me ask you something, MM Artist. Let me ask you something. What was the claim of these 9/11 truthers? Right? And by the way, I fight with them too. My question for you is, what is their claim?
So a lot of people. So okay. Well, first I need to understand what your position. Like, do you think it was thermite?
I didn't ask you that. I said, what is their claim?
Okay, well, that's the thing. There's a lot of groups that claim different things, but they'll claim 9/11 truthers.
Okay, I'll tell you mine then, if you want. I'll tell you mine.
Yeah,
my view is the whole event happened so that American rights could be taken away.
But I'm saying
how? After 9/11.
It was the thermite, the most pointless substance in the world to bring down a building. Do you think it was that? Do you think it was controlled demolitions? Do you think this is a real one? Do you think it was a space?
Well, you saw it. What do you think? You saw it. What do you think? What do you think? You think an airplane hit it and it fell like that? What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me that the jet fuel was hot enough to make the building fall like that? Then you're a scientist. You would know this, right?
Because
okay, so do me a favor. Go watch those videos again, and then explain to me how the same event happened in another country, and the building burnt for a long period of time. Let me finish. And those buildings burnt. Let me finish. That those buildings burnt for a longer period of time, and those buildings didn't fall. With the examples they gave. And then two, the eyewitnesses who had their cameras taken away from them, and who were threatened when they said that they heard explosions. This stuff was on the news before they edited it.
G-Man, can I answer? First, you need to understand the structures of the two towers. The Twin Towers had a different structure.
You don't live here. You don't know about the structure of the towers. You've never been in the World Trade Center. I have.
I had been too.
That's like me telling you about Australia.
So G-Man, you understand.
Hey, everybody, you got the guy from Australia Australia, mate, trying to tell me about what's going on over here in New York.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm serious. Because.
Yo, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Get on a plane and come over here. We have a group called Homeland Security. All that stuff started getting together after 9/11. Watch how they treat you when you get off that plane. And for the love of God, don't tell them you're a Muslim, because if you do, you'll be sent right back where you came from.
Amen.
Can I ask you another question, please, about that? Because you're saying that he can't have any insight or opinion about the Twin Towers or anything because he's never been to America. Yet I've seen on your videos.
Listen, guys, I don't like having conversations with people who don't believe in anything.
Can I
I
please
don't like having
finish my
conversations with guys
statement?
who don't believe in anything.
Please finish my
Go ahead and
statement.
finish your statement. Go ahead. But I have a hard time listening.
Can I please finish my statement?
I don't believe.
If you say no, I'll concede that you don't want me to finish my statement.
He's lagged for me.
He left.
Go ahead and finish your statement. Tell me why you don't believe. Why you believe Al Qaeda did 9/11? No.
I'm not talking about that.
Try to convince me that Al Qaeda has something to do
Finish
with
my
it.
statement and you don't build a straw man. Okay, you're saying that he can't have an opinion or a position because he's never been to America. He's never been in the World Trade Center.
Not having an opinion.
Hey, hold on. Let me finish with what I'm saying. You were you ever? Did you serve in the military at all? I do need to ask that question. You man?
No.
You never served in the military.
No.
You've never been deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan. You or never been to Iraq or Afghanistan. Okay.
Nope.
Then people told you to shut up because I've seen you multiple times make comments about the military and about the war in Afghanistan and the situations in Afghanistan. I don't think it's.
You have? When?
On some of your YouTube videos and on some Hangouts, they're not
When?
like.
I don't remember talking about that stuff on my channel. When? I don't remember talking about that stuff on my channel.
Yeah, you've made a few comments about the situation there.
I don't have one video on my channel focusing on that stuff.
No, I'm not saying focusing on. I'm saying making a comment or whatever.
Okay.
You
gotta give me a link. You gotta give me a link to show me what you're talking about.
I'm just saying I'm saying you're doing. You're knocking what him having an opinion or a position because you've never been there. Well, if you've never been somewhere and done it, been a part of something, then it'd be the same for anybody else in your position or your opinion.
Yeah.
That's not a valid reason to say, hey, you're wrong because you've never been there. That you can't have an opinion.
So you're fine with not believing nothing then, right?
Yeah.
You're fine with walking around life not believing nothing, right?
I believe there's this can of Pepsi.
Was that addressed to me or to him?
Oh yeah. You also believe in the theory.
G-Man.
Big Bang is actual factual information. Whatever.
Let me just get on this whole point with 9/11 and the structure of the towers.
Sure, go ahead.
It had the core, most of the core pillars were in the very center of the towers. They had a lot of office space because on the edges they had their pillars on the face of the office buildings, right? So in a sense, you've got this cube here representing the circumference or whatever of the tower. So they had to have a lot of office space, that have a lot of gaps here, and so then you'd have your pillars more or less in the center. So the reason why the buildings fell the way they did and why it appeared to bow in is because obviously to connect these floors across to the core pillars and whatnot, they need beams going across. What happens when metal heats? It expands, and if it's going across like a beam, it's going to sag. So when this metal sags, it's going to pull in the walls a bit to create a bowing effect.
I do construction, and I know what controlled demolition is, so you're wasting your time
right
now.
Okay.
All right?
So,
and if we look at what happened in 9/11, I can screen share it right now. That is controlled demolition.
Please? Okay then. So I take it we've all watched Controlled Demolition, right? Please point out to me in the many YouTube videos and footage of 9/11 happening, with audio of course, the very notable explosions that happen in series with controlled demolitions. You can literally pair any video of a controlled demolition to what you'd see of people right near the towers as they go down. Just compare the audio and note the difference, G-Man.
Yeah, but that's
I agree. I agree with you. I
that's
agree to the fact that you believe that Al Qaeda did what they did. I agree that you believe that. More power to you. You're going to be one of the easiest people to be implemented in what they're doing around.
So why do you think? Do you think it was for oil?
Who said anything about oil? I didn't say that.
Who said anything about believing Al Qaeda?
Although I find that kind of ironic that the prices of everything went up while they were making all that money on that stuff.
So, but this goes out to anyone. Does anyone here think it was for oil? And Matt knows where I'm going with this one. Does anyone think it was for oil?
I just like to ask, what was the purpose for if it wasn't Al Qaeda?
It has to go along.
Who did it and why then?
Yeah, who had the most to gain from it? That's what I want to know.
Right. Who do you say did it and why?
The U.S. government doesn't do anything wrong. I'm glad a man from Australia is actually saying America is great. We don't do anything wrong.
Who are you
All hell
saying,
television.
Who are you saying did it and what was their reason for doing it?
I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I'm wasting my time talking here.
So you don't have
I'm one of these people that once I realize I'm wasting my time,
you don't have an idea of who did it or why. You just know that Al Qaeda didn't do it.
According to you? According to you?
Not according to me because I'm not stating anything.
I'm not one stating that either, according to you.
What's your position? That's all he wants to know.
No, I'm asking your position.
No, I am not going to have a conversation about what I believe no more with people who don't believe in anything. I'm not doing that. It's stupid. I'm not going to have a conversation with people who don't believe in nothing. He said he believes a can of soda standing in front of him. That's about as deep as he can get. There's no conversation there. You can't go very deep with me about anything.
Why can't
By the way,
with
a show of hands. How many of you believe in the magic bullet theory? How many of you believe in the magic bullet theory by a show of hands? That's the only way. That's the only way Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin. So can somebody give me a show of hands?
You can't lump every single conspiracy theory together. Whereas it's like, oh yeah, because you don't believe that one. Oh, that means that you obviously don't believe any of them. Like conspiracy theories have to be approached, individually. They're all individual claims. You can't just.
I'm arguing with atheists who want evidence for everything, and they get to pick and choose what evidence is right for them or not. Not based on whether or not it's good evidence or not.
I think maybe you don't understand the origin of the actual term of evidence. Then, I mean, if you
I do understand the origin of evidence. Atheists don't want evidence; they want to be.
Yeah, it's all in the Bible.
No. You don't want evidence. You want to be convinced. You don't want evidence. You want to be convinced. I'm not.
That's what evidence does.
That you
It
guys
helps
are doing.
convince people.
And that's not my job.
I don't believe in magic bullet theory. I believe that it is plausible that there was a conspiracy that involved.
All you guys are doing is confirming what I say about atheists on my channel on a daily basis. That's all you guys are doing. Is confirming it. Yes, it is. You guys don't believe in nothing. I walk around my life. I believe a cup's in front of me because the cup is here. I believe it.
I told you I believe. You're
and
the
you're
one that won't tell us
lying
what you
because
believe.
you have never seen this common ancestor that evolved into all these different things, but you believe that.
Do not fucking change the subject.
Belief is not faith.
Hey, MM artist, who you pointing your finger at, man? I'm just curious. MM artist, I don't even know. MM artist, let me ask you something, MM artist. Who are you?
I am me.
It doesn't matter who you are. Thank you.
You can't handle the truth.
The Rock says, know your role and shut your mouth. Thank you. Now let's continue with the conversation.
Did you know that WWE is a fantasy as well?
Yes, I do. WWE is a fantasy. Yes, I know that.
Anybody hear me?
I told you what I believe.
Until you go to
it's
school
really hard to
and you
kinda
gotta
jump
take
in,
a bump. Go do a backflip on your hardwood floor and then tell me how fake wrestling is then. Go do a backflip on your hardwood floor. And then on your back. And then tell me how fake it is then.
I wouldn't call it wrestling fake. It is choreographed.
Could we have people
It's
talking in
it's
order?
predetermined. It's
So,
predetermined. That's what it is.
guys, could we have people talk in order? So, like left to right or right to left, whatever the fuck. So everyone gets
You don't
their
get to
fucking
say
voice
that.
crossed.
Nadia is the one who gets to say that because this is Nadia's room.
Shut the fuck up then.
Okay, yeah.
It's a suggestion.
Sounds like a decent idea.
Yeah, just so everyone gets their voice out. Jeez.
You know what I mean?
So who wants to have the piece?
I'll say.
Oh, sorry. I'll go after Sleepy Guy. I gotta add something in.
What?
G-Man, I wanted to know what is the conspiracy that surrounds evolutionists that stops people, that makes it feel like an evil entity to you? He's not on his headphones, so. Oh, he's left.
I think he's signing off.
Well.
And that's what you get for asking questions.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious of what he actually has
Yeah,
to say.
exactly. Yeah.
That earlier on the AIDS thing, MMA was giving an explanation of the AIDS issue and situation. He just took his headphones off.
Yeah, you like.
Yeah, he just want to have a discussion about this stuff, and it's.
Do you want to know what it is? It's that because of. I think the best way to approach G-Man is because he gets so defensive so quick. You have to actually be nice in
Stroke his ego.
Oh,
Well, I was trying to be nice, but it's like he.
welcome back,
talks
G-Man.
over me.
There we go.
So G-Man, are you
Yeah, I'm not answering your question, MM Artist, because I'm not interested in arguing with somebody who doesn't believe in anything.
Okay,
You
how
don't
about
believe
next
in
question?
Believe in anything. Pin this down. Guys, I want to pin this down. What do you mean I don't believe in anything? Elaborate for
You
me.
don't believe in nothing.
What do you mean
Oh,
I
you
don't
don't
believe in
believe
nothing?
Not anything, nothing.
I believe in a sport. It's here. I can touch it, feel it.
Yeah.
If I can't see it, then I don't believe it. That's a lie from the pit of hell because you believe in evolution. You believe in this common
G-Man.
ancestor you
G-Man.
never seen before.
G-Man, I can't see my mother. She's just outside. Does that mean I don't think she exists? No.
Well, you know what? What proof and evidence do you have that she's outside?
What about?
I gotta take your word for it. Hey, what a concept! I
You
gotta
calm
take your
G-Man
word
down
for it.
somehow.
See you.
He's getting out of control again.
Yeah, he's losing. He's in the plot a bit. G-Man.
Nervous breakdown.
Yeah, I
I'm always breaking down.
Probably not that quite extreme.
I can't.
Who said that? Who said that I'm always breaking down? I'm just curious. Who said that?
No, I said you're having a nervous breakdown. You're losing it. You're
I am?
geeking out. There we go.
Yeah.
Now he's calm.
I don't
He's
think
calm
so,
now.
but
I don't want to hear from you no more, sir.
He left.
Thank you.
Did
So
I
I-
originally ask a question?
So I got a question for all the other Americans in here that aren't G-Man, just to get the pressure off him for a second. But if you were to take a look at something like if you were to take a look at something like 9/11, and you take a look at the all the committees that were formed from that, like the amount of organization that would have to go into something like that, when you have like the National Institute of Standards and Technology rejecting any claim from 9/11 conspiracists, you have these the 9/11 Commission chaired by these members of or like these governors and whatever, all these other people that are elected there. And then you compare someone saying all that's a conspiracy to looking at how your government functions right now. Do you think that you're giving them just a little too much credit?
No, but on the other hand, I'd say that to the extent that there could have been a conspiracy, it's not really demonstrable. So, I mean, it's a pretty plausible thing. It's kind of how. The YouTube link, I'll bring it over to you shortly. And, well, the evidence is effectively privileged, right? So you are ultimately never going to be able to prove. And
It's not falsifiable.
beyond that, you also have. Go ahead.
Oh, I said it's non-falsifiable.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah. So beyond that, you also have the trouble that when
I don't go to work on Monday.
shoot, sorry. Okay, beyond that, you also have trouble that when you consider these plausible ways of how, like, the government world, etc., works. To the extent it's plausible and maybe not even uncommon, you still have a level of being extraordinary that makes it require that extra evidence. So I think the right way to go is to kind of split the difference and acknowledge that it's not demonstrable.
G-Man, just give us your position on this whole thing, and
you know what? Will atheists ever be the president of the United States? Like, I mean, do you honestly think that's ever going to happen?
One day it has to.
Probably, eventually.
We can't put nobody in office that thinks like you guys. I'm sorry.
It won't happen. It won't happen for
I will never vote for a person that thinks like this. I will never do it.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
No, it is not. No, it is not. I need people who actually think and can be intellectually honest about stuff. Not people who need to be intellectually dishonest.
Hold on then. Oh, G-Man, do you believe in global warming or climate change?
No.
You don't believe it's happening at all?
I don't believe a word that's coming out of Al Gore's mouth.
What Al Gore?
What's
Al Gore's one of the biggest mouthpieces for that. For that.
I don't care. What does Al Gore?
Maybe like 10 years ago, but he's got nothing to do with it anyway.
What about the actual established scientists and organizations and actual research data? How about you base your opinions off of that?
I'm not gonna base my opinion off of people who are obviously having a field day tricking you, things, MM artists. I'm not gonna do that. See, I'm a skeptic too, and let me tell you what I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic of anything that I know, anything that looks like it has an agenda. Okay, and right now, this agenda, everything that they're talking about with global warming is a bunch of baloney. Okay, so whatever you got to say, whatever you say.
G-Man. I would like to ask you what is that thing that you said earlier about, you said that there's an agenda going on with the evolutionists. What is that agenda? You didn't get to it.
I'll keep that to myself. Maybe I'll make a video about that one day. I'll have it hang out on my channel where I know it's going to be.
If you're not going to talk about it, why divert it into a conspiracy of something else?
Stay awake, Oscar.
Well, I know there's a conspiracy.
He's talking out of his ass, that's why.
And I can prove that, but I'm gonna do it on my channel. I'm not gonna do it here.
Really?
I'm genuinely curious about your position.
No, he said it's.
Don't worry, the video will be up hopefully before I go on vacation.
Oh, please go.
In maybe a slightly less crowded setting.
Please go what? Please go on vacation?
Yes, hurry up.
G-Man, so I just want to know your position.
Hey, Oscar, let me ask you a question, Oscar. Who are you?
I'm
It's
a pain on the ass to you. That's what I am.
Oh, you're not a pain in the butt to me, because all I gotta do is hit ignore with you. That's all I gotta do.
I know.
Watch this.
That's how dishonest people do it.
That was fast.
That's how dishonest people
You're not a pain in my butt, because I can't see you anymore.
Ignoring people like you. Ignoring other people.
Oh, man.
You think I give a fuck about you ignoring me?
That's how I deal with pains in the
piece of
butt.
shit.
Thank you.
I'm saying this live, by the way.
Maybe a less crowded room, we could, maybe have a discussion about, like, LGBT issues or some such.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah,
I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
still trying to get
The
bionic
problem
dances
is
on
he
the
tried to dominate the conversation as soon as he arrived. I asked him a simple question at the beginning.
I'm used to
and
MM
he,
artists. That's why I haven't
fell
ignored
into
him
his
yet.
trap. I said to him, "Do you believe if a scientist develops something new today, and it doesn't go in contradiction with what the biblical studies says,
how does it feel to be
will
your own
change?"
God,
And he came up to
come to grips with yourself yet that you're your own God yet?
Person side or whatever. So he dodged the
you
question.
were the first victim of that.
Yeah, and then it came to aid and came to this and came to that.
Yeah, I just got word blast from two people at the same time. G-Man,
I can.
Yeah, what was the question, G-Man, about me being my own god?
Well, I was trying to answer you, but Nick muted me, and if he does it again, I'm going to ignore his butt next.
Well, just that, you've gone through and you've ignored two people in this hangout right now, and
it's amazing.
They still want to talk. Like they still have the ability to throw in their opinion, but because you can't hear them, you try to talk over them still. So
okay.
Maybe
we'll just next time
yeah, so maybe next time that they're talking, we might kind of give you kind of like a, hey, G-Man, these guys are talking, wait 30 seconds or something.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing. But, it feels good to be my own God, I love it. I worship myself in the morning. I give my nipples a few rubs for some good old luck. Yes. It's good.
Hey, MMR, you got that proof that there's no God? Did you ever get that proof?
Yes, I did actually. The big one told me.
So where's the proof at? How do you know that there's no God?
Okay, so the spaghetti monster pretty much had intercourse with himself, and therefore a universal ejaculation.
Right.
So in other words, you don't have no evidence.
Well, no. What MMA is saying that it was revealed in a way that he could know for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And how was it revealed to you? By a flying spaghetti monster. That's your claim, not mine.
But it was revealed in a way that he could know for sure, though.
But that involves a flying spaghetti monster, according to him.
Yeah, but this flying spaghetti monster is not a god. It's a flying spaghetti monster.
No. He said the flying spaghetti monster revealed it to him.
Yeah, in a way that he can know for certain. Yeah.
Because
okay, so MMRs, wouldn't you have a belief in the flying spaghetti monster? I could have swore you told me in a debate that the flying spaghetti monster was a metaphor or some type of example.
What was that, J-Man?
This is what happened on the Drunken Peasants. You ask serious questions, and you see what you get back in return? Just saying.
What was the question?
You
just accused him of being a little god. You think that was a serious question?
No, it's too late, MMR. It's too late. Owned.
I'm just gonna worship my parents.
Do you respect the flying spaghetti monster as a deity?
No, I don't believe in the flying spaghetti monster.
No.
You do. You believe in flying pasta.
No, I don't. I believe in something completely
different.
different.
You do. You just said that the flying spaghetti monster.
It doesn't mean I believe it. I said it doesn't mean I believe it.
You're a flying spaghetti monster believer. What religion is that? The spaghetti religion?
He touched me with his noodly appendage.
You're speaking.
In other words, guys, who is ever watching, MMR is yet another that there is no God. He accepts premise on his guys. He accepts that premise on faith.
Yep.
He has proof.
On faith. No, I do have faith.
Yes, you do, artist.
It was revealed in the cookbook, the holy cookbook of spaghetti.
Oh, and by the way, Nadia,
that's my Italian grandma.
Private conversation that I've had with artists that I never put on YouTube when we first met talking about evolution when I didn't know anything. You should watch that conversation. Listen to what we're saying right now. artists, I will destroy you. The bottom line is this, okay? The bottom line is this. You don't have any evidence for God, therefore you have a faith-based assertion, therefore you do not hold to the scientific method.
Why are you out to destroy people? Why don't you try and learn?
Learn? I can't learn from people who don't believe in anything. You guys don't believe in air, wind, gravity, or nothing. You guys don't believe in nothing. There's no such thing as conspiracies. There's no such thing as colored people. There's no such thing as rainbows. There's no such thing as clouds. There's no such thing as nothing.
I'm seeing clouds right now.
G-Man, if you
don't believe I'm holding the can of paint. Oh yes, you do, because you can see it.
G-Man, if a Christian who has a degree in biology taught you about evolution, would you listen?
He won't. He won't.
Oh, you talking about Fiona?
No, not Fiona, but anyone of that caliber.
A Christian?
A
Christian. Who is it? Who is it?
I'm just saying anyone. Anyone.
He won't.
Are you talking William Lane Craig?
Francis Collins.
You know why he won't?
Who?
Because it's not written in the Bible. That's why.
Who are you talking
That's why
about?
he won't.
I'm talking about Dr. Francis Collins.
That's the matter.
I don't care if this is Dr. Whoever. The bottom line is evolution is alive from the pit of hell.
It's a matter.
And it's being fed, it's being rammed down your throat because they want to give you an alternative to God.
Sorry, G-Man. I think Oscar wants to say something.
No, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it.
All right.
No, don't
Never
worry
mind.
about him. No, don't worry about him. I mean,
How do you prove it's from hell? Like, how do you prove that evolution is something that's come from hell? I'm curious.
I'm not gonna prove nothing to you, sir.
No,
I'm not gonna
do it because I already know what I'm gonna get in return for that. And I'm not
No.
Not my job to do that.
I won't treat
Not
you
my
any
job.
unfairly. I'm genuinely curious because of you fascinate
No,
me.
I'm not telling you.
Really?
I refuse to. Go check out Preaching to the Choir Ministries, and you can go
in an
find out why I
entertainment
believe this
value
stuff.
sort of way.
I'm not here for your. I'm not here to entertain you, sir.
This reminds me of that
But you are
Joel
thoroughly
Osteen
entertaining me by showing me you believe nothing.
I never said that. You've
Joel
never
Osteen has the
G-Man,
Why
you've
do you
never
keep
asked me
saying
what I
you
believe.
Better than anything I could watch on TV.
Why do you keep speaking for all of us? Like
Yeah, I
that?
don't like that. I don't like that.
Because none of you have demonstrated you believe in anything.
I believe in rainbows.
All right. If a scientist says it, it's the
Colorful
truth.
rainbows.
If a Christian says it, it's a lie.
I believe in clouds and rainbows.
You worship
rain.
scientists.
No,
hey,
no,
you
wait,
remember that
wait.
in the artist? When I said you're scientists or you're prophets?
G-Man, I just stated that I do believe in things and I do have faith in things, and you're claiming that all of us, don't believe in anything. You don't know what I believe.
You haven't asked us individually.
Okay,
what we
so
believe.
how
You haven't even had a discussion with me
How
at
was
all.
John F. Kennedy killed? How was John F. Kennedy killed?
What's that got to do with our beliefs?
You Harvey Oswald?
What's that got to do with our beliefs?
You know, I would love to do a Google Hangout. Whoa. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'd like to make a bet with you guys. I'll start a Google Hangout, right? I'll give you 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes of uninterrupted talk regarding how John F. Kennedy was killed.
Why Jeff Kennedy? Why he?
And if whoa, can you say you don't believe in conspiracies?
Why
you must believe that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only person involved. Okay, whoa! Time out. Here's the bet. I'm gonna
Why
be
are you saying all of us?
No. I want you to hear this now, Nadia. I will agree to become an atheist
and make a
if
statement.
you can prove to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only person who had anything to do
Remember,
with
he's
that
a pastor. He has to
assassination.
dominate.
Okay?
I don't believe that.
Maybe you should make a different bet. You
I
can't really
win-
discriminate us that way.
Whoa! If I win, you have to convert to
Again.
Christianity.
Is he barking?
You have to renounce your atheism and become a Christian.
Because I never said I believe that.
Okay, so how did John F. Kennedy die then?
He was shot.
By who?
Well, possibly Lee Harvey Oswald.
Possibly. I didn't ask you who possibly did it. I asked you who shot him.
I don't know. Possibly Lee Harvey Oswald.
It was the devil.
Wait. Would everybody else be quiet? Because I can't hear what he's saying to me. No, wait. What did you say? I said it was possibly Lee Harvey Oswald.
Okay, yeah. The news said that it was Lee Harvey Oswald. So why don't you believe that?
Because there's a lot of questionable other items in there, but I don't have all the conspiracy involved to assassinate Lee Harvey Oswald, and possible that there was another gunman.
That's why
that is possible.
That's why I wanted to make that bet.
Many
That if I can prove
conspiracies of that time had come out. The false flag attack request towards the president, the CIA attempted suicide on Castro, where we have actual physical documents from the government that show that yes, these things did occur, and it had been considered conspiracy theory until the documents arose. So there's a possibility, but without something, well, there's a possibility.
Nothing to do with it. How do you think he got in office?
I mean, and it's compelling. It is compelling that there's a possibility, but we don't have really good evidence to.
Oh my God, we don't really have good evidence. We don't really have good evidence. We don't really have good evidence. Let's have to hang out and make the bet.
Let me
Make the bet. Make the bet.
Well,
Make the bet.
see, one of the issues here that's
I'm
been
not a science buff. I'm a history buff. So I would love to take you into my world, and we have this conversation.
I'm not a
necessarily a history buff.
I am.
I'm saying
You'll
that,
be entering my
there's-
world.
What evidence do you have that
Agree to the bet. Agree to the bet. I want you to publicly renounce your atheism when I hit you up with what things actually happened. That you can't argue with. That was factual things that happened.
Games here. I'm not playing games here. I'm actually asking you a legitimate question.
I'm asking you a legitimate question too. Take me up on the bet.
I'm asking you, what legitimate evidence do you have, okay, that it was somebody else? And I'm not saying just random somebody.
It wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. He was a patsy. So here's the thing.
Was Jack Ruby the other gunman? Was somebody else?
Take me up on a bet, yes or no? Tell me your confidence.
I'm not playing games. I'm not playing games. I'm actually
come on.
interested in knowing what your position is. I'm not playing games here. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm trying to actually understand your position.
Because clearly you don't know, you don't have no confidence in what you're saying. Because I'm very confident. I want to see you become a Christian tonight. So why don't we go to my show? This conversation.
Oswald did not shoot the president. Okay, I want to know what you have to support that, because I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I did very well in history. I did very well in history.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Now here's the thing. You did well in science, I'm assuming.
Too. I got
well in science, so you can argue the evidence to you blue in the face. But I guarantee you, what I'm going to show you, especially with that magic bullet garbage that they was talking about, how that's impossible. What they say happened with that bullet and whatnot. Okay.
I don't think said that a bullet.
If you were a policeman, how would you carry out an investigation?
Okay, so nobody's here is confident about their position. Let the record show that I was the only person that was confident enough.
No, I don't think I have enough evidence. But how many shots did?
They're smart guys.
How many shots were fired from the book depository? How many shots were fired by Lee Harvey Oswald from the book depository?
Yeah. And when and in that court case, when they were trying to do the same thing with that gun, you had to be
how many shots
a certain kind of professional, and he couldn't do it. Okay?
How many shots were fired?
And by the way, when it was time to take everything to trial, I'll give you a little bit of the thrashing you would have gotten if you would have came to my
More
channel.
than 3, I think.
When it was time to go to trial, right, and all the witnesses like Clay Shaw and all these other people was going to be brought to the witness stand. Now, Clay Shaw, I believe, was the only person that actually made it, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone else was killed. Why? If it was just Lee Harvey Oswald, he was already dead. Why did Jack Ruby get killed? He had nothing to do with it. It was just Lee Harvey Oswald.
G-Man, can I have your response on the 9/11 thing?
Little bit of information there
I would like to know how many shots.
It's enough to make you become a believer. So take me up on my bet, come to my channel and do this.
Could it be that he
You have to
probably
renounce
doesn't know?
atheism. You don't got to become a Christian. You have to renounce atheism. Publicly. You're no longer atheist. You believe that God exists.
Why are you so up about that?
Because I know for a fact, I know what I'm going to say. I know how you're going to try to refute me, and I know what I'm going to say.
If you can prove that it was a conspiracy and the mob was involved and other people...
It was a conspiracy.
Okay. I'm not disputing that either way.
Who he was against, what Lyndon B. Johnson did after he became president.
You can prove that has no relevance on atheism.
Oh, come
on. That has no relevance on believing in your God or anybody else's God.
Anyway, sir, you're smart for not doing it. You're smart. Because you would have had to renounce your atheism tonight. You're smart. You're smarter. I would have reminded you what you said. I would have
with people like you are.
This man lost.
I'm actually trying to get legitimate information from you. What information do you have? I'm asking
the same information you got, my friend. If all I use is the news reports, I can do that. You believe in the magic bullet theory. I don't. Magic bullet theory explains what happened to John F. Kennedy. When I was in high school and I heard that garbage, I started laughing. I said, this never happened. Even my teacher started laughing when she heard that nonsense.
I'm done because I don't like playing games like this. And you're just going to keep telling everybody what I believe without knowing what I believe.
Well, you just realized that now.
If you're just going to keep yelling over me, telling me what I believe,
then we're not having an actual discussion.
Right.
So, and I actually wanted to have a discussion and understand your position and what information you have.
So you don't want to take me up on the bet.
You didn't want to actually present the information. Makes me believe you don't have
So
that.
you don't want to take me up on the bet.
Right. Right.
No, because I'm not playing games. I'm just trying to have open and
I'm
honest
tired of talking to
discourse.
people who don't believe in anything. And
I
you don't believe in
many
nothing.
things. I believe in many things.
No, you don't.
How do you know? You won't even
I know.
You won't even let me tell you what I believe in.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What does theism have to do with
What kind of
Determinism?
atheist are you? Are you a militant atheist? A weak atheist? A strong atheist?
What
Like,
circles of beliefs
When did I ever make the statement here that I was an atheist?
I don't know. Are you an atheist or are you a theist? What are you?
No, you said I was. But when did I
Well,
ever
I'm
make
wrong.
the
I'm about
statement?
to be corrected. If I'm
When
wrong
did
and you're
I
right,
make the
I'm about to
statement
be
that I was an
corrected.
atheist? When did
I'll
I
just check your profile here real quick and I'll find out what you are right now. Just give me a second.
Go right ahead. Check my profile.
So what are you?
Covered. The way you say things, topics.
Well, you already know what I am. So is it really relevant? You already made the statement.
I'm asking you now and you're not telling me. So if you're not going to tell me, then I'm just going to assume. I gave you the opportunity
Right, that's an
to tell me.
assumption. Now, I am.
Are you an atheist or are you a theist?
I am an atheist.
Okay.
But I did not even try to refute anything about theism or atheism or anything.
That's me doing
But
the
you were making an assumption ahead of time that I was an atheist. I was a Christian before. I was a pagan before. I mean, I went through a lot of different.
You was a Christian before you became an atheist?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Do you know what denomination?
Yeah, what denomination? Sure.
Well, you tell me, because you keep making the assumptions. What denomination?
No, but I'm about to make another claim in a minute now that you told me that you used to be a Christian.
What
But
denomination
first, what denomination
do you
were you part of?
assume?
Catholic Church?
What denomination do you assume that I was?
I don't know. You're a Catholic?
You're saying I was a Catholic?
No, I said, are you a Catholic? Were you a
Okay.
Catholic?
No.
G-Man, guys, G-Man has finally admitted that the Catholics are part of Christianity. Holy
No,
shit.
I didn't. No,
No,
I
he
didn't.
was asking if I was a Catholic.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
no,
what
no, no, no,
denomination?
no. I know. I ain't finally admitting.
No, that was not an admission.
So,
That was a question.
I got a Bible here. What denomination were you? I'm just curious.
Well, I'm waiting to see what
First John
assumption you
chapter
come up
4.
with.
No. First John tells me they did not believe every spirit that claimed that they were, that claimed that they are from God. Now here's the thing: you claiming that you was a believer, you was a Christian. I'm gonna ask you again: what denomination was you part of?
Mennonite.
Excuse me?
Mennonite.
What's that?
It's a denomination of Christianity.
A Mennonite?
Be gentle. Yeah, be gentle.
Do me a favor. Give me a link in the chat to show me what that is, please.
One of the many thousands.
I never heard of that before. Could you put me a link in the chat to show me what you're
Mennonite.
talking about?
Well, sure. I mean, I can do the same thing you do and Google it. I mean,
Okay, you put it in there. But I'm man enough to admit that I don't know what that is. So can you
get
put that in there?
well, yeah.
A Mennonite. What the heck is a Mennonite? Can you put that in there, please? What does Mennonites believe?
Hold on.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
A Mennonite. Let's see something here.
I think it's up.
Yeah, the link is in there.
Oh, Anabaptist. Okay, denomination's name. Well,
There's a link to a Mennonite site, I guess.
Same one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did somebody already put it up?
Yeah.
Am I double
I never heard of a Mennonite before. It's my first time hearing about them. Okay, so you're a Mennonite. Okay, is that closer to the Catholic faith or is that closer to Protestants?
It's closer to Mennonite. Well, it's closer to Amish.
Oh, Amish.
Pretty much, they're just like the Amish, except that they actually like electricity.
So
Not just like the Amish.
was up the Amish faith, but your particular group
No, his
use
next time is
electricity
gonna
and
say
use
that
technology.
that's a false belief. Trust me.
Well, let him speak.
Yeah,
Let him speak for himself. I don't.
I'm doing it.
Or
no, I'm doing a G-Man especially preempting. Sure.
And he's been doing it here all night. So
Why?
I'll take the high ground and let him speak for himself.
So what's a Mennonite?
I just gave you we just gave you a link to what a Mennonite
I can't read all of that right now, but according to one of your friends here, it's just like the
Well, they
Amish
have to
faith,
read
right?
now, innit?
It's off the Amish. It's similar.
Okay. And you believe that's Christianity?
Yes.
How?
How?
What's interpretation of the Bible?
Wait. What do you mean? How? I'm getting.
How do you believe in Christianity? You're saying you used to be a Christian. That's a claim. How do you believe that Mennonite, the Mennonite denomination, or the Anabaptists, or Christians?
Because
They read from the same book?
yeah, the same as other people are Christians. They believed in Christ the Savior who died on the cross for sins and rose again in 3 days.
Mormons claim they believe in Jesus. That doesn't make them believers. Satan believes in Jesus. Doesn't make him a believer.
No.
I'm just trying to figure out, specifically speaking, what it is that the Mennonites believe.
He died on the sin. He died on the cross for their sins and rose again 3 days later. Not that just they believe in that Jesus Christ existed. They believe he was their Savior who died on the cross and rose again 3 days later.
Oh, okay. So tell me something. What was it like when the Holy Spirit was living inside of you?
Bit crowded.
I can't really.
You're trying to find a weakness.
Say, I mean, define. What do you mean? What was it like?
He's trying
Romans
to define,
chapter 8, verse
he's trying
5.
to find a weakness
I can read that to you if you
on,
like.
on your belief.
It reads.
Fucking deceiving fuck.
Romans chapter 8, verse 5 says, For they that are after the flesh do mind things of the... Wait, no, this is not it. Hold on. Hold up. It might be verse 3. Hold on. Okay. Forgot the verse, but basically, the verse I was looking for, what it says is that if the Holy Spirit does not live inside of you, then you are none of His. Okay? Now, if you're going to tell me that the Holy Spirit, if you're going to tell me as an atheist that the Holy Spirit never lived inside of you, then that's going to tell me that you were never a believer. Now, my question for you is this. Are you going to sit here and try to tell me that the Holy Spirit never lived inside of you as an atheist? Or are you going to tell me about the experiences that you had when the Holy Spirit was living inside of you?
I'm still a little confused on that. Are you?
If you don't have the Holy Spirit and you never had the Holy Spirit, then you were never a believer to begin with.
What was my experience like in the Mennonite church?
No, the Holy Spirit. Okay? When did the Holy Spirit live inside of you? Can you explain to me what it was like when God spoke to you via the Holy Spirit?
I never had that experience. That's not a part of the Mennonite faith. We're not like Pentecostals. We don't speak in tongues. We wouldn't speak in tongues. We didn't believe God spoke directly to us.
When a person gets saved and they come to Christ, God's Spirit lives inside of them. If the Spirit of God is not dwelling inside of you, then you are not a believer. Okay?
That's not
I'm
fair.
trying to find the passage to read to you in a moment.
You see?
All right?
You're trying to go the same way as He-Man.
If you can't tell me about God living inside of you, or the Holy Spirit talking to you and guiding you into all truth, convicting you of sin and all this other stuff and whatnot, you can't give me a testimony about that.
So
tell me what that was like, then you were never a believer to begin with.
If the same one,
wait, please. If anybody, so your definition of a Christian is they have to hear God speaking to them. The God speaks.
I found the verse too, by the way.
So
Romans.
okay, but I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that they're not a Christian. They're not a true believer. They're not a real Christian unless God directly speaks to them.
I told you.
Romans chapter 8 and 9. I'll read.
I told you.
It says, "But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit. If so, that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of His." Okay? Now,
Yes,
was the Holy Spirit living inside of you when you was a believer? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Yes or no questions. Oh.
But
you don't know?
Is that what defines a Christian? You're saying that Mennonites weren't Christians because they didn't believe in that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you was really an authentic believer, then you can tell me when you was a believer. I don't know how long ago that was. I don't know if it was a year, 2 years, 3 years ago, or whatever. The point of the matter is, if you were really a believer, you got to tell me about the Holy Spirit.
Right.
What it was like when He indwelt you.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that Mennonites do not believe that God directly speaks to them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you because somebody was coughing. Say that again.
I'm sorry.
Mennonites do not believe that God speaks directly to them in that manner.
Oh, so they reject Romans 8:9 then?
No, they interpret it differently.
So how do they interpret it then?
Well, it's the Spirit within you. It is God working within you.
Okay.
God working through you.
So you don't believe that the Spirit of God speaks directly to people then?
You kind of thing. You make a decision. God, encourages you to make the right decisions versus the wrong decisions. That's the belief there.
Okay, Jesus said that God is looking for true worshipers. That God was a spirit and He desires people to worship Him in spirit and in truth, right?
Okay, well.
And in Genesis chapter 1, we see God as a spirit speaking, saying, "Let there be light," and then there was light. We have other passages of scripture when the Spirit speaks directly to people. So how exactly do you come to the conclusion that the Spirit of God does not talk to people?
Let Nadia speak.
So wait. I'll concede to Nadia.
Yeah. He's talking too much.
You mentioned earlier that if you was never a true Christian, it's not the cigarettes. And at other times you said, guys, in different conversations, that everyone ultimately, I think, believes in Jesus in their heart somewhere deep down. Does that seem like there's an issue there, or how would you? Can you explain this more?
Are you asking me, or are you asking Mutt?
Yeah.
Oh, that was for you.
I didn't understand nothing you were saying because you sound like you need to stop smoking all those cigarettes that's behind you. You need to throw them things in the garbage where your lungs are completely destroyed. That's a scientific fact. Cigarette smoking is bad for you. And you like you're high too. You like you're high too. You need to stop like smoking.
My fever's up.
Smoking cigarettes ain't gonna help it.
Smoking's bad if you have a fever.
The fever's up a bit, but don't worry about it. The main thing is, earlier you said in this conversation that he was never a believer because Mennonite was not somehow faithful to Christianity, and on other occasions, in different conversations, I think you've said that everyone ultimately believes in Jesus in their heart. So, is that
That's
accurate?
not what I said, Nadia, and you know that. That's not what I said, Nadia, and you know it. I said that I believe that everyone believes that God exists. Everyone believes that God exists.
Except for the ones that God has purposely blinded Himself to.
To Him.
No, that's you. That's your interpretation. That's what you're saying regarding this.
No, there are people who live who have no idea of the biblical God. It's a proven fact.
Plus, there is scripture out there as well that basically says that God does blind Himself from people.
Who? Name one person that you know that has never heard the gospel of Jesus Christ.
There's a
one.
A little boy in Afghanistan.
Okay, so give me some proof of
actually
that.
physically met that had
Give me
no
the link. Okay, so give me the link then. Give me the link that a little boy in Afghanistan never heard the gospel.
I met him. I just
but you don't have any proof. I'm sorry. Because you don't have demonstrable, empirical evidence, I don't believe it.
You didn't say you wanted
I don't believe it.
You said, I don't care if you believe it. That's irrelevant.
Okay, but I'm just saying, if you don't have any
if I knew
demonstrable,
anybody
any
that
empirical
ever did.
evidence for that, I would have to receive that by faith. So I'm going to reject that according to the
Fine, you can reject it.
You don't have any demonstrable and empirical evidence for what you're saying.
G-Man, hold on a second.
That's a simple question. I give you a simple answer.
Do you know what apostasy is?
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Do you know that there's still 20 countries in the world that still will imprison people, if not kill them, for apostasy?
Which countries?
Kuwait, Iran, Saudi Arabia,
Iraq.
A lot of them. There's a lot of them. You want me to look up all of them right now?
No. Here's a real kicker. What belief system are they doing that with?
Okay, no, but here's the point.
Islam. That is irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, it's not irrelevant
Iraq
because you said that you don't think anyone's heard the gospel. But there's countries out there that have death penalties against people even bringing a Bible into those countries if it goes against Islam. So how can you count that every single count on that every single person in that country has heard the gospel when they're living in a country that literally outlaws the gospel?
Tell him to go there.
You haven't heard of underground churches? People dying for sharing their faith in those countries? Which they have, not to mention is TV.
Wait, have you?
Not to mention
have you been in one of these underground churches? Have you seen one of these underground churches?
I've been part of a couple of them. I'm gonna probably be leading one.
Hold on a second.
I'm probably gonna be leading one when the Antichrist comes.
So you've been part of an underground church in Iran that has reached every single person.
Not Iran. I've been
Kuwait.
Part of underground churches.
Okay, so you've been part of these churches, right? You have evidence for this,
I've been
right?
part of an underground church.
You have evidence for this, right?
His passport.
I've been part of an underground church here in the United States.
Oh, in the United States.
I don't care if you don't believe me.
You have no evidence. You have no evidence. Oh, so I can't even trust you in your opinion.
You don't care what I have to say, though. You never care what I have to say.
I do.
Okay, all right.
You're lying.
That's irrelevant to me. Wait.
So evidence is irrelevant to you.
You got it backwards. You got it backwards. Wait a minute.
So personal evidence, like personal.
You got it backwards with
personal
me.
experience doesn't. Personal experience doesn't matter to you unless if it comes from like much or something like that.
Whatever the heck your name is. I
walk
walk by faith. You don't. You're the person that wants empirical evidence for everything.
Somebody else.
That's not me.
How lame is that?
Just saying. And when I was saying that to the individual I was talking to, which was Mutt, I did that because atheists are the ones who say they want evidence for everything. Okay, and if you're not going to take my word for it, then why should I take yours? If you're going to peer reviews and empirical evidence and demonstrable evidence and this, I'm going to throw that right back at you. Especially when you want me to believe you about something. Nah, that's right. You ain't got no demonstrable evidence. You ain't got no empirical evidence.
Right.
And then you begin to see the silliness of what you guys are doing here on YouTube. Especially when somebody decides to slingshot it right back at you.
So you don't need empirical evidence? Oh my God! He fucking muted me. Can you believe that shit?
But Nadia, are you gonna go to
what
sleep?
A little faggot piece of shit.
I'm gonna.
Seriously.
I'm gonna.
You just realize that.
No, you know what? This is the problem. He's so incredibly dishonest.
Nadia?
So incredibly dishonest. Nadia, he can't even do this stuff, man.
I've been typing
discourteous. Yeah, Nadia, I'm gonna leave.
Follow his own Christian principles.
Right, and then he goes and blocks.
I don't follow my own Christian principles. Mutt,
this is stupid.
You must be new, sir. You must be new.
Well, that was very rude.
You must be new.
Disrespect and rudeness, the principle of Christianity.
Oh, but it was perfectly okay when you guys do it to me. You need to go read the chat on my channel. You need to go read the chat on my channel.
I've never been.
And then go watch this video again. And then talk to me about rudeness.
I have tried to be respectful and considerate to you. So how have I been rude and disrespectful to you? I've been trying to be very considerate.
Well, hopefully I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong about you. I hope I'm wrong about you. And if it turns out that I'm wrong, then I will give you a public apology. I have no problem with that.
Well, why would you be rude and disrespectful to begin with?
But I'll go back and I'll review this video.
Kind and considerate.
Listen.
To begin with,
yeah. Take the punches from you guys all the time in these
somebody gives
hangouts.
you reason to be rude or disrespectful, then I would respect that.
I've gotten.
But
I've had reasons. MM Artist gave me a reason. The other people that was in here gave me reasons.
What reason did I give you to be rude and disrespectful to me?
Nadia said, and I quote, anybody who attacks G-Man is going to have a problem with her. You guys just ignored her and just went on the with me. Whatever. I understand. I get it. You guys are bored. You need something to attack or whatever.
No, G-Man, this
MM Artist, this is a challenge. If you believe that Lee Harvey Oswald did that on his own, you come to my channel one day, and I'd like to see you prove it.
G-Man, this is
That'd be a fun conversation.
G-Man, this is the thing. This is the thing. Look, you came in here and hijacked the whole
Right.
hangout and focused
Right.
it on you.
Right.
And
Right.
I wanted to entertain, being curious
all
about
fell
you
for
and
it.
being
I did what?
You
You all
hijacked
fell
this
for it.
hangout.
Yes, and you all failed miserably.
That's a lie. No. You guys started focusing all these questions to me.
I
You have other
did
people in
not
the
fail
room
for
to
that.
talk
I called him
about various
as it
different
was.
things. And then hijack this hangout.
You did.
Of course it did.
I disagree.
Of course it
You
did.
did, and it was kind of disrespectful to everyone else's group. And then he started speaking for me, which was also rude. On top of that, what I would like is, I really wanted to just talk with you and find out what you're about, and you won't even give answers to that. So you're just wasting our time.
Right.
You wouldn't even give answers to the most basic of things. Like, we wanted to know your positions.
Anybody who rewinds this hangout and goes
agree.
watch it from
Correct.
when I came in here will have a different opinion of that. I
See,
doubt
you
that.
never,
I
you
doubt
never,
that
you
highly.
never got around to the conversation
I think
9/11. That being one example out of many.
You're dodging the question. Always dodging the question.
You completely avoided it and said you don't. Well, you even said you want to have a conversation with me, but you didn't believe in anything.
I didn't avoid anything. Once I realize I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting my time. I'm not going to continue to go on. I'm not one of these YouTubers that's going to go on and on and on when I know I'm wasting my time.
You weren't listening to anybody's opinions or their beliefs or anything. You were telling everybody what they believed in their opinions. You told me multiple times what I believed. And then when I told you where I came from and what I was from, you didn't even know what I was talking about. You've never even heard of it before. So how can you say you know what I believe?
Okay, you know what? I apologize, Mutt. When somebody tells me what they believe,
apologize.
No. You know what, Mutt? You're right. You're
Okay,
right. When somebody tells me what they believe,
if you don't want to accept it,
I need to just believe it. No. When somebody tells me what they believe, then I need to believe it. Then fine. Practice what you preach. Let me tell you what I believe. I believe that God exists.
I said
guess
what?
what?
You've never even
Guess what?
asked
Now you believe it because now you believe that I believe that God
You
exists.
just told everybody what my beliefs were. You just interjected what my beliefs were.
Yeah.
Okay.
That all of us.
And that's the point. Not whether you believe what I believe or believe that what I believe is true, or believe that I do have those beliefs. That's fine. You have every right to have your beliefs in any way, shape, or form you want.
He's left.
Yeah, because I started to have a rational conversation with him, and
oh my God!
offended and left.
Hallelujah.
Was I being rude? I was trying not.
No. He was being rude. He was being ignorant.
Yeah.
I grew up in the faith, and I understand that side.
But Mutt, let me ask you a question. How do you know you're really a Christian? I just want to ask you a question, okay? Just let me ask you a question, okay? You're not let me ask you a question.
All right, G-Man. I thought
wait a minute. How do you ask a question? I don't understand axing a question.
No. I'm going to ask you a question. Let me
Does
ask
it
you.
involve a hatchet, or does it involve like a double-headed axe? Will this hurt? Because if you're going to ask me a question, I want to know whether or not it's going to hurt. Otherwise, no, you can't ask me a question.
then you forget the plurals in words.
G-Man was in another room with a bunch of other theists, and he got kicked out of that one too.
No, you're kidding me.
No, he was sitting with
That's why.
Fiona, Sykes, and a couple of other individuals, and he was just doing exactly the same thing that he was doing over and over and over again, and they got exasperated with him. Even who was Nadia? Who was the older gentleman that was in here before? Andy.
Nadia's probably gonna lay down. She's not feeling too good. Her fever's up.
Yeah, he went to their room and he got kicked out of there too. And it was amazing because he just would not shut up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with his position or his point of view. You know, I'd really like to learn and understand his position, his point of view, but he just kept talking over everybody and telling everybody what they believed and what their opinion and what their position was before ever even opening a line of discourse.
Yeah, and and then like the hypocrisy from one sentence to another, like Mutt, I can't take anything you say because you have no evidence, you have no empirical proof for it. Oh, by the way, I was part of underground churches. Oh, where's your empirical proof? Oh, I don't need that.
Well, the other thing is why are there underground churches in America?
Exactly.
We have free religion in America.
He's gone.
That one confused me.
Why couldn't I join? I'm on my wife's username now because G-Man blocked me and I wasn't able to rejoin.
No.
He just left like seconds ago.
Oh, okay. No wonder.
Yeah, which was that also is rude. You really weren't saying much at all.
No, I pointed out the fact that he was having a nervous breakdown and he blocked me.
The issue I see with G-Man is that he's on the defensive all the time and he feels like he's being attacked when we ask him questions.
And I wasn't even attacking him. I was just trying to get clarification and understand his position.
But that's the way he perceives any question from an atheist, like an attack.
Even just because you disagree with him, he won't even have a conversation. Like,
I've been saying it for a while, and I know that everybody else is. There are other people that have been saying it as well, but. G-Man's probably one of the best things for atheism on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. He really represents some of a lot of the negatives of apologetics and Christianity. I mean, yeah, and nothing against him. I mean, I know that it's being recorded and everything, but I have no animosity towards him. But I don't.
I do. He fucking blocked me.
Right.
No, I mean, even if he blocked me, I wouldn't have any animosity. I'd be confused mostly. It's like I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be curious. I'm trying to understand his position. I believe some pretty strange things. And things without evidence as well. I just don't impose them on other people, and I don't assert them as being fact. But
but you had a problem, Matt. You know what? You were using intelligence, and that's a little bit difficult for him to handle. Yeah, so you say,
as amusing as that is, it's still no. I mean, I don't know his intelligence level necessarily because I never got to know him or know his get to know enough about him to even make a determination on that.
Right.
So it's like, and that's what I was trying to do, is trying to get to know him, trying to understand him. I'm fairly new to these communities here.
No, but I mean, for example, just out of the box thing. When he mentioned the 9/11, and because somebody is in Australia doesn't have any knowledge about a particular building, regardless how it happened, if he hasn't got, if the person from another country hasn't got enough information,
Whoa, somebody's going all staticky.
My mic is short in my bed.
I'm on mute then, because you're just crackling over everybody.
Yeah.
You guys hear me now?
Sit. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is, it's a lack of disrespect from G-Man to actually say to somebody that has lived in another country but has got pretty good knowledge about Building 7 or any of the other buildings in 9/11 event, and he's saying, "Oh, because I live down the road, I got more knowledge than you." You know what I mean? What is he, a structural engineer? Did he build a building? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and his opinion though is just like I'm from.
I know it all.
Like I'm from Jersey. I was there. You know. Just
Exactly.
like, oh, okay. So what you're saying is that you saw it from a distance, just like every other person in the world that watched it on TV. Like
No.
what information did you get from being closer than anybody else didn't get from just seeing it?
He could be sleeping. It was 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the military after 9/11, and we call them the smoke area discussions, or the smoke pit discussions, and we'll talk about all sorts of shit. Well, smoking. One of our guys was a fueler. He was an aircraft fueler, and we
He was a great.
Asking, and the what?
He was a great.
But we were discussing about 9/11 and the Twin Towers, and he confirmed from his position, from his knowledge as a fuel handler dealing with aircraft fuel, that yes, it can burn at temperatures high enough for it to soften or melt steel. And in a confined area like that, he said it could produce kind of a furnace effect. Yeah, but
were you in the Navy?
Does that mean what?
Were you in the Navy?
No, I was Army.
Oh, you're in the Army.
Yeah, he was the guy was a fueler for the medevac flights.
Oh, in the Navy they're called grit because they wear purple jerseys.
No, we just call them fueler. We call them glorified pump jockeys. No, I mean they know a lot about it. I mean they have to learn a lot about fuel. They need to know. They learn a lot, like about flashpoints. So they're really knowledgeable in the fuel or in the field of fuels. But it's just fun to make fun of them because they got an MOS that's set totally for fueling equipment. It's like, yeah, you're the guy that you're gonna get out of the military, and you're gonna be qualified to put fuel in my car at the gas station.
Yeah, it's funny like that. It doesn't matter what MOS you have. There's always gonna be some type of derogatory, slang towards them.
Yeah.
That like even me as a bosun, it's like I'm a deck ape. I'm always gonna be a deck ape.
I'm a GSM.
GSM.
Yeah, gas turbine systems technician mechanical. I was a snipe.
You were Navy, right?
Yeah, I was in the Navy, 20 years.
See, I don't know a whole lot about the Navy. I didn't really, because we were in a desert. I only met one Navy guy. Two Navy guys. One was the customs guy when we were heading out, who had to go through all our stuff to make sure we weren't smuggling back, Iraqi midgets or something.
Mark, you were in the Navy?
I'm Air Force.
Air Force.
Well, I am. I could tell you what I do, but I'd have to kill you.
So you're an administrator.
I'm a cubicle jockey.
We don't call them a chair force for nothing.
Hey, we're smart though.
What we used to call them was Chair Force Rangers.
Hey, without me, you wouldn't know where the bad guys are, what they're doing, or what they'll be doing in the next 12 to 24 hours.
Yeah, everybody tries to apply that to their job. The fueler's like, yeah, well, you wouldn't have vehicles to get, fuel for your vehicles to get where you're going. It's like, yeah, we understand. We're one team, one fight. We're still going to pick on you because you're not in the same fight as we are. Hey, I was a mechanic. I was a wrench turner.
I wanted to ask why G-Man was going into conspiracy theories. Like, what's his angle on that?
No, his angle there was that because we can't believe in his God, we can't believe in anything.
Yeah, I think it was like a straw man argument of reinforcing that we have absolutely no beliefs whatsoever.
Yeah,
that we don't believe in anything or have faith in anything.
He went as far to say that we don't believe in clouds and rainbows.
Yeah.
Well,
which I think was
question,
an attempt to be snide, condescending, and rude.
Usually, with the very first question that G-Man asks, like Sykes asked, was, "Can you be wrong about everything that you know?" And most I would say 80, 95% of most atheists would say no. I could be wrong about some. I could be wrong about things. And then right there, you have lost your knowledge.
I can't be wrong about everything. I can be wrong about a lot of things.
Exactly.
But
The key word in that question.
Logic,
Whoa,
I
guys!
can't be wrong about that.
You're talking over each other, and then there's no conversation. It's just noise.
Sorry.
So what do we want to talk about? Anybody have a proposal? I have a thought.
I got a question. I've been
There we
waiting
go.
for like 10 minutes here, and it doesn't seem like anybody's noticing.
Sorry.
I've been sitting nice and quiet, really.
Do it.
I just got back from work. I listened to you guys at the beginning of this like 4 hours ago. I didn't expect you were going to keep going, yeah. And the next thing I got home, and here's G-Man just wrecking you guys. I'm Fiction Fighter, by the way. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of me. But anyway, I got a question. Did anybody bother to ask him what it would take for him to not believe anything he believes in?
Sort of.
Sort of.
He'd say
I asked him a
nothing.
question. No, I asked him a
He would
question.
just say no.
And it was sort of like a trick question. I asked him if a scientist of this era discovers something that contravenes the biblical description, will he change or will he adopt the information given by the Bible? Because he says, "Oh, I only go by what the Bible says."
Sorry, Oscar. Okay, someone's got a loose wire or something wrong with the connection in their mic or their headset.
Vanessa.
It's really
Mr.
disruptive because
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
making noise over anybody speaking.
If I don't move, it doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah, it's fine. if you don't
Can you just
do
mute
it.
it?
Don't
and let
move.
my wife speak? So it's not
Okay,
just
Oscar,
crackling
who was
through.
talking? Was it Oscar?
Yes.
Yeah, you were saying that you addressed G-Man with this, and what was his response again?
Nothing. He dodged the question by saying,
Those are pretty hardcore.
way over this. He said he was talking about 9/11. He was talking about conspiracies. He was talking about Kennedy. He was talking about AIDS.
See, that's the problem. They always
my
change
question-
the topic, right?
Of course.
Moving the
I try
goalpost.
to pin him down to the structure of the
Destruction of
even
the
when
building.
the Berlin patient with AIDS and HIV, the moment you start trying to explain something to him, he's just like, "No, I'm not going to listen to you." Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
He took
fingers
his
in the air,
headset
blah,
off
blah,
and
blah.
walked away.
quite literally.
And I noticed
Taking
that in a
cover.
lot of the arguments. I've listened to like 8,000 probably hours worth of debates, and I'm getting sick of it because that's all they do. It's a constant script, and it's a constant avoidance of answering the questions, and then therefore it's not really a debate. It's not effective. So in that case, I just tune it out or leave. I just can't handle that. I don't know how you guys handle that when people don't actually have a conversation, you know.
It's funny because at least throughout the hangout, at least 3 people backed him to a corner and 3 people got muted.
Yes.
I'm lucky that I have.
But you know what? In this case, what has to happen is when these people start doing that and disrupt and derail the whole hangout, the person who's feeling like Nadia, if you'd wake up, should turn the volume down because she knows this. Then that way they can't disrupt. And then when it's their turn to answer, then you can turn the volume up to hear their answer. It's almost like they got to be babysat on how to communicate. I think everybody's missing effective communication. It goes both ways. You ask the question and then wait for the answer. And it's really troublesome for those of us who are trying to hear and learn from it when everybody's talking over each other and yelling and insulting and not even answering the questions that's being asked. Like people are letting people like G-Man just take it over and control the whole conversation, right?
Well, it's difficult because I mean, you're outside looking in on this, and I don't know how long you were looking at it, but I was trying.
I know.
To be polite and ask the questions, and every time I'd ask questions, he'd just keep talking over me. Before I could even get the question out, he'd talk over me. I'd try to get a little louder to like drown him out so that get the question out. He'd just continue to get louder, more animated.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
And I'm trying to be reasonable, polite, courteous, and talk, and I try my best, but it gets frustrating after a while.
And I so hear you on that too, because I'm guilty of that too. I get frustrated to a point where then you start getting into the emotional part of it, and then it goes nowhere, right?
You just.
It's hard.
Yeah. Most of my emotions died in Afghanistan.
I wonder if we could steer this conversation away from G-Man. I don't know what it's on per se.
It's why I picked up my guitar. It's why I picked up my guitar. I was just like, this is not going anywhere. So I was just like,
Is it your security blanket?
I just wanted to
pretty much. I was actually thinking that as I was picking it up.
I just wanted to interject that, and I'll go back to listening for a while. You guys are having fun. You're having a good discussion now.
No, join in. Feel free.
Hear the outside perspective sometimes.
Okay. I'll jump in when I have something to say. Don't worry. I'm friction fighter otherwise. That's my nickname now. I'm not your typical woman. I'm very outspoken, and when I got something to say, damn it, I'm gonna fucking say it.
There is one, like I know you didn't want to talk about G-Man, but there is one thing that I wanted to ask him: is that would he ever consider that believing in God other than what the Bible says? Would he ever be like a deist? That's what I wanted to ask him.
Oh yeah, you already know the answer, so.
No, I think the answer would be no. An example would be the semi-conversation we had about my religious background and his questions. I think his entire belief system is that the scriptures in the book. So there's nothing that's going to change his definition of a Christian.
Yeah, because he's going around saying.
Not a Christian.
Yeah, because he goes around saying anybody doesn't believe in his particular God is not a real Christian. He's been saying that for months or maybe years. I don't know.
Right.
That's his interpretation. I tried to point. I really wasn't understanding what he was getting at necessarily, but I kind of started as like, okay, so you believe God talks to you directly. Well, that's not what Mennonites believe. They believe God's with you and directs you, but doesn't talk directly to you. But you know.
And Matt, I told you.
I'm accepting it.
I told you that he was going to do that. Yeah, it's going to demean
I knew beforehand from others, but I wanted to see the position because I'm not a Mennonite anymore. But that was
scientifically
what I was born
speaking, you're okay because that means you're not schizophrenic and you're not nutrient deficient in anything. Because it's been scientifically proven that if you are deficient in some nutrients or you have a brain disease, then you start hearing voices and you hallucinate and all these things that they talk about, that these experiences from God that they experience, right? So
right, but I mean, I don't knock anybody who says they do have a personal relationship with their God and speaks to their God and their God speaks to them. I'm just waiting for the George Carlin sort of situation where the voice tells them to go take a shit on the salad bar at Denny's.
Well, I'm of the mind that anybody who hears voices and stuff like that, it's either a strong imagination or they have something going on in their brain that's just not operating correctly.
That may be.
That's my opinion. That's just my opinion based on scientific facts. So that's just me.
As long, to me, as long as they're not. I go back to the Jimmy Stewart movie, old black and white movie. I think it was called Harvey the Rabbit, but he had this imaginary friend called Harvey the Rabbit who was a puka, and so they sent him to a mental institution, to basically cure him of it. But it's like, what are you curing him of? He was a very nice, very caring, and he just had this imaginary friend. And, this imaginary friend encouraged him to do nice things and do good things, and so it's like, where's the issue with him having that situation?
When it comes down to that, then it's harmless. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not causing anyone harm, then who cares, right? If someone's hearing a voice or whatnot, it's when it comes down to when it's causing someone harm, right, or someone else harm themselves or harm to somebody else. That's what it comes down to. It's cultish. Yeah, exactly what Vanessa says. It's very cultish.
That's sleepy guy.
I hate being called Vanessa. Yeah, I don't know. I'm afraid to switch back because then I might get. I don't know. I just get this irrational fear of being unable to join again.
Yeah, especially because the MMA artist has probably got you blocked now.
But why use a female name? I don't get that. You're really threw me off. That creeped me out. Ah!
No. My other name blocked by G-Man, so I wasn't able to join. So then I got on my wife's, and then right when I signed back on, G-Man was gone. So.
I gotcha.
So just
Oh
a
yeah, you were
thought.
Bartholomew before, right?
No, I was
that's
Sleepy Eye
the
guy.
pirate.
Oh yeah, okay.
The
Yeah.
pirate's still
Yeah,
here.
you switch ends now. Okay, now that I'm in. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Sorry. Vanessa, you were gonna say?
Oh no, I was thinking. Well. No,
I'll just call you V. How's
you
that?
guys
V
ever?
man.
Any of you guys ever heard Alan Watts? I mean,
Yes,
this is
I
kind
love
of a
Alan Watts.
philosophy room.
I
I
love Alan
figured.
Watts.
I think
Never heard of Alan Watts.
atheism and whether or not it's compatible with the idea of reincarnation might be an interesting discussion.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
Alan
it's
Watts. I'd be way up for that.
It's compatible because Buddhists believe in reincarnation, but most Buddhists do not believe in a
They're
deity, and
atheistic.
that's all. That's all atheism is as a disbelief in gods or deities. So
Could
yeah.
there be a purely naturalistic reincarnation in the sense that our identities are just an illusion, just a story created by the neural circuits of the brain, and that we are not necessarily separate from each other. We're just processes of the universe, like a whirlpool or a flame. A flame
I have
is
trouble believing
Well,
that.
it wouldn't be anything like mass consciousness, which
I don't know. Maybe
that throws a lot of bunk.
Are you postulating the
I'd have to see
universe
the
as a living
evidence.
organism?
I'd have to see the evidence of that. I have not heard or seen any. So
what do you mean that your identity is a story created by the brain? I could probably link you to some evidence in support of that. I mean, it's neuroscience.
Huh.
But so one second though, like on the topic of reincarnation or anything like that, is that if you work on like the basic assumption of reincarnation as you come back as something different or whatever, unless you have knowledge of your previous lives, you'd be coming back strictly in the sense of like, as a completely new being. Right. Which makes the entire point of reincarnation pointless anyway.
Yeah,
right.
If you don't have the previous experiences from your previous lives, then who cares? You're a completely different person anyway.
Not also that. If you come to another person's body, what about that body's experience?
No, I guess the argument, it's not really reincarnation, but the argument that you don't fundamentally exist as a thing. Your identity is an illusion. Like every 7 years, every cell in your body is different. You're just a process of the universe.
Okay.
There is no you that thinks. There is no you that thinks. It's just thought that exists.
Right. In a sense.
You don't do things.
Components of it. But yeah, our molecules do recycle in that sense for sure. But even with the brain, sure. But you still the fibers and the connections will still be the same. Your DNA will still be the same, etc.
Again, I would have to associate that with some sort of brain disease. If you're every 7 years, you said.
Yeah, I don't think your neurons are recycled like every other cell, but so.
I would say that's some kind of personality disorder or something, though. Really.
Yeah, because you know what? Let's put it simply. Yeah, we just human beings with some functioning abilities to do things. We got a brain that's sort of like a RAM and a hard drive that can record events, what we see and what not, and then we use experience, which is recollecting the information on our brains, and living the lives as we go. I mean, it's that simple. When we start putting metaphors and levels of awareness, that's when you are actually complicating the actual brain. That doesn't happen every 7 years. I don't know. So, my apologies. That's a little bit of sarcasm.
Like Sam Harris once said, "You can do what you decide to do, but you cannot decide what you will decide to do."
Oh yeah, obviously, because you cannot touch the future. That's correct.
You fundamentally do not control what occurs. You don't control your thoughts. Some people think, well, I could do whatever I want to. Well, not necessarily. No, you don't fundamentally. Your previous experiences, your genetic influences, all of the things that tie in.
Control your thoughts as in the concept.
You don't control your thoughts.
my thoughts, I'm controlling my computer and I'm controlling the operations of my computer and the processes. So you don't control your thoughts as if you're a outward entity acting upon yourself. You are your thoughts.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what
No,
I'm
you
trying
can't
to say.
control the input. I understand what you mean. You can't
Yeah.
control the input, what comes into your brain or into your sight.
You're the
or what you
processor.
hear.
But the decisions
Yes.
are made prior to you being consciously aware of it.
Yeah,
Yes,
like you said, we process the information that's coming in.
But
Anyway.
your sense,
You
Even,
just have to be consciously aware of it.
even though
sense-
the decision is made before you are actually aware of it. And there are a few. Hope
Hey,
so.
guys, I have to go. It's too late.
All right, man.
I got work in the morning. And
No,
it's like,
It was nice to meet you briefly.
yeah, that's me
No,
too.
no. G-Man is coming back. He's going to have a word with you. I don't know why.
Oh, sure. Come on in there, G-Man. Let's have it out. Get out with these guys now. Deal with a woman. Come on, you schizophrenic little man.
and fiction will be blocked within the first 30 seconds.
Right. I got a question for everybody. Wasn't G-Man the one that's saying that you can't rape your wife or something?
Say
At
what?
some point. Somebody told me that it's like with marriage or something.
I told you. I said like the other day where it's sort of like when you get married, you have the permission to do what you want with your wife, sort of thing.
No.
So he never. Okay, I misunderstood your statement there. I thought he was the G-Man.
Like it's okay for rape to happen as long as they get married. That's what you're saying.
He said that?
Nah.
Oh, who said that?
I've met people before with that position. That if you're married, it's wife's obligation. So
Sorry, guys, I had to set my mic down.
It can't be considered rape because it's their obligation.
That's bullcrap.
Not me.
Who
That's
said
not
that?
me.
Who said that?
I've met people like that before.
G-Man
G-Man actually said that?
in one of the hangs.
So that's what Christians believe.
I think she's going to have it for breakfast, man.
No.
Oh, boy. I'm sharpening my teeth on that one.
You see, the thing
When you
is
said,
that
now you're dealing with a woman, it's like, well, if you're married, then you don't have or so, yeah.
You know what? Rape is an act of violence. I don't give a fuck if you're married or not. It's a rape. Rape is an act of violence against another human being.
Right.
It ruins their psyche. It ruins them physically. So you know what? Rape is wrong no matter if you're married. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's wrong.
For sure.
There is no go card. There's nothing that can justify rape. Not whatsoever. I don't even care if you think you got an order from God to rape somebody. It ain't right.
Unless it's a consensual fantasy.
Yeah.
In that case,
Our safe word is banana split.
That's not actually rape. It's
acting
It's
out.
on the border. It's on the
fantasy,
border.
yes. People do have sick fantasies like that. Yeah, okay. I'm not one of them.
And all that.
I'm not either. I just know that there's a boundary. I know the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, as long as someone sets the boundaries and none of those boundaries get crossed, then what the hell, But
safe word.
It's just not for everybody, right?
Wait a minute. That might be a good idea as a safe word. People will scream that during sex.
Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold.
The safe word is G-Man.
Have you noticed
you
how,
off the movie, wouldn't it?
Sorry, after you.
Yeah, have you noticed how peaceful the conversation is without him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Everybody's taking turns. We're understanding each other. We're not insulting each other.
And we're not all atheists either.
What's that?
I said we're not all really atheists either.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I'm a diehard atheist. I believe in no gods, no ghosts, blah blah blah. So there, straight out.
Well, I'm
everything
not
else is imaginary outside of the brain.
I'm not gonna, drop names or anything. But I know there's some others here that have sort of ideals.
You got stuck.
You know what? As far as I'm concerned, I think I could speak up for most atheists on this part. It doesn't matter what you believe, as long as you're not causing. As long as you're not causing harm to another human being with whatever you believe. I mean, if it's working for you, fine. but keep it to yourself and whatever, and let the rest of the world be the way it is, right? Like,
No,
sorry?
I mean, I don't mind
Oh.
religious individuals
No,
that also want
All right,
to talk and want to share their experiences in an open, honest discourse.
What?
I don't like those that think it's a card or it's acceptable justification for oppression or violence or abuse or anything like that.
Right.
Like, oh, well, homosexuals are evil because the Bible says they're evil, and so
No.
they should
No.
be stoned, or they
I don't give a
the
fuck
same
what the
rights.
Bible says.
No, they're human beings, and they're not their way of life, be it a choice or be it genetic or be it biological, it's still they have the right to do that.
Yeah. I mean, if you look in the wild, I mean, there's homosexuality in the wild, so why should it be any different? We're animals. We're in the animal kingdom. We all share this planet together, so, I mean, no one should feel like they're up on one because somebody else is different. Like,
Yeah, because we're apes. Everybody remember that.
well, we're not apes, but
No, that came down the tree.
Yeah, we're apes that fell out of trees.
Right.
yeah.
I think technically we are apes, actually.
No,
Well, we share the DNA, and they're near.
And taxonomy is to classify with
We're their cousins, distant cousins.
No,
I mean,
we are
all
in the
we have
category.
to do.
We are
all have
of
to
the
do
great ape.
is look at Ken Han.
There's an actual photo of his face slowly transitioning into a monkey's face, and it's like, holy shit.
Like a chimp.
Evidence right there. What more could you want? Fuck. And he's
Rick, help
Australian.
for giving him a banana.
Is an embarrassment to us
Yeah,
all.
that's what I want. That's the more that I want.
I could live on bananas, by the way. I love
Oh,
bananas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The way of the master. Oh.
You might want to rephrase that with what G-Man was using bananas for.
Oh, I could use bananas just about for anything.
No, G-Man was referring to what
Including on
the
how to
Asian
apply
atheists did
a
with the
condom.
banana one.
They're the best for that. And cucumbers.
Speaking of G-Man, he just uploaded his second part response to Aaron Ra's Ten Commandments speech.
Oh, wow.
I like Aaron Ra.
Don't call it.
I learned a lot from that guy. Aaron Ra is very smart.
Yes, I like Amon Ra too.
No,
wrong with that guy?
he's too smart for me. I've watched many of Aaron Ra's things, and I have to pause it and go through the dictionary. I don't know what that word means.
But you learn, don't you? You learn. That's the key. You listen and you learn, and that's how we evolve. That's how we evolve our brains in a shorter term, in the sense of evolution.
Did you guys ever see Aaron Ra on? He did a Magic Sandwich show once. I think it was with Cy 10 Bruggen Kate on it. But he was broadcasting from Australia, but he had his voice was completely gone.
Oh
and, yeah, so the entire time he's trying his best to to talk, but because his voice was so bad, he just ended up having to yell all the time and just trying to scream over everybody to get that. And it was just I felt so bad for him. It was oh man, this is so frustrating.
Yeah, that Cy 10 Bruggen Kate, he was freaking here in London about a year ago, and I missed it. I saw a video of it.
I had.
How do I know that?
How do you know that you did?
Oh,
I had a Skype conversation with Cy 10 and his best mate. What's his name? Eric. Hi, man.
Yeah.
With my mate, Skype. I still got him on Skype. The fucker. If you guys want his Skype name, I'll give it to you later.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I fucking cried. I think that was the second time coming across his arguments, and just me and my mate, and then him on the other end of the Skype. It's what the fuck did we just hear? And at the time we were in year 10. Fuck! You try to pin him down on one topic of science. I was trying to pin him down on quite a lot of stuff in biology and whatnot. and just the whole praised up. I'm like, you're a dumb cunt, and just logged off.
But how do you know?
I hate that fucking question. I know because I know. Tell me.
I'm sorry, Fiction. It sounds like you're trying to use your own reason to justify your reasoning there, though.
No, I'll use Fiction's
I have the
reasoning
same
and she
sense
can
as
use
you,
mine.
don't I?
That solves the problem.
There you go. I know just what you know. And then some. That's my answer.
You can't let him ask the questions because
No,
it's a
you have
game
to-
of you got to get him on the defensive and
That's right.
push him because
Turn the
otherwise he'll
questions
do the same
around.
thing to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and you see
It's a
this.
circular argument. It goes
Big
nowhere because
crumbles.
no one can win. Nobody can win it. That's the thing. If
Yeah.
you know that going in, that nobody can win it. It's a problem that you can't solve. Right?
Yeah, and you see this in the Matt Dillahunty Cy Tan debate, where during the opening remarks, like Cy doesn't know what to do, so he's got to debate against video clips
Right.
because that's the only way that he can get his argument across because he actually doesn't have one.
Actually, guess what? Something similar happened to I saw a site monologue, right? He was talking to a congregation, right? And I was so pissed off about his comments that I had to make a 20-second snippet of his thing and me superimposing text calling me out because he lied to the congregation. So I call him out on that. Yeah, and I show the link there. It's only a 20-second thing. It was quite bullshit. He's a lying bitch. Yeah, yeah. He said that he spoke to somebody, some Norwegian name, some Loki something, whatever, right? And he said, no, sorry, I just made that one up. But he said that at the end, yeah, after a presentation. Fucking, he's a liar to a congregation. Yeah.
That's what they do.
Hey, Oscar, I'm adding you. You're not on my list, so I'm adding you. Is that okay?
No, I've added you already as well. On my atheist special, you know what I mean?
Oh, have you? Because I don't have you. I
No,
didn't have you.
No, right. I make a folder.
Oh, yeah. I make different lists as well, yeah.
Right.
So anybody I meet in a cool hangout, I add you to that if I think you're cool. So anybody here I think is pretty cool, so go ahead and add me if you want.
Just below I linked Creation Today's Skype ID. Yeah.
So the creation today, actually, this is something that I've always found interesting. Is there has everyone here seen the statement of faith on Creation Today's page?
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, it says that Scripture is the final Scripture. Any evidence that goes against that Scripture, should be discarded. That's what it says. Like at that point in time, when you have to put that into like your mission statement there, your statement of faith, that you are purposely not going to take in any type of information that might contradict your Scripture, like. How honest of a source can you believe that is? And why do people still look at Creation Today and quote that as an accurate source when, right there in their statement of faith, it shows, hey, we're not going to show you all the stuff that disproves this because we don't think it exists. It's such a dishonest approach.
Yeah,
that's why I said
example of a cult. That's what cults do.
Correct. That's why I made a trick question to G-Man. Very vital information because the rest is irrelevant talking to him. If something new, doesn't matter what it is, if something new is commonly accepted because it's too much evidence and the Bible doesn't have that information or contradicts information you believe in the Bible, the idiot says, yes, end of discussion. Yeah, and that's the whole point about this. We cannot have a conversation or rational conversation or intelligent conversation with this type of individuals when they're not capable of saying, oh, okay, the new stuff is new. Oh, we got a problem here because they cannot modify, they cannot make a Bible 2.0. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I got a question too, guys, not to change the topic, but I've noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed, when you try to add somebody, some people, you go to their page and the add to circles is faded out, and it says needs to add you to a circle before you can add back. What is that? Does that mean you're blocking from adding people, or I know that's something new. Bartholomew, if people try to add you, we can't add you unless you add us first. For example.
Might be a...
Really?
Are you aware of that? Yeah, and I noticed that just today, I tried to, like, my list used to show of people who are in my circles, and people have added me to their circles, and it was hidden. I think it's just something new that Google has done. So if you've noticed people aren't coming to your, or being added to your circles, or adding you to their circles, if that's the reason why. There's some kind of block, and you have to change it in your settings.
Okay, let me see here.
I think that should fix it. I'm not sure. It's just something new that I just noticed today. I had no problem with you, Oscar.
So is it like following someone? Is that pretty much it? Just the following button?
No, the whole added to circles is faded. It's there, but it's faded, and you can't add it. And then the thing pops up. It says, in your case, Bartholomew Roberts needs to add you to a circle before you can add back. And that's something new I've noticed. A lot of, like, even people who've added me or followed me, I can't add them back because that part is faded.
Oh.
And I was under the impression, I thought maybe they blocked me, but that's not the case, I don't think. You haven't blocked me before, have you?
No, I don't think so.
No. So you might have to change in your settings. Let me see if you're...
I have nobody blocked. I have 2 people blocked, and I think it's Nephilim Free and somebody else that was just trolling one day.
No, I know, but you got to go to your settings where it's like, cause the only thing that's showing up is people that you and I have in common, but none of your other lists are showing up. So you've got to edit your list, and then it'll give you the option to show it publicly, and then I think I should be able to add you after that.
Where is that? I'm actually trying to find it.
If you go to your profile, okay, and then you go to there's a little edit, like I never noticed this before, and it was something new. If you go to your have in your circles list, and just below all the pictures of the people in your circles, there's a little edit button. Click on that, and then it goes in your circles, show people in all circles, or you have a choice, has a drop-down menu, and then who can see this, public or just your circles, and then have you in circles, show people who have added you to their circles. So what is it set? Because like when I went to it, it went private at one point. I had to change it back to public or whatever.
Okay, I changed it now. See if we can do it.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to refresh. It's taking forever to load, sorry.
May I just put some hover over following or whatever, or add person, then it says following customers, VIPs, etc. Trying to set following. Is that pretty much the same thing?
It didn't change it. So I can't add you until you add me for some reason.
Nick added me, so to the circle.
It says needs to add you to a circle before you can add back. That's weird.
Might be your settings.
What's this? G-Man has put a title saying Aaron Rag gets cool part 2. Are you fucking kidding me?
You're trying to challenge me.
That's what I mentioned earlier. He did.
Yeah, but it's the actual title. How fucking intellectual?
It's G-Man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, how can G-Man says Aaron Rag gets cool? By who?
By him.
Yeah, I know. That was being sarcastic, but how the fuck can it? Christian Hangouts, Mike Holiday invited you. Really?
This is so weird.
There's some following you. Fiction?
No. Oh, let me just see. Shoot,
This
I
isn't
go back
follow.
to my. Let me go to mine. Well, it doesn't usually tell you right away when you start circling somebody either. It's always a delayed thing too. So I won't know maybe till tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it says I got a few people following me right now.
Were you able to click add to circles when you went to my page?
Yep. Well, for me, I just hover add person, add contact, whatever the hell it says, and then I get this drop down, and it says following. You click on that. I always click on that. The other
Yeah.
options like customers, VIPs, etc. So I just hit following. That's the same deal, pretty much.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's because I have
follow.
my limit for the last 24 hours, so maybe that's why it's faded out. Why I can't click it.
No, they got a limit.
But then again, I just added Oscar with no problem, so I don't understand why some people it's faded out and I can't click it, and I get that stupid message.
Yeah, because I work in mysterious ways. That's why.
Well, I found that with a
Go.
few people. I've been finding that lately. It's been showing up like that for a few people, where it's almost like as if they have me blocked, but I know they don't have me blocked because they don't know me. So it's like,
Right.
yeah, it doesn't make sense. I don't know.
I can't even find you on Google Plus here.
Star Fiction Starfighter Star. You gotta type it in that way. Or just click on my picture and go to my profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to find me.
Man, I need to go grocery shopping. I got 2 pieces of bread, and I'm out of cereal.
You got
Just
milk?
ate some chips. Oh, yeah, I got milk. So. Oh, well. I got some leftovers, but I'd rather have some cereal. Anyway.
Okay. I'm gonna refresh you again, Bartholomew, and see if I can.
Wait, so are there any religious folks in here? The one Christian is asleep right now.
Oh, there. Now I can add you, I think. Yep, there. It's showing up. I can add you.
I'm pretty sure Nadia is Christian.
No.
No, not at all.
She's a godless communist transsexual.
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. It was somebody else.
She's actually proclaimed communism.
I done that for her. I done the lower third for her.
You can be a religious communist.
No, she gave me the text. I just put it on.
Oh.
And just then I see a communist post on Facebook. Well, that's awkward. Communists say you get rich, feminists until you get married, atheists until airplanes start falling. What the fuck?
That Aaron Rod video that G-Man posted is just a commentary of a talk that Aaron Rod gave.
I'm gonna share this video, and this is pretty much G-Man summed up. It's a very quick copy.
Alright. Show.
Show. How was your sandwich?
Here's some chocolate chips.
4 o'clock in the morning here in London. Gee.
Chocolate chip sandwich?
Yeah, there you go.
That's
You
it?
guys-
Just chocolate chips?
Sound like creationist cat. You guys watch him?
I have seen some of his videos. Yeah.
They're funny.
That's pretty much G-Man summed up. So, a kid actually was asked what's 9 plus 10. And then it's like, 21.
So, what do you guys think? Did a person named Jesus inspire the stories of Jesus? Or did that person not even exist?
No, I don't think Jesus existed at all.
It's
Richard
not
Carey.
in the sense of, well,
A good argument. I guess.
I don't know. Probably was some fanatic of Judaism being very rebellious with it, probably, or probably didn't exist at all. There's evidence saying it was a creation of the Romans. Yeah, it's meh. But
I
even
think
then,
the whole story was created to set up the rest of the, what do you call, political world to control and manipulate the masses. I think it was all
No,
set up.
well, I mean, listen, even if he existed or not, I mean, okay, let's say, for example, he existed, just a train of thoughts. He could have said, oh, there's been a myth here about a savior. Let me be the one. So he studies the intricacy of who this guy is, and he says, oh, I am the one.
Not
Yeah.
even that. He could just be just some religious fanatic of Judaism and did some things that people didn't, really understand. Probably did some magic tricks. Probably, I don't know, probably. Or he just had a different view on things, so people all of a sudden start making stories up about him if he was real. That's so even
I
then.
mean, it's not about having different views. It's actually fighting the status quo. It's actually making trouble. It's a revolutionary. So he actually got in trouble for knocking on the Caesar's door, yeah, or the Jews getting pissed off about him making an
Whoa, what was that?
Okay.
Sound like a bunch of demons.
Okay. Okay.
Not that I know what those sound like.
Yeah.
Has anybody read Riza Aslan's book?
Nope.
No.
No shit.
I don't read books.
I don't read a lot of books either. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It's got too many words.
I'm just.
Read mostly science fiction.
What's that?
He wrote a book called Zealot, and it's about the historical life of Jesus, or the supposed, and who he might have really been.
Who wrote it? Ehrman?
Reza Aslan.
Oh.
Rezaslan.
Reza Aslan. Yeah.
There you go.
He was on. Well, when that book came out, he was on Fox News talking, and it's called The Worst Interview Ever.
You guys get, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Has anyone ever put the question too, as well, to people like G-Man and all these preceptors and all that? Who has ever read the original texts of the scriptures and all that?
No, fiction. You asked the wrong question. That's not the problem. The problem is that there's no beginning of an original. There's no original. There's no.
I know they were destroyed. They were destroyed.
No. Nobody's been. It's not destroyed. You destroy copies of a copy, but there's no original from the horse's mouth. That's the problem. The original one they have found is a written. It's called P52 or P56. One of them two. Okay? And is that big.
Huh.
Yeah, it's that big. That's the actual original of something. Okay?
Yeah.
And that is it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
The rest,
it's a little piece of it, yeah. Right?
Yeah, and the Catholics pretty much edited the Bible out and took out some chunks.
Yes.
Correct.
And,
Correct.
You fucking cunts.
Yeah, it was a year 150 plus. They start making shit up.
Right.
Yeah, or making a story. That's why I said that the history of the Bible is a history on the making, in the sense that okay, let me write this chapter, and so on and so forth, and they built the whole book.
They expanded it from just that little piece. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, or they couldn't understand Aramaic or Hebrew or whatever. So fuck this. Let me do a story.
Yeah.
So.
That's what I believe too. It's like I think
that's
a very accurate account.
I mean, the actual question is, where is the original source where the Bible is based? Where's the original copy?
So that's the question to ask. Yeah.
That's the question, and they cannot answer. Give me the original source. Yeah. Give me the original source, and Bart Ehrman, Richard Carrier, and some other historian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All says that they haven't got the original, not even the copy of the copy of the copy of the copy. None of them. Yeah, the only thing you got is from if I'm not mistaken, from the Greeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, some manuscripts or whatever, and that's the beginning.
And they found it in some ruins after a fire or something. Wasn't it after a war? Like everything was destroyed, and they got this little piece of paper, and that's what they're basing their faith on. It's
Yeah.
laughable, isn't it?
No. The laughable thing is the worst thing. The laughable is they actually discussing passages of a book that it was an invention.
It was made up.
That,
Yeah.
yeah, as fuck.
Yeah.
Really?
Fucked up, man.
That's like me citing several quotes from the Lord of the Ring and getting into argue with you about the content. Really? Fucking really?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Give me a break. Yeah.
Or taking a little piece of a destroyed comic book and say, "Oh yeah, there's Superman. There's our Superman."
Oh, by the way, he had a blue cape, not red. You're wrong. Can you imagine?
He didn't have a cape. Capes are stupid.
What?
Well, how do you know that?
Well,
Exactly.
You got to take from the New Testament, which is the Incredibles.
Yeah, you know what? But I mean, the thing is that if you ever thought that Superman actually had a blue cape, you weren't a real Superman fan.
Right.
Yeah, it was red, wasn't it?
No, blue. You're wrong.
You think that, but that only shows that you're just not a real Supermanism.
Somebody burn this area.
Come on, I'm fiction fighter. I don't believe in any fiction. It's all imaginary. Every single piece of it.
Actually, he was
Your
gay.
cape can be whatever color you fucking want it to be, really.
I'm not a fan of reading fiction. I usually read nonfiction.
Me too. I like
I'm
reality better.
I'm kind of
yeah,
on the
science
artistic spectrum, though, really. So.
No, I like science fiction. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to look forward to in the future.
I was
Yeah,
just gonna
so-
say that. Yeah, science fiction is.
So solving all our shit, you know what I mean, and get along better without religion.
Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated.
One of the best books I think that, and I know people disagree with me, but to kind of get an idea on a kind of a science fiction angle on religion and especially Christianity is Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Heinlein.
Huh.
So I always recommend that one.
What else did he
Hard read
do?
for some
Did he do space? What is that? It's not
Starship
not
Troopers.
Space Cadets. Yeah, it's Starship Troopers. That's who it was.
Yeah, but you can't go off the movie. The movie and the book are totally different. They
I listened to
changed
the
so much.
audiobook. So.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
At least the movie kept in some of the a couple of the good quotes from the book.
One or two. The better quotes from his books are like the ones from Lazarus Long, and I think it was The Green Hills of Earth.
I'm about to go play some Call of Duty.
No, but
Yeah,
you know the original the book for Starship Troopers it's terrifying, like the world that they describe compared to what you see in the movies there, and the you know one of the things that's lost completely in the movies is the entire political system that was set up in prior to the war.
Well, yeah, but the thing that they miss in the movie that's in the book is, you know, that separation of citizen versus civilian is not just military service. It's any governmental service. You can be a postal worker or a police officer and you've served. It's only service to your country, you know.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, the worst thing about the film is I haven't seen the book. About the worst thing about the series of films was the bugs itself. And it says, "Oh, they're coming to me. They're coming to me. They're coming to me." Really? You know what I mean? They got the technology to go to another place, and they cannot nuke it. Fuck, you know. I mean.
No, the worst thing about the movie for me, honestly, was the whole concept of co-ed showers in the military. Anybody who's been in the military knows that
big no.
Would be knocking shit over all over the place by just turning.
Yeah. And they're showering like with a woman with big tits, like if it's nothing, yeah, I'm cool, yeah, no problems, yeah, oh yeah, all right, no problem, yeah.
Yeah, that's not happening in the military.
Exactly. Listen, I was away. I never been to a conflict, but I've been away military exercises, man, where you don't see a woman in fucking ages, and the mere fact that you see somebody walking. It was crazy. And worse if you see a bathing. Yeah, he's not coming out there.
She's just asking for
It's funny too. Like you go, SoCal will probably know this because he's been in the Navy, but as well. But when you see some of the women on ship there, and you start sailing, and they're a 3. About 4 weeks into the trip, they're probably about a 7.
And by month 7 and month 8, you'll do anything?
Yeah.
That's why you guys have Marines on ship.
Right.
Yeah.
The
you,
love
you ever heard that joke? Why do they have Marines on ship?
I don't know. I might be. I haven't.
Because sheep would be too obvious.
What about why does the Navy have powdered soap?
It's harder to pick up.
It's harder to pick up.
Well, that's funny. 20 years of being in the Navy, we never once saw any powdered soap on the ship. And how do you know that?
Because it's been
Personal
revealed.
experience. It has been revealed to you in such a way that you can be certain?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you haven't been military, you can make military jokes.
Yeah.
You just do that.
At least in my job, I'm allowed to ask why because that's what I do.
Oh, we can ask why.
Well,
doesn't mean we're gonna get an answer.
Yeah.
I'm an intel analyst.
Why?
Why?
My wife's yelling at me. None of you guys are terrorists, are you?
Why? Yeah.
Why do you ask this?
Yes. I mean, no. Fuck.
Come on, Bartholomew, you're not a terrorist, you're a pirate. There's a difference.
I gotta get off.
Pirate, yeah.
Yeah, we got a situation here.
It was good talking to you guys.
Have a good one.
See you later.
Yeah.
National security.
So this hangout's gonna go on for like 9 hours because the moderator's passed out.
No, she has had hangouts like for. I think one was like 400 for 24 hours. I went to bed and came back in the morning, checked my Google Plus and everything, and the hangout was still running, and she was crashed out on it.
Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. I was going to ask if he's going to upload this and break it up in sections, like 30-minute blocks or some shit, because there was some good content there, apart from the 2 retards who came on.
Yeah.
But that was let's just say that was actually really fun and funny.
What are you going to say something like that about Bartholomew?
Yeah, come on, man. It's not nice. So anti-pirate. That's a problem.
I still think you're just a Pastafarian.
You know what? To be quite honest, I don't think a theist debate will be this lively. Yeah, I think no, seriously. I mean, I've watched on the side, theist debates, and they all, oh no, but the quote here or the quote there, you know, it's so fucking dry. You know, it's so no, you're wrong there.
I would beg to differ. The one, but maybe because it's
Really?
just G-Man himself, but the one that G-Man was in and the individuals that were in there, it was quite heated. Because no one could agree on anything.
Yeah, I think the thing is you got to get if you're going to have an atheist or a theist debate, if you have them and they're all the same denomination and all in agreement, then yeah. But if you got like multiple different denominations that all interpret it differently, they may be at each other's throats.
Yeah. But only if they want to propagate their ones as the true belief. But if you get them in the same wavelength, shall we call it, yeah, same van, yeah, it becomes monotonous. Yeah. But yeah, when you put G-Man and G-Man is licking Vale's ass. Oh yes, quote me this one because I forgot about the quotes because you are the literal Bible person. Yes, I know. Blah 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 blah. Oh, thank you, Veko. Nice to point that one out. Yeah, and things like that. But it's so dominant. Yeah,
Well,
it's unreal.
Good slap.
I do believe that's why there are so many different denominations and within Islam itself, Sunni, Shiite, within Christianity, Lutheran, Calvinism, Baptist,
You name it.
Pentecostal,
Yeah.
Baptist, First Baptist, Second Baptist, and Third Baptist.
Yeah, fucking.
Because no one can agree on any one foundation of it.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you listen? You see, the main problem is, in my opinion, is that everybody reads an old book, right? Doesn't matter the subject. We can choose any book in this matter. Doesn't matter the religious one, right? We read it, we adopt a point of view, and then we discuss it. When we agree of the book, but we don't agree on the contents of different subjects. That is the fucking problem. Yeah, it's not like an engineering book that says the tension of this solid is this, and then we have to agree because engineer works with the same language. Yeah, but when you use common language, that's when all hell breaks loose because they cannot get the shit together. And they disagree in things. Oh, this word doesn't mean that because in the original word it means something else. Yeah, and
Well, one of the other problems with G-Man is that he's
Hey.
incapable of creating an original thought. And you see this in his discussions, like you start to bring up science. He's like, oh no, you'll have to talk to true empiricists about that. You talk you talk about precepts type stuff. He's like, no, I'm gonna get Arcane in there to talk to you about that stuff. A lot of the biblical quotes, biblical stuff. He references like Matthew 4:19 or goes to Veckel or whatever. And you realize he's incapable of actually thinking about the stuff himself. That all he does is parrot the stuff from other people, and it becomes really evident when you start hearing him talk about things like conspiracy theories, where just like, oh yeah, I read this on the internet once, so obviously it's true, and it's he
did it with me pretty bad when it was about many years ago when I was talking about the Big Bang. He always trying to kept to try and pass me off to his other mate, Kenny Cundy, whatever the fuck his name was. His fat cameraman. So he's more knowledgeable about that than me. I'm like, just let's have an exchange. Fine, get your tubby friend over and we'll discuss it. But really, what the fuck? So yeah, he's been doing that for years.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you can't make that open discussion and have that discussion, it's like that's fine, but then say I don't know or I don't have enough knowledge of that to really don't have an opinion. Well, not that I don't have an opinion. It's like it's going to make statements that are be able to support your position in your opinion, even if it's just, hey, that's how I view this. That's how I don't admit you don't know a lot about it, but don't just like, oh well, you need to talk to my friend about this because he knows more than me. Well, okay, I'm not concerned with what your friend thinks or what they feel or I'm asking you.
Your opinion, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Tag on what Bart was saying. To tag on what Bart was saying, his evidence is the conspiracy.
Exactly, like he's talking about the magic bullet and shit. I'm like, dude, that is the conspiracy.
No, that's the evidence.
Yeah, that's evidence that was from the conspiracy, wasn't it?
That was evidence that was presented. The magic bullet of saying, hey, it couldn't have possibly gone down this way because the bullet, that single bullet. But the thing that a lot of people forget is it is known that there were 3 empty shell casings there that were logged into evidence.
I told you that. I said
Yeah.
I said 3.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked him. Well,
I said 3.
how many rounds did Yazoo fire? He
Oh, yeah,
he admitted in questioning that he fired 3 rounds. I mean, because he was proud of what he did.
Shit!
There was 3 shell casings. There were 3 shell casings.
I cannot know because I'm in London. Shit, I forgot about that. My bad.
He fired his rifle 3 times. Now, could he fire his rifle effectively that quickly? You know, and be able. I don't know. I've seen some people be able to fire quickly with a bolt-action rifle and fire fairly accurate. Maybe it was luck.
Well, here's the thing. Here, I'm gonna screen share this, and let's see here. How do I present to everybody again?
Hi. Oh, there you go. Hey.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, anyway, I brought this stuff up when he was talking about it, but see, this is the common, this is the theory right here. You know, they take a look at this, you know, how the people were sitting and they're saying this, like, oh, well, if this bullet goes through JFK here, how did it curve around and go through here on Connolly? I think the guy's name was. But the thing was that they take a look at this this diagram here. That's not how they were sitting in the car.
No, he was more to the right.
It was
exactly.
like this. Yeah, JFK was actually off to the side here, and Connolly was actually turning the crowd at this point in time. And that the seating alignment, that they weren't sitting back to back like that. They were sitting, you know, staggered at this angle here. You can see this in the shots, you know, where again, you know, we're up against the side, and here actually there's a better one here, where the seats aren't quite staggered like that. They're in, you know, they are. Sorry, the seats are staggered off to the side like that. And you can see even at the you know, this last couple seconds before the actual, you know, shot came out there, that Connolly's body is completely turned to the side. You know, that going again, showing that a bullet like this would actually pass through, like a single shot through JFK and into Connolly like that. You know, this makes sense when you take a look at the actual evidence that they have here. But because somebody throws this diagram out there and all of a sudden like, oh, magic bullet, how do you explain that? Well, simple. You just kind of look at the actual facts that are out there.
Yeah.
And then it makes
you
sense.
Look at it, how it actually happened, and not what you just.
Yeah.
You just drew something based off of your opinion and your belief. You know, not off of the actual, you know, information at hand of like you showed the car, the video, you know, showing where they were positioned. You know.
G-Man wouldn't even go to like what his own thoughts were on it. Like,
yeah, I kept that what you know, for the evidence, because I never believed in the magic bullet theory, you know, that was presented there. You know, I never believed that, you know, that bullet curved and turned, you know, but I didn't have any other information or know anything, you know, and right there. Bartholomew presents me with new information that I can process, evaluate, and analyze.
Right.
But G-Man wouldn't even produce me with any information for his position of what actually happened.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like, I'm not.
This magic bullet couldn't happen. Okay, I admit that.
And I'm not saying that this is how it happened. I'm just saying that this is a good example that, you know, that it's very reasonable to believe now that it was a single shot that did this. You know, that you could have a reasonable faith in this because you don't have to go to this position of, you know, this, you know, believing in a magic bullet. You could actually take a look at there and be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, this, you're right. There was one shot, you know, if it was like this. It makes sense. You know, there, end of story. But, you know, I got all this stuff when he was talking. It took me about a minute and a half, and a lot of it was from 2 websites, both titled, like, Easiest Conspiracies That Have Been Debunked. Or easiest theories to be debunk or something like that.
Yeah, what about the Zapruder film that shows the actual inclination of the head, the direction from the grassy moor, yeah, going in opposite direction to Oswald line of shooting, yeah, because the grassy moor is like a triangulation, which it looks like the killing shot, the one that goes through the side of his brain. Yeah, and it goes to the left and to the right, and to the left and to the right. Yeah, that's actually
Yeah,
it.
back and to
Actually,
the left.
sorry, back. Sorry, that's not correct. It back and to the left, which is that's the actually killing sword, not the one who got through the chest. Yeah, because he's going like this. Yeah, and because he can move. He's not paralyzed. He's actually alive. He's go fuck me, bang, 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 and then bang, and he's dead. Right. So the actual second shot is the deadly one. Yeah, the one who got from the side. Now we have to. I'm not disproving or proving anything. When I putting just out in the air, that one is the killer bullet, the one who blow his fucking left hand side brain. Yeah, bang. See you later.
Yeah, but again, like they've seen this before, where if a bullet hits the back of the head, like in the case what I did with JFK, like the backside of the head, the force of the bullet drives the head forward, and then basic what is the Newtonian laws, it's going to go back afterwards. Like it's not going to go forward and stay stationary, like pinned to the the back of Connolly's seat. There is going to be a reaction where it goes forward and then it goes back afterwards.
Understandable, but the theory or the understanding was that the front lobe or the front right hand side of the lobe was intact in the sense of the penetration. I mean, you Matt, we know about this. You got a military round which is pointed, and it's not designed to obliterate the inside. It's actually meant to go through and through because the air pressure will actually destroy when it goes out. It goes. Yeah, it will suck in.
Yeah.
That's where the damage is. Yeah, and that's what it did to the brain. It went in clean, well, relatively clean, obviously, right? And when it came out, it fucking blew apart because of the pressure. Yeah, that cannot happen if the shot was through the back. Or sorry, enter
yeah.
correct, touche, correct.
Yeah.
You will have that information, which that does not show on the Sepulveda's film. Yeah, I mean it doesn't matter what motion. I'm talking about the end result, which is the actual explosion of the rear cavity. Yeah, it's going like that. It cannot happen through a rear entry.
You see, I don't know a whole lot about ballistics to that, to the nth degree, but that was always one that made me kind of question it and be like, I've fired enough guns, I've done a few ballistics tests on weapons, and that makes me kind of, skeptical and considerate, but there's no more evidence that's compelling that there may have been another shooter, because it was common practice during that time, and Oswald was a sniper, it was common practice for them to use two snipers on a target.
Right. But hold on.
The target would not get away.
Yeah, but two snappers equal conspiracy, right?
Right. But I think, you see, we're missing the point of this, and I'll give G-Man credit for this. I don't think that there was a second shooter in the grassy knoll. I think that Oswald is a perfectly, that the evidence points to a single shooter. I think that that theory does stand up. Where I get start asking questions is, why did Jack Ruby kill Oswald? Why did these people die afterwards? Like, what was the reasoning behind that? Now that part of it is starts to get a little questionable, but that doesn't mean that there was more shooters on like the grassy knoll or anything like that.
Well, I mean, I could I do understand the theory of the possibility of a conspiracy. I mean, I'm just throwing it out in the air. I mean, what was the benefit of killing Kennedy? Okay, it was the Vietnam War, to carry on with the war, right? Now, who's got the power? Who's got the power to remove this guy from the presidential seat? Yeah, in a nasty way. It could be the power, the military power, or the CIA, or whatever. Whoever's got the infrastructure to destabilize internal workings. Now you can put Lee Oswald as a shooter. Fine, I'm all game for that. One shot, two shot, three shots. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it does matter. It does bother me as an independent person. Is the fucking bullet. The killing bullet. I mean, think about for a second. You got two things: the way the bullet goes, and the whole game. what did he gain? The president who took over left the people in Vietnam and put more resources. Yeah, Kennedy said that he was going to withdraw from there. He was going to lose the war. I be defeated. Yeah, and the American people, not America, because the American military complex, and we ain't having this. Yeah, so it is reasonable to assume, yeah, that the military complex says no, we want to carry on, but we need to do something about it. They have the resources, the logistics to make it happen. Yeah, it's not that far-fetched. It's within the realms of the possibility. Yeah, could the internal people have police people in disguise or with a fucking mustache? You know what I mean? We're being silly here, but it is possible. It is possible. There's people that hear sounds going through the fucking ear on the bank of the grassy knoll. Yeah, because it was a downward shoot or whatever. Yeah, people died almost instantly upon the shoot from the slope, and no other people reacted. Yeah, that's not instinct. That's hearing the sound going, the bullet going nearby them. I don't know, 1-2 meters away, but fucking hell, it's that. I mean, I've had rounds very close to me, and it's not a pretty sight or pretty sound. Yeah, it's quite frightful. Yeah, so it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah, most people, a lot of things are possible. You got to figure the probability of things. And I'd heard one theory on it that, of the purpose, the reason why, was LBJ conspired with the mafia to have Kennedy taken out so he would gain power, and because Kennedy was going to pull out of Vietnam, and because
he's a good guy.
A lot of the Cuban issue, and the mafia had interest in a lot of that, to where they were going to lose money. They wanted Kennedy gone for their personal gains and profit, and they conspired with LBJ to basically off him because LBJ wanted to stay in Vietnam, and just it was the mafia and LBJ. Was there any evidence? No, this is just a postulated hypothesis of, hey, this is what some people think is a possibility, that this could have been the root issue, not that yes it is. And that's the problem I got. I don't mind conspiracy theories. I don't mind theorizing that, hey, maybe something hokey was going on, maybe something isn't exactly what we think it is, but to state it as if it's fact.
No. This is a fact.
To say no. I'm saying, well, that's what conspiracy theorists do. That's the kooks. They're like, no. It was a conspiracy. It didn't happen like this. It was, the government. It's like, well, we don't know who did it or why they did it necessarily. We only have this information. We know that Lee Harvey Oswald took a shot. Fired. We know he fired 3 bullets.
Granted.
Do we know that there was somebody on the grassy knoll? No, we have nothing other than complete speculation, because we don't have any videotape, any eyewitness testimony, nothing that says that they specifically saw somebody else with a rifle on the grassy knoll that fired a shot.
Well, but they had teams, right? They had observation points, sentries, you name it. I mean, you've been around, right? So you can prepare for an event, yeah, and prepare it well. Yeah, granted that it's a very tricky, because it's a vehicle of movement, and it is only going to be there in a particular time. So you have to plan it correctly. Another thing, I would not call it probably theory, but could it be a possible event? Because theory sounds too...
You can say hypothesis.
Correct. Okay, it sounds wicked. I like that word. Yeah, but I mean, hey, I don't know. Listen, it is known that there is a false flag operation happening. The Bay of Tonkin Bay of Tonkin.
Mm-hmm.
That event. Yeah.
Well, there was the other one that was the one that was presented to Kennedy, and there's actually the document was actually found and released And it's legitimate U.S. document that the military presented to Kennedy. They wanted him to sign off on a false flag attack on Florida to draw us into a war with Cuba, to justify invading Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
But he refused to sign it.
Sure, sure. But
No,
oh,
we
you
don't.
took it, but you took that's you brought good question. Well, good theory saying that we don't have evidence. Correct, because you know why? Because if you have evidence, we will not be having this discussion.
Right.
Right. So that right. So evidence is not part of the equation. Right. That's why we feel right is the different possibilities of a given event. Okay, you can imagine. You know what? You can imagine if we do not have Sepulveda's film, right? It would have been straight to Lee Harvey Oswald, straight. Yeah, we could not have the analysis of our dear friend postulation about the bullet trajectory, or sorry, no bullet trajectory positioning of the of both subjects, yeah, and the penetration angle. Right? We could not even have this discussion. It's all thanks to that video. Okay, so that revealed too many things that probably need not to be revealed at that time. Sorry, it did not meant to be revealed, in my opinion. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of issues with different things. You know, people said it's like, oh well, how did they know where the president was going to be and everything? Well, it was because it was put out there. They told everybody, hey, this date, president's coming down. They even put out the route.
right,
So people
right,
could stand on the side and wave to the
right,
president, and, you know, like a little parade for
right.
everybody. So it was, you know, it wasn't unfeasible, but that of setting up a plan and an operation and getting people in position, you know. Because that's what Oswald did was he got the information that everybody else had, and he decided he probably looked and saw, hey, well, this building is a good sniping position, and went up to that building, you know.
Yeah, but he didn't bring any weapons. It was weapons was there. It was ready
Yeah,
for
but
him.
it was the you know it was no in advance, you know, so he knew considerable time in advance what the route was going to be, you know, what times and everything. So he stashed the weapon early on. Or I wouldn't, you know, because you can say, you know, other people were involved and maybe somebody else stashed for him. You know,
That's
I
that's
don't know.
why that's why it merited his death.
You
His
know,
death had to be arranged. That's
and
why.
you know, like
Because
Bartholomew was saying, the questionable thing of all the other people dying, like Jack Ruby and stuff, you know, killing Oswald and then dying and then being killed himself, bring up the question that others were involved
for
and that
sure.
they were covering the trail. You know, but that doesn't mean there was another person on grassy knoll. That just means that other people were involved, and Lee Harvey Oswald could have identified people and didn't want that to happen. You know?
But it's also is probably obvious that he's not in charge of the operation per se, in the sense of I'm gonna plan to be in the book depository book at such a location with the windows open, prepare for, you know, it just takes a level of planning to do, which really doesn't give points to him on the brains, on the, what do you call it? It's not the brains.
Right. You know, and everybody's like, oh, he was a patsy and whatnot. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
but
he was a pawn, maybe. He was the trigger man and whatnot. But it's just like with hitman operations. Somebody else, you know, orders the hit. Somebody else says who's going to be killed and where and when and whatnot, and a hitman just pulls the trigger. So you know, there could have been a group, an organization, and that's where I think a lot of people look at the mafia towards it because of the involvement and the social changes at the time and things that were going on that the mafia had their hands into, gambling in Cuba, you know, other criminal endeavors of the drug trade that was becoming bigger, you know.
I mean,
They losing a lot of their power at the time because they gained it all during Prohibition. Prohibition ended, and then their power started to slip downward.
I tell you something. I'll probably go a little bit more bolder. I think the grassy knoll, shall we call setup, it was planned as a backup just in case Oswald's shooting fails, which it did. So I think that's probably because they did not want to actually do the shoot. Yeah, for because you can be noticed, shall we call it? Yeah, the sound, the speed, or whatever, and you say, oh, I heard something from this area, so let's call it a CIA. Let's call it to call it a military intervention. Yeah, let's say the CIA was in the at the top of the grassy knoll. They say, okay, we know that the whole shebang is gonna do, and we're gonna be in alert just in case. If he kills, we withdraw. Right, so they see the event. You got spotters. You got the whole fucking thing. Okay, yeah, sniper spotters. Why is it okay? We got a failure here, so they have to act within seconds, right? And it is my firm belief. I mean, I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole going to conspiracy, but it looks plausible that the killing shot was from that direction. It's plausible.
And it's plausible because
You have shot. No, seriously, you have shot. I have shot rounds. I've shot 7.62 millimeters. I know what that fucking thing can do. You know what I mean? Some serious motherfucker hit. Yeah.
plausible that there could have been a second shooter because the military's tactics on using snipers to take out enemy targets like that, like hits and everything, even in Vietnam, a lot of the Vietnam records and everything do show they would position two sniping teams or two individual snipers that
Triangulation.
Triangulation. So if one misses his target, if for whatever reason he cannot take the shot or he misses his target, because opportunities are limited to get to position to get this target. If he misses or he cannot take a shot for whatever reason, the other one can. It's kind of doubling up on your chances. So, and if this guy shoots and misses, everybody's attention turns to that one guy. So usually they'll have him in a position where if he runs for cover or if the target tries to get away, they're moving into the line of fire of the other sniper.
Yeah.
I mean, it's plausible that they would have had a backup, and maybe, but we have nothing to infer that there was.
No, I mean, as I said, the video does infer with the movement of the vehicle and Kennedy's final movement, yeah, and the projectile doing his work, i.e. the brain exploding from the left, yeah, backhand from the left. We can see that clearly. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
like
beyond.
I said, I don't know enough about ballistics to really understand.
Okay, you shoot. No, hold on. No. You're the main man. You shoot a piece of wood. Fuck a flesh. You shoot a wood. Yeah, shoot a wood. I've shot. Yeah, target range.
Shot many times.
Right. Well, you shoot a bullet. Yeah, you shoot a bullet and it makes a hole at the entry point, and it destroys somehow. Yeah, the exit point is not clear. It's not clear path. It is fucking destruction of some sort. Okay. In woods, it tend to flicker upwards, a couple of ramifications like that. In a flesh, it's the air because it's all inside liquid or somehow. The projectile makes a sucking suction. Yeah,
it's the initial kinetic force compresses, blows
at
it out,
the air.
and the pneumatic force afterwards, pulls everything with it. Yeah,
exactly.
And I understand that, but I don't know how plausible it is to happen a different way. So it's like.
No, not different way.
Could a shot from the back of the head cause that effect? I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about ballistics. I don't know enough about what kind of bullet it was and how it could react. I mean,
Well,
I would throw something like that at MythBusters. Here, test this.
I don't know. Actually, funny enough, they tried it. They tried it.
I just missed that episode.
Yes.
I watch them regularly.
No. They actually did, but they didn't. Funny enough, it was about 3 years ago. So, they did that. They even brought a sniper. Yeah. Army sniper, and tried to recreate the event. I don't know if they did it with a balloon or a mannequin or something like that. Yeah, on a moving thing, right? Using the height, not the Dallas location, but they actually replicated the height. They put some scaffolding of some sort, yeah, and then they made I don't know if it was a remote control or some pulley system, where they moved it and tried to make the shot. Yeah, um, I think they could not recreate the exit wound. They could recreate the shot and the possibility of firing. The main theme here it was, can you fire 3 shots in X amount of seconds? And the guy could. So they put it was viable that Lee Harvey Oswald could have done it, yeah, but not the actual killing shot, which is the brain shot, the cranium. Yeah, I've seen it.
I'm looking it up to see.
Anyway, it's all G-Man's fault anyway. That's what. What asshole.
I think Bartholomew was involved. I think it was a pirate conspiracy.
Yeah, me too. He looks suspicious as well. MMA as well. I mean, he's ready. I think he instructed Lee Harvey Oswald.
I'm gonna take off for a second. I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm dying for a piss as well. Fuck it.
I'm actually going to take off, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
I think I hear you now. Oh, what did I miss? Hello?
Oh, what the fuck happened? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. What is...
What? I think we're still alive. Mm. Oh, who knows? I don't think anybody really cares.
I've taken myself out of that race, but I understand philosophically that not raping everybody that I find attractive fits within the society that I live in. Not murdering people that I'm angry with facilitates the probability of my life because I might be aggressive towards somebody that could kill me. And all of these factors fit within the idea that in the long term, in a meta sense, abiding by societal norms, regardless of personal wants, which is part of developmentally delayed in a way, because if we all engaged in lack of impulse control, we have impulse control, pretending behavior, those things, and the way that society influences those things facilitates my ability to find somebody to be another gamete donor to to work with my self-esteem philosophy. So, question for you, Aaron. I mean, granted, I'll admit just as much as I'm not philosophically savvy either, and when it comes to moral situations and moral philosophy, I'm still very, very much learning. Subjectivism is based upon Ayn Rand philosophy, isn't it? Right. So I would argue, for my own definition, what a moral system is based on a social contract with people. So if it's based on an individual, I'll admit as much as I'm not philosophically savvy either, and when it comes to moral situations and moral philosophy, I'm still very, very much learning. Subjectivism is based upon Ayn Rand philosophy, isn't it? Right. So I would argue, for my own definition of what a moral system is based on a social contract. So if it's based on an individual, it can't really be a moral standard, can it? Yes, it can. A moral standard is what actions a person should or should not take. Or morality is view on correct actions. Based upon a social contract. No, yeah, because if he does, that's called contractarianism. That is a kind of subjective. All other systems are not collective. They're individual based. Deontological, like natural rights theory. Those are individual based, not societal contract based. No matter what society thinks, theft is wrong, or murder is wrong, or rape is wrong. I mean, you have consequential views that take society as a whole, and views the collective as society. Say things against society, like the total number of preferred behaviors being enacted, or the total marginal utility, or something like that being maximized in society as a whole. That's consequentialism. That's taking society into account. And social contract is a different view from those entirely, where it's saying that by consensus we sort of make society function based on rules that it makes for itself, and then you work within that. And it's a subjective view. But I guess, Aaron, one of the questions that is writing on the coattails of Determinism, and here's Kevin, right? The tides have turned. Yeah, really. The fact that there are all of these explanations for how morality can exist, doesn't that kind of give credence to the descriptive fact that there isn't this normative version of morality of what should happen, right? When you look at the descriptive version of what morality actually exists as within cultures, and you've outlined several of them. And the fact that you're savvy, and I didn't know, I have no idea about the labels of these different versions that you just displayed them, so you just explain them. Yeah, either did I think. I mean, doesn't that give credence to the descriptive analysis that morality does exist in all these different ways? Regardless of what people think it should exist as, it's kind of neither here nor there, because it does exist according to the very ways that you just described. would be it's sort of a different way of thinking that morality exists. There are people who are moral nihilists who don't believe. And they should be right, but they don't believe in moral law. That's based on their preference. Thing that we have this law that exists in our heads that tells us what should or shouldn't happen. We just have evolutionary preference. That so I mean that doesn't mean that there isn't this thing called morality where there is a correct should or should not position. It doesn't have different answers for it. There's different secular views on what is or is not the correct should statement, but you're not going to get to a correct view of morality by saying what is or what people have. That's only to basically assume subjectivism and assume from the very get-go that morality is based on what people do, not based on what people should do, it's based on something else, some other justification. That's probably my answer. Can I ask you a question or two? No. Well, just what do you think morality is? What do you envision it as being? What purpose does it serve? Morality is basically what is ontologically true about what a person should or should not do. I don't know which system is right. My current understanding, my current view is based on theism, is one that is the word is escaping me right now. It's virtue-based. That is what you get on Christian theism. It's not the act in and of itself, it's the condition of the heart. It's your motivation to drive you to do something. Someone doing something for personal gain, although they're doing the same thing someone else is doing, someone helping someone out, personal gain, is not this virtuous thing. And they can view God's side of things something different. Whereas someone doing something that ends up giving negative consequences, if their motivation was right, their intentions were good, I think that's what matters in the end. What happens in the material world is not of much consequence. Whereas it's very possible that there's a thing called, there's these things called rights that exist somehow where acts of theft are justified in a legal sense, but they're also immoral in every case. That's my personal view. Who invited her and he's throwing everything out? We had almost a consensus. Damn it. I know. Don't you hate it when you have a consensus and there's like one guy in the room? He's like the one Jew in Germany. He didn't say that. He didn't get it. Leave it on the That was horribly awesome. You're talking about a motivation being the ultimate important thing. What we might set as moral. I'm curious about that. I mean, the motivation tends to be, I mean, people can have good motivations and do what we might call immoral acts, right? Do you disagree with that? Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, motivation Well, think about it this way. You see a child who picks up a gun and he thinks he's full of aim and shoots him to death. Is that a murder or is it guilty? And so someone who's, there'll be shouldn't use a child as an example. Use just a human being who isn't particularly knowledgeable about firearms. They're playing a gun and then they get flooded and they kill someone. Now, we would, in fact, society is sort of crimes that are based on the somewhat on the intention, somewhat on the we have a schizophrenic applies all the different principles at once. But we have a different punishment for that. Someone who accidentally kills someone, someone who premeditates and goes out there first. You're going to get two completely different punishments. Why is that? Is it because it actually matters that their intention was different? Or is the damage caused, the damage done, and all people who cause this damage objectively should be given this particular fine? Because if not, I think the distinction lies, I mean, the motivation for the first two instances are indeed the same. Just playing around did not mean to equate that the motivation for the same and I think that in the case of Seattle, he don't think he willfully ignorant aims at a firearm. And that's the key, right? He should have learned about firearms. And he should know that playing with firearms is not good. And I think that's where the distinction is. We'll change the example there. You got someone who's cleaning a gun. He knows that it's all the safety rules involving firearms. There's someone outside the door, and there's just not a negligent discharge of accidental one. He wasn't playing around or anything, but he did discharge the firearm or whatever reason on accident. It ends up killing someone. Then you got the other side of the coin. You have someone who's sitting in a room and literally points a gun at someone, shoots them with the intent to kill. And we saw one a murder, one an accident, and we get two different sentences for the crime. Well, I mean, you can think about a situation. The absolute survival. Half the church is Christian. Are you going to die? Okay, no, I agree with you. And that's always hard to get. The idea is the intention behind it. Like one person did it on accident, the other person willfully shot somebody. But when it comes to moral actions, there are things that immoral. Right? I mean, it comes aligned with a certain amount of knowledge, basic knowledge about the situation or the incident. Right? I mean, that's what I mean by ignorance. It's implied canon. I mean, we can't be responsible for things that we have no possibility of knowing about. Right? I don't think that that's even a possibility. I think we're limited to knowledge of it, and I think because of ignorance, our people do not help us. Unknown. Okay, the way I think about it is this: someone who believes that it's moral to do good things for other people will also, when they believe their intention is good, people who have good intentions and who also, from whatever source, have knowledge, will actually, I intend to do people well and not harm others. That is my motivation, and so I will learn to be responsible with things that might harm others. So when I am driving a car, because of my motivation, the moral thing tells me to go faster. I will learn what the traffic laws are, what the way is, and actually not, pull up on people that I don't want to, even though I could just say, well, I don't know, I'm just going to pull out in front of people, and because I didn't know that their car was coming, I guess I should be held responsible. I mean, what analogy is interesting is like,
G-Man's video.
Fudge with good intentions. When is it not good intentions for fudge to be? Come on. He talking to you directly. Who that butter effing fudge? we all consider our justification and judge it using it for the worst without being yes, we do, but that doesn't make when I say that the justifications are equally valid, yes, because I literally think that we have the accidental thought experience the situation is moral or immoral in stealing one nickel from the richest man. So someone who's consequential will say, again, because it does harm to society, you should steal from the richest man on the planet one nickel. It would harm him, but it would save the planet. On the other hand, people who say anthropological believe that it's immoral to steal, and it's in all cases, because people have rights, they can drive these rights from any number of sources, from July 20th, Exodus, all sorts of different ways to do that. They say, it would be immoral in every case to steal, even if you're stealing one nickel from the richest man on the planet, and in order to save the planet, save is right, because the good of society is not what's morally valuable, but it is the person's life and their ownership of it. And they can justify that. In my opinion, just as equally as you have to beg the question of morality that exists and which system you're going into to find the justification. Because if we just say that you should value society's opinion on anything, why is that even valid? Why is survival good? Why is that not immoral? I don't really want to just there are consequences. Assuming consequences, because rights basically don't even look at the consequences. It's wrong to do things that violate rights, regardless of consequences. But it's not dichotomous. It's not that you are either consequential, or you are morality out of compassion. It's a combination of everything. My compassion manifests in my moral behavior because I want the best for others, understanding that the golden rule, I want to treat them the way that I'm treated. I also understand that if I reach certain social contracts, this is where like these labels that you're using are wonderful as labels, theoretical labels, but in reality labels, they're completely combined. I understand that the consequences of my behavior have negative ramifications if I decide to reach social consequences. So that's where the weird part comes in. Hey, if you're going to use any of those labels in and of themselves as categories, yeah, maybe your arguments make sense, but in reality, it's all of those people. But in some cases, they're incompatible. So you have situations where somebody who is having his slave will not be able to generate income to feed his family, and that society would be somehow economically detrimental by freeing the slave, who's also being looked on as compassion and equal in their own saying that his family should be set free from their slavery. And so you have the intermingling values that seems to be one of the things that happens, and you end up violating one of the principles that you hope is true simultaneously. And we really offer examples of slavery. But I mean, but the real issue is that, I mean, you're talking about the good for society, and then you're going to slave owner. Now, while that slave owner may be targeted as a slave owner, like, the second part of that, society would be better off if they find a way to exist for anyone that's harmed by the slave. Well, how big is society? There are many temporary, moral, there's more than arbitrary choosing one over the other. Okay, this moral thing in the short term don't matter. However, benefit mankind and how long does it have to wait before you know that's too long term? You need to bother with that. But you're framing things in absolutes with because if you are looking at long term versus short term, long term image into the long term. Okay, just as guys, come on. All right. So Aaron is wrong because yeah, no. The thing is that you have to beg the question just to search for information or something. This isn't a good way to frame it. Spain, I'll have to think about that. Or maybe not begging the question there, but that's the thing that when people think they use the thought experiment to prove which one is right. So take that to the extreme, you'll have this atrocity happen. I mean, seriously, when you say as a moral right, when we're talking about moral, does it make sense why we ask questions, why we would search for answers to questions like this? With or without? Does it make sense? Why would we do that? Yeah. So, I mean, in that sense, morality exists as a construct. It might not exist as a binding construct. Moral matters. You could say, yeah, maybe there are no absolute moral threaded into the fabric of the universe as some kind of absolute truth. That would be right. They're not one with the laws of nature. But they exist in a way that they mean something, that the concept of the construct means something, and it's important to have this concept, right? I mean, if morality exists, then it has this concept, right? Yeah, I would consider that an existence in a different way. Not theism. That's kind of what I thought. It seems like you're sort of theistic concept. Morality is it's almost personified. It's like Platonic. It's like a Platonic Platonism. It's like are you like a Neo-Platonist? You consider yourself? I mean, do you embody morality into like a form that exists in some kind of metaphysical sense? I think you think it's more than just when secularists not much more, when secularists talk about morality, they are talking more about intersubjective sort of social construct, this social contract that is based on sort of mutual goals or aspirations. We all like this, we don't like this, and that's what it becomes. So it exists in a general sense, but it's not threaded into the universe like in language, like I said about English. English is certain things, and we can see certain things that's recognizably not English. But that doesn't mean that English is like part of the universe. We would still say that English exists. It's part of the universe. It exists, but it's not like the universe doesn't need English. And if there were no people, no more religions, there wouldn't be English. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It is like one of those things that it's weird absolutism. It's all or nothing. I mean, that it's just like this metaphysical thing that relates to the fabric of the universe, where it's just existing at all. And I don't see it that way. I see it as somewhere in the middle of and yet, these lines are fuzzy. Morality does at least exist. So, being that I'm